is a presentation of the iRacing Esports Network.
Well, we've got another race day here in the Neo Endurance Series. Round number 2 is going to come at you from the Circuit of Americas in Austin, Texas, in the USA as well. We're going to get GT qualifying underway, or at least the broadcast part of it, in just a couple of moments' time. But I am Conor Rematic, and joining me in the commentary booth for this one is going to be the one, the only Cam Walsh, and of course Tobias Brockman as well. Hugo Luis going to be the man on the cameras there. TV cameras by Esteban Ballo, overlays by Andreas Werner. We've got Simon Grossman and Nick Thiessen also helping us out in terms of the technical side of this broadcast as well. And well, the weather conditions out there on track, partly cloudy, 25 degrees Celsius in the air, 38 degrees Celsius is the track temperature. Winds are very calm indeed, only 3 or 4 kilometers per hour, 52% humidity. We're going to be going racing for 6 hours here today, and I'm going to go to you first, Cam, as we start to see some of these GT cars get onto some of their first time laps. That this is the second round of the season now. You've got that big issue of the first round out of the way. You can now get into the meat and potatoes of this season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've worked together with your team. You got everything sorted out at Sebring. And Sebring, there is always going to be, quote, teething issues. But here at Circuit of the Americas, you should be right on your point here, because as pretty much everybody knows at this point by now, COTA is probably going to be one of the most technical tracks that the entirety of the Neo season goes to this year.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's the track that has pretty much everything, taking inspiration from so many already pre-existing tracks. The main one that we do mention is that first sector that's basically an almost carbon copy of the Maggots and Beckett section at Silverstone, and then you have right towards the end of the lap that fantastic triple right-hander, which originally was a triple left at the track of Istanbul, but they've gone the other way here at the Circuit of the Americas. And if you see on our graphics right there, we see that we've had a little bit of an update. There we go. We have the car liveries just above the car names to help you, the spectators at home, identify those cars out there on circuit. But Tobias, I believe this is your first qualifying session that you're going to commentate with us here in the Neo Endurance Series. You've got the GT cars out there here today. How important is qualifying going to be in this 6-hour event?
So yeah, last time I sadly missed out. Qualifying is always important because you need to get away from before the LMP1s are coming, before the HPDs are coming. Because when traffic starts to be a factor in the race, you'd be happy to have started in front.
He definitely would be very happy, especially if there are some major issues coming down on towards lap number 1. But we're getting the first lap times up on the board then for your GTE class. Logitech G Altus Esports taking provisional pole right now by 0.07 of a second. We're going to go on board with one of these cars that are out there on the racing circuit right now, and I think a good option would be that I believe Odox Motorsports ISRAP GTE machine, the number 73 car, as they head their way through the Maggots and Beckett section. And Cam, just take us through this lap with Adrian Beza.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing with Circuit of the Americas is you can start to see here, the interesting thing about qualifying is people are kind of on their hot laps and on their cold laps, which is a really interesting and cool thing to have as he goes by a Ferrari there. This is Adrian Beza. Now, this is one of the, I think this is turn 7, if I'm remembering, because what's basically happening is you have the longest straight, basically on Earth, to work your way down, and this is going to be kind of the interesting thing when we start getting into lap traffic. There's really nothing to do with it when it gets to GTE traffic, but or well, when you get the LMP1s and LMP2s, that's when things get interesting. Now this is a super tight left-hander here. You get just a little bit off track. Now, a little bit of things with off tracks here is you're going to have a right-hander followed by another late right-hander, and then you've got a quick double left-hander with a blind apex. Off tracks obviously are monitored. You get about 20 of them before you start getting the cruise, as you have that, as you were saying, Connery, the long right-hand, triple right-hander as it is. And for a lot of teams, it's going to be interesting because it's so easy to pick up off tracks. As you've got that very quick left-hander right there, then you've got the very final corner, which almost kind of reminds me of Laguna Seca in a way. Then you're on your way up the front stretch and up the hill once again, and just like that, Adrian Bieza is going to pull it right on over and get that car reset, because it is ever important with how long the outlap is to get yourself sorted out and back on track.
Exactly. Fantastic lap there for Odox Motorsports, getting themselves up into P number 3 provisionally on this GTE grid. And having a look at Williams Jim Jr. right now, P number 17. They didn't have the best of times last time out at Sebring, both in the race and in qualifying. So they're looking to get a little bit further up the grid this time here at the Circuit of the Americas. They're heading their way down the back straight right now. And Tobias, when you're in this sort of position, as is Williams Jim Jr., you're finding out in the first round of the season that you're pretty much one of the slowest cars on the grid. How do you attack these races from further up forward then?
Yeah, you need a lot of psychology pushes, actually. You need more motivation, because noticing that you're not as good as you planned beforehand is always like fills your mind pretty much. So I think they did a lot of practice to attack here a little more than at Sebring.
Really do, and you can look at how close the times actually are up on the screen right now. You're seeing that the top 13 GTE machines all within 0.8 of a second. That's how close the competition is here in the GTE class. As Williams Jim Jr., they'll head their way through the final corner, and will they be able to improve their position? I don't think that is going to be the case. That was an invalid lap for them, so they'll be going on their flying lap now up the hill, which is such a tricky braking zone coming up into here, and that is just exacerbated and exemplified by the fact that Williams Jim Jr. had a little bit of a lockup on that front left coming up into that, which is so easy to do because you get the uphill braking zone. Okay, you can brake a little bit later, Cam, than you otherwise would have for a corner like that that's flat, but all of a sudden, as you come across the top of the hill, the car just unloads as that elevation starts to flatten out, and that's what's locking the tires and releasing the load on them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really, it's almost a crest where the top of the hill is, and then you have to take the turn. As pretty interesting, I'd like to note, is that as Logitech G Altus Esports is getting ready to complete their lap, see if they can improve their time, all 3 GTE manufacturers are within the 2-minute bracket as the Altus Esport car goes faster. It's an interesting corner, and here comes Zenith Esport kind of coming in, and they've kind of snapped in here. So now we've got 5 cars under the 2-minute bracket. That's really great to see. That
is absolutely brilliant. Just makes this front of the GTE field relatively spicy, at least in the early stages of this race, while everyone is still bunched up together. But Altus Esports right now with the obvious advantages, 0.2 of a second faster than anyone else out there on circuit, and that's going to remain the case. But Movano have gotten themselves up in towards P number 2, and Tobias, Movano are pretty much the team to watch in all 3 of your classes here today. They've got signups, they've got teams in all 3 classes, and they all have the potential to do very, very well indeed.
Yes, they do here with Andreas Dahl in the GTE car, and we've seen some good results last race, but you also don't forget about Sorg Rennsport Esports powered by Basel, because those guys have actually a shorter name this time, which I appreciate pretty much, but not in the LMP1, because in the LMP1 there is the Porsche Basel car. Yeah, they have a GTE, they have an LMP1, and those guys are really looking for it now. I had a talk with Dominic Faber before, and actually he also wants to get in our booth again later on.
of course, but right now is that we're just over the halfway point in GT qualifying. When that timer in the top left of your screen gets down to 50 minutes remaining, that will be the end of GT qualifying. We'll have a little bit of a break before we get to those LMP2 machines to get on with their qualifying, and then the final qualifying session of the day will be the LMP1s, and that will set our full grid for well, today's race. It is a 6-hour event, of course, but right now, as things stand, Triton Racing getting themselves up into P number 2. That's a fantastic qualifying effort from them. We've got Movano P number 3, Zenith Esports P4, and MSI Esports P number 5 as well, with Red Face Racing 6th. So this front of the GTE class looking a little different to what we saw at least at Sebring. We had Altus Esports also qualify up there inside that top 3 for that race, of course, but early on in the last race at Sebring, Cam, they had an issue, shall we say, on lap 1.
Yeah, that was one way to put it. It's one of those situations where Sebring kind of has a habit of throwing things at you, and well, they got a massive curveball thrown to them and nearly a wall, but they were able to at least recover a bit. Can they do it again here today? I hope not, as far as managing to spin out and not hitting anything, because you don't really want to see them spinning out, period. Now, Circuit of the Americas, it is obviously a bit more elbow room as it is for not hitting the walls simply because of the amount of runoffs, but it is certainly still a very real possibility in some sections of this track.
It very much is. And it's also the case of that Altus Esports car, probably one of the prettiest liveries that we have on the entire grid, perhaps in the entirety of sim racing as well. I'm a massive fan of that blue, white, and orange paint scheme. It just, doesn't it look pretty, Tobias?
Yeah, it really does. I don't know, but I like this black and red stuff more that, for example, Thrustmaster Movano Racing is using, or also in the P2 class where Schubert Motorsport is running. I don't know, they're classy, they're racy, I don't know, but maybe it's just me.
I mean, I do see what you mean, because a lot of teams have decided to go for that theme of livery, and especially in recent times, but we like to see a little bit of variety, and that's what Altus Esports does provide. But right now, we're getting very, very close to the end of the GTE qualifying, and as this qualifying session goes on, Cam, we found out at the first round at Sebring that setting fast lap times late on in this session is much trickier than if you went out on a stone cold track.
Yeah, and it's one of those situations where we saw everybody pull out at the same time and start their qualifying. They had to try to time their lap, as it were. Now, it is still very difficult here to do this in Circuit of the Americas, simply because the outlap is so long. You have to try to time it correctly, as I believe Yannick Lapchin is trying to do. And it is one of those situations where it's so easy to try to get yourself to be on that last lap, that white flag lap, with low fuel load, with good tires, as we're seeing multiple cars leaving pit lane right now. As well, they're almost having issues with each other, but I believe that this is probably going to be one of our last little hurrahs here.
Definitely looks to be the case. There's Torrent Motorsports getting themselves up. It's a P number 9, so inside the top 10 then for Torrent Motorsports in qualifying. I'd count that as a good result for them. Kevin Siggy currently wheeling that car around in qualifying, setting those rather rapid lap times for Torrent. He'll get another lap or two in before the end of the race. Army Racing Team getting themselves up into P number 11 with a pretty good effort from them. And well, we into the dying moments of GT qualifying. Now, this is your last-ditch attempt to get yourself further up that grid, especially with what Cam has already mentioned, with that very, very long outlet. There are multiple cars on circuit that are going rather slow indeed, making sure you don't put that much heat into the tires and don't overheat them before you even start your lap. and then you can just go 110% effort on that flying lap. But I think this is just everyone preparing right now, Tobias, for those last flurry of lap times.
Yeah, but you know, the pressure is high at this moment, and when you mess this one up, there is no return. So everyone should be concentrating pretty much here right now, even more than before, if they want to advance in the standings right now. We saw some cars on two wheels before. Talking about the curbs on some point of the track you can just ride over them as if they were not there, but on other parts of the track they really send you flying off.
Yeah, they really do, and well, we saw in some of the open wheel machines, especially in the World Championship Grand Prix series, we had some tweets from a couple of teams that just showed their cars just flying through the air, coming through that first sector. So that one is going to be hopefully not as catastrophic for some of these teams out here today, but one car that we're going to have a look at right now, we're on board with them already. This is going to be Triton Racing and Kamil Franczak behind the wheel, and this is important for them. This final lap is so crucial for them, because if they get a good one and it surpasses Altus Esports, they will be pole position here. Wide line taken up in towards turn number 1, trying to find that middle corner and exit speed as you get your run down in towards this fantastic fast-flowing section, the Magnussen Beckett-like section, where in downforce dependent cars it is such a fun piece of circuit, but in these GTVs can be a little bit tricky since you don't have the downforce of an open wheel car or a prototype. But coming up the hill then through the long right, through the slightly shorter left, careful of that curb on the inside, because that is one of the curbs that can send you flipping, and then the run down towards the hairpin turn, the hairpin left just before the very long back straight. This corner is so crucial, Tobias, to get your traction out of it and carry that speed all the way down this I think it's almost a mile long back straight.
Yeah, you attack it pretty much from the outside, stay as long on the outside as you can, then turn in pretty hard. Also the outside of that turn, you gather very much and very quickly those incident off-track points that we don't want to collect here. Oh, that turn was also pretty nice. Let's see how he takes this right-hander here. Very close to the sausage curb, and again taking as much as you can. So this looks pretty nice, and Altus also seems to start a new lap.
Yep, they do. So that's the one that we're going to keep a close eye on as well. If Triton do manage to leapfrog themselves into provisional pole, then Altus Esports does have the opportunity to respond. Coming up towards the penultimate corner now for Triton Racing, one of the trickiest, one of the most deceiving corners on this racetrack. We've seen so many people in previous races push wide coming through there, but no troubles for Triton Racing through the final corner, and the short run to the line they will go. A 2 minutes 0.4. That is pole position for Triton, but can Altus Esports respond as they come through the hairpin left before the back straight? It's a slightly missed apex coming through there, but you have a lot of room to work with, a lot of room for error coming through that section of racetrack. Now, Cam, this is going to be Altus Esports' last chance to get themselves pole position.
Yeah, Yannick Lapjin is going to be trying his very hardest through this final sector. This is obviously, I would consider it that third sector. This is probably the most technical part, where you are really just depending on your knowledge of the track really to throw the car back and forth. He's got to make up 2/10. And we saw Altus out there before. They were running great lap times, and it's kind of almost wondering, you know, why keep pushing the car out? Well, this is why. Triton having a fantastic lap, and it's going to be all on the heels of Yannick Lapjin to try to make sure that Logitech G Altus Esports car starts pole. But either way, they have pretty much locked in the front row with the least.
Altus Esports, a little bit sketchy over the penultimate corner, and that is going to invalidate their lap. 1x on the penultimate corner does mean that Triton Racing currently pole position, unless Bivano can have something to say about that, as they're coming through the technical middle sector right now, coming up towards the triple right. Currently P number 3 on the grid. And can they improve on that position? They only need to gain 1 or 2/10 of a second to advance their position through the penultimate corner, taking no liberties with the track limits there through that apex. But down into the final corner now, can Andelsdal improve on Mivano's P number 3 on the grid, run to the line, and it's a 2 minute 0.761 which I believe, if I'm looking at this correctly, is an improvement, but not enough of an improvement to get themselves further inside of that top 3. As we have a couple of final runners coming across the line. We had Team Bushwick Racing Pink only good enough for 17th on the grid. We're looking at Euphoria DriveX Racing right now in the number 67 car. Salva Talons behind the wheel. P number 8 currently. Can they improve coming out of the final corner? That is going to be no. Lap was invalid. Off track somewhere else up there on circuit. So this is going to be how your GT qualifying grid is set. Pole position will go to Triton Racing at the dying moments. Their final flying lap, they managed to make it, and they managed to get the jump over Altus Esports, with Thrustmaster Mirvano Racing lining at P number 3 in GTE, Zenith Esports P4, MSI Esports P5, Redface Racing 6th, Core Sim Racing GTE 7th, Euphoria DriveX Racing 8th, with Torrent Motorsports 9th, and Odox Motorsports ISRAP will round out your top 10 on the grid. And then you've got pretty fast cars behind them. Team 85, for example, fantastic qualifying last time out at Sebring, only good enough for 11th year today. And Army Racing Team P number 12, Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports, the longest name that we have here in the new Endurance Series, P number 13, and SimRC.de Crimson, P number 14, Simatok Esports line at 15th, with Team 84 16th, Bushwick Racing Pink 17th, SRN Motorsports, Torque Freak, and Williams Gym Esports will round out your 20-car GTE grid. But now, Tobias, we have a little break before we get the small issue, or not so small issue, of LMP2 qualifying, as they're already lining up on pit exit. Tobias?
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
Yeah, they are waiting right now, and it looks like the Schubert Motorsport P2 saved themselves the first spot here. So the run to the first flying lap will be another little race here in the qualifying.
Yep, it will be. We did comment about it at Sebring for that first round, the first time that we did cover the qualifying here in the Neo Endurance Series, how apt it is and how interesting it is to see all these cars lined up in the pit lane. It really gives that sort of race weekend feel here as they're waiting for that green light to show on pit exit. We just got about a minute to go before that one happens, and the race administrators give the go-ahead for those LMP2 cars to make their way back out onto the circuit. It's going to be the car of Schubert Motorsports that's going to lead them out there, the first one behind those green cones. Then you've got Ava Vivatic and the Race Clutch LMP2 car, who didn't have the best of races at Sebring. It pretty much ended on lap number 1 after they got involved in an incident inside that first sector. So after a good qualifying last round, hopefully they can repeat the qualifying from last round, Cam, but they don't want to repeat the first lap from last round.
No, that's kind of a story here. We're going to continually have the qualifying that you did and then not the race that you did. So as right now, pit lane gets opened up and the entirety of the fleet goes out onto the racing track, as you've got the race winners from Sebring. Pascal Stitz is going to be looking to well, I'm not sure if he's going to want to pressure Schubert and maybe try to see if he can't get ahead or not. But either way, everyone's going to just give themselves some elbow room, give themselves some space. There obviously isn't a super need to get themselves some big distance. And I think for me, the one I want to keep an eye on is Riku Alatalo is in that Inertia Sim Racing Korzak car. And that one's going to be the one that I'm going to want to keep my eyes on, just because these LMP2 cars, they've been around for so long. Everyone pretty much is so very familiar with it. That just means that the lap times are going to be that much faster.
If you do want other teams to have a look at, then a good one to pay attention to is your current championship leader in LMP2. That is Ava Vivatic taking the race win at Sebring. And what can we do here today at COTA? Other teams to watch out for, Torque Freak Racing as well in that number 43 car. Apex Racing UK having a good race last time as well, getting themselves good qualifying, holding the position near the front of the field. And also you've got Race Clutch there, and trying to get a little bit of redemption after their bad luck in the first round. And you've got also further behind, you have the likes of Team Huisenfeld in the number 35. That can be very, very, very quick indeed on their day. But right now, the objective for those LMP2 cars out there on circuit is to spread out, get themselves the clear air, since the dirty air does affect these cars a little bit more than it does the GTE machines. And Ava Vavatic will be the first car to head their way through the penultimate corner and through the final corner to get their lap started. Ava Vavatic, championship leaders then in LMP2, they'll start their first flying lap, Tobias.
Yes, and I'm very confident that they're gonna throw a very fast lap already here for the first time, as we see them braking again for that hairpin, pretty hard on the brakes, a little bit understeer that car, but you said it, you have a load distribution that changes a lot doing that turn.
You really do, and this particular section is so fun in high downforce cars like the LMP2 car. You can just take these apexes at such a speed, just relying on the air, moving over the bodywork, over the wings, and also the ground effect as well. It's just absolutely a joy to drive. It does remind me of the first sector, the S's section at Suzuka, although I'd argue Suzuka is a little bit more fun because you do have more of an elevation change to have to work with there. But Ava Vavatic, through the hairpin, they will go, unleashing the power that LMP2 car does have all the way down the back straight. And then you look for the heavy braking zone. And one of the tricky things about this track cam is how wide these corner entries are. You've got a lot of tarmac to work with, and if we're talking in a sim racing sort of fashion up here, some of these drivers are going to still be on single monitors, and due to how wide the track is and how you have your FOV set, it's going to be tricky to even spot the apex of the corner if you're braking for one of the heavy braking zones.
Absolutely. I mean, it can be even tricky even with the triple monitor setup. It really depends on that track knowledge and then spatial awareness, because obviously everyone is going to be out on track with each other. You know, you're going to have 20 GTE cars, a boatload of LMP2 cars, and then a boatload of LMP1 cars. So when everyone gets together here, as Pascal Stix is going to be taking that final corner, he takes a healthy bit of inside curb. As will he get the lap time in? Yes, he does. It's a 153.2. That starts us off, and already Schubert is already down quite a bit there. They're almost off by a full second, as Lennart Fricke is going to go around for another time around, as the rest of the LMP2 cars are going to be streaming past the start-finish line. It's one of those situations where track knowledge is paramount, and it's being aware. You don't want to try to clip off anyone, which we did see happen a couple of times at Sebring.
Apex Racing UK across the line. What can they do in this first qualifying session? That is going to be only P number 7 for them, but lucky for them and lucky for the rest of the other teams that haven't put in fast first laps, like Team Mad, like SRN, like Will the Sim Racing team. They have 20 minutes to work with to get their laps up onto the board. Ava Vavatic still provisional pole with the Finnish team of Inertia Sim Racing. Currently P number 2 of Team Huisenfeld, P number 3. But what can a Race Clutch 2? Johan Haaf behind the wheel, this one through the final corner. What sort of lap time do they set for their banker lap here in this LMP2 qualifying? It doesn't look like as they come across the line, doesn't look like they set a representative lap time there. So that is going to be another outlap having to be taken there from Race Clutch. So it's not a concern right now, Tobias, but when you don't get that banker lap in, sometimes it can be a bit of a concern, and you start to worry, you start to push a little bit too much on your next flying lap because you know you've made a mistake on that first one. As Cam, you'll take this one.
Yeah. It's one of those situations where you want to come out of the gate and you want to absolutely do maximum attack. But the problem is that if you have one or two mistakes where you get an off track a couple of times, you end up starting to get into a rhythm where you start going, oh, okay, now I need to be more defensive. I need to make sure I don't get any off tracks. And then your lap time is affected way more than if you were just going at it usually, because now you're not taking the apexes at the right speeds. You're a little uncomfortable, and then you start getting behind the 8 ball as it is. where you're just not comfortable, as pretty much everybody has put in a lap time except for the iRacing Today Motorsports, the UL1 Positive Sim Racing Orange, and that Race Clutch LMP2. They're all still waiting for lap times, as the lap times are still ticking on in here, as that Inertia Sim Racing Corset car, well, they did their lap. Riku Alatalo did. It was a 153.4. Pretty interesting. It looks to me like those are the two fastest LMP2 cars, is that Ava Vervanek of Pascal Sticks, and then Riku Alatalo in that Inertia Sim Racing car.
Riku Alatalo probably still buzzing after yesterday's Finland win against the UK and Ireland in the iRacing Club World Cup. In fact, the entirety of Inertia Sim Racing will be buzzing about that one. Maybe they can carry this sort of momentum, or that sort of momentum, excuse me, into this race here today. They've gotten off to a very, very good start indeed in qualifying. Can they improve though? Can they get themselves to the pointy end of the field? That's a little bit of too much curb taken out there through that first sector. And this is exactly what we've already mentioned, Cam. Those curves will take no prisoners.
Yeah, I'd almost like to see if we can get like a replay of that or something. Just because that is so easy to do. And you start talking about what could potentially happen. As yet, here's the replay. What could potentially happen if this is in traffic? As you can see, Riku Alatalo, he's coming around. He takes that first left-hander, and he's taking the right-hander. And then there's that other left-hander. Then you've got that sausage curb. He cuts just a little too early, and the front wing hits that. Obviously, he was lucky that the front wing didn't get damaged, but it just set the car up into the air. That's so easy to do because it's just those giant, they're giant metallic bollards, basically. The problem comes when you have an LMP1 car that's chasing you, or you're trying to pass a GTE car. It's an immediate right-hander right after that, Connery, so hopefully we don't see any issues happen there.
Yeah, fantastic camera work from our one, the only Hugo Luis, as we'll turn back to the live pictures then. Eva Vervatek still provisionally pole with Inertia and Talk Freak hot on their heels, and that latter car that I mentioned is on your screen right now as they head their way across the line. Talk Freak just not able to improve. They're in fact on their out lap, so this one's going to be their relatively quick one. As Tobias, we just saw our first victim of the Sector 1 curbs there with the car of Inertia Sim Racing, just hopping over them and basically ruining their lap.
Yeah, somebody always has to be the first one that is the victim of these curbs. As I mentioned before, you really want to evade some of them. Others are just flat as the track itself. So they're probably gonna restart their lap as there is not that much time left.
Not that much time. IRDK Endurance, though, getting themselves a good lap onto the board. That's going to be 0.4 of a second slower than your leader, but still good enough for P number 3 on the grid as it stands. And looking further down, I'm still not seeing a race clutch lap time right here, which is slightly concerning because right now, just on the live pictures, you just saw that, which is the race clutch car having yet another issues. We'll see it on the replay. What has happened to Johan Haaf coming through? I think this is the triple right-hander. Yes, it is. Let's have a look. Up over the curve, just fine. Oh, it just continued turning right. There's no other explanation there for that one, Cam.
Yeah, not a good time for Johan Haaf there. The only LMP2 car did not even get a lap in this one. It is just, it's getting a little late in the session. There's still some time. You still got maybe 2 laps, maybe 3 laps if you're good. But at the same time, you know, you don't want to have these issues be happening.
Apex Racing UK getting themselves inside that top 3.3 of a second slower than your race leader. Talk Freak, that's a good lap though, brings them up into P number 2, drops Inertia down to P number 3. Dirk van Tulden behind the wheel of that Talk Freak racing car, setting that immense lap, but still not as immense as your championship leader right now. Ava Vervatek with 153.268 leading the way, but what can Riku Alatalo do about that sort of lap time for the Inertia Sim Racing team? He's coming through what is going to be the tie and twisty middle sector of this lap. It's a lap of just such contrast. You have the free-flowing, downforce-dependent first sector. Then you have the long straight where you want to get as less drag as possible on the car. And then you have the mechanical grip-dependent middle sector, and then a slightly faster later sector as well. So your car, Tobias, at this point has to be a jack of all trades.
Yes, as they now from inertia, they stop their lap because I think they got an off-track. Yes. So yeah, you said it. You need the downforce, you need mechanical grip, you need like not of it, like no drag. So to find the best setup for this track is it's not that easy, I would suppose.
It's very, very challenging indeed. We're still watching that number 57 race clutch car across the line. They will go. This is going to be the start of a flying lap for them, and they really, really need to get at least a banker lap in here. They do not want to be starting at the back of the grid, so no off tracks this time, please, Johan Harvey. Gets through the first corner relatively okay, down into this S's section right now, where you reach about 240 kilometers an hour on the entry to that corner, and don't even drop, well, you drop slightly below 200 kilometers an hour coming through there, but then that speed starts to build up once again after you come down the hill. That race clutch are currently going up. But right now, they get themselves past the Schubot Motorsports car that just parked itself on the outside of one of those corners. They're on an out lap. No point in interfering with the cars on flying laps. Don't want to risk a penalty here in qualifying and get yourself shuffled further down that grid. Johan Harf then 100% throttle all the way down the back straight as you go up the hill, down the hill, and up the hill again, and then back down it in towards that left-hander again. There we go. And there's just him racing out of the way of race clutches. Have they messed it up again? They will recover the car, not get an incident point. So this will at least not... Oh, that won't be a lap time for Johan Harf. This is looking so concerning now for race clutch.
It's one of those situations where you're trying to take it easy, and that in taking it easy, you're actually causing these issues. You don't like to see it, you don't like to have it. And the other thing to remember is everyone else has already put in that banker lap. Everyone else has already done their safe lap. So if you are going to put in a lap time, even if you're taking it safely, it's really not going to come to your benefit, simply because everyone's been going so very quick. And I believe that Ava Ranik car is still out there, so will we see them go faster than 153.2? I don't know, but right now it's pretty much just where will Race Clutch be starting from?
That is the big question. Alex Simpson, though, we're riding on board with him, the team boss of Apex Racing UK, getting himself behind the wheel, down in towards the turn number 12 he goes, and the start of the technical section. And Apex Racing UK, they weren't a name that we were really expecting to be so far up the field, at least at the start of this Neo Endurance Series, and they're not really an endurance racing team, but they found some pace here in the LMP2 machines, and they are looking to get the fantastic result here in this LMP2 class. Through the right they will go. That's a bit of a step out there for Alex Simpson as he hits the penultimate corner. Car will grip up through there, but that's more of a qualifying setup, you have to argue, on that Apex Racing UK car with how lively and how slidey it is through the corners, but that's probably going to be the fastest way you're going to get around them, as there we go. There's the lap time being set at 153.407. Good enough for top three there, Tobias. As he has left again, so can take it.
Yeah, no, I noticed he wasn't even in the channel, so that must be one heck of a vacuum break. No, it's a 404 versus a 406. So the lapse times to get Ava Vervantic, however, were not found. No. It's going to be one of those situations where Dirk Van Tolden, he was on a hot lap. He's already abandoned that one. He's already slowed it way down if this is a hot lap for him. I'm going to say it is not going to be a great lap time, but Dirk is getting ready to get on the throttle here coming off the final corner. So it's getting to that point where I would have to say a lot of these cars are going to be starting their final lap, as it were.
Yeah, exactly. Dirk Van Tolden then gets in, well, he's currently in P number 2, getting himself a flying lap in. The same can be said for the Race Clutch car. That's a little bit further down the road than where Dirk Van Tolden is as well. And Johan Hart not having a big amount of joy with the first sector right now. So his objective is basically just to get a lap on the board at this point, but that objective has already been done by Talk Freak Racing. They're looking for P number 1 on the grid instead of just getting their lap time on the board. But up the hill they will go. Takes that corner. A little bit of a twitch on the exit of the corner, though. That's not going to be a huge issue for Dirk Van Tolden. 45.5 in that first sector. Down towards turn number 11 then. That crucial acceleration zone coming onto the back straight, and there's no draft for him to work with here, so it's just going to be the power of the engine alone that's going to propel him down this straight, and we'll see what he's able to do in terms of his battle with that Ava Vivatic car. It's a 153.268 to beat Dirk Van Tolden's last lap. Well, that was a 153.405, so a couple of tenths of a second to find here for Talk Freak Racing, and this lap is looking pretty clean right now, Cam. They're just hitting their way through the slow left-handers at the end of that middle sector and then up towards that fantastic triple right, and this lap is looking pretty good, but whether it'll be good enough to surpass Eva Vivatic, I still don't know.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, and I've just been watching Johan Hart here. He's coming off the final corner. Will we get a lap time? Drum roll, please. And yes, it was a 153.3, and that was enough for second position. So forget chasing down. Nope, there you go. That's what I was about to say. Forget chasing down Ava. It's keeping the position there. So for Johan Hart, I mean, it took him a while, but hey, he's starting in third.
Oh my god. Finally they get a lap on the board, and it was a storming lap as well from Johan Hart. Now they can rest a little bit easier for the rest of this session. They'll have to be rather rapid on this outlap. You have to argue with the time remaining. When that time hits 25 minutes remaining, that's when the checkered flag on LMP2 qualifying will be out, and it's about just under a 2-minute lap time here. So he has to do a rather rapid outlap. That could mean that his actual flying lap is going to be a little bit slower because he's taken a little bit of life out of the tires for a bit of a heat cycle through them. But on board right now with Alex Simpson, Apex Racing UK, and they're P number 4 in qualifying. Only a couple of hundredths of a second to find if they want to get themselves into P number 3, but that's going to be their qualifying session done. There's no time left now to get themselves back out there on circuit. They will attempt it anyway, and this is sim racing then. Riku Alatalo, P number 6. They had a fantastic early part of qualifying, getting themselves up into P number 2, but they've been steadily dropping further and further back is the Finnish sim racing team. But they have one more chance here before the session is done to get themselves up inside, back up inside of that top 5. So we've got a couple of teams to watch here. What can Race Clutch do on their next lap? Because they've been rather spicy quick, or at least on that one lap they did manage to get in. And let's just see if they're able to even get to the end of their outlap here. That's going to be a bigger issue. But Inertia Sim Racing is the car that we're on board with right now, having a little bit of a step out moment there, coming up into turn number 13 through 14 and 15 as well. These corners do fly by in this middle sector. Riku Alatalo, that driver that was one of the instrumental characters in the iRacing World Cup just yesterday, getting that race win, getting that championship win for Finland, and being a part of that 8-member roster on that road side of things. Through the final corner, here we'll go then. Can Inertia Sim Racing finish higher or get the pace higher on the grid than P number 6? And that is going to be yes. It's only one position gain though, up into that top 5. Only a couple of hundredths behind Apex Racing UK. And now we turn our attention back to Race Clutch. This is only going to be their second timed lap here in this qualifying session after 20 minutes, but can they make it a good one? Qualifying is done here in your LMP2 qualifying. Checkered flag is out. People are allowed to complete their final laps. Oh, this is going to be a monster lap potentially for Johan Hart here, Cam.
Yeah, most certainly. And speaking of only getting 2 laps, I mean, a 153.125 for Pascal Sticks. I mean, that is just faster and faster. Top 12 is all within the 153 second bracket, and it's going to be very interesting to see how they're all going down here. As Johan Hart, he's just about heading into corner number 12 right now, getting on the binders, and pretty soon, there you go. And he has a much easier time than we saw earlier.
He definitely is. Finally getting that lap in just a couple of minutes ago. And now he basically has the confidence to go and chase for more. Maybe P number 1 is on the cards. Maybe P number 2 is on the cards as well. Only needs to find a couple of hundredths of a second to get the latter option. Through the triple right he will go. He won't have any more disturbances here in the final few corners. Hugo Luis thinks it's a pole position lap, but is it going to be so? Coming through the final corner then for Race Clutch, and don't get the off-track off of here. Slides it through there, runs to the line for Race Clutch. It's a 153.4, not good enough to improve, not good enough to get inside of that top 2, and that's pretty much going to mean that LMP2 qualifying is over. No one else out there on track. Here's how they're going to line up for the second prototype class. Ava Vavatic, all positioned by 0.2 of a second over Torque Freak Racing, with Race Clutch finally getting themselves up into P number 3 after a troubled early part of the qualifying session. Apex Racing UK with another great qualifying up in P number 4, with Inertia Sim Racing inside that top 5 as well. Then in P number 6, IRDK Endurance with UI1 Positive Sim Racing in 7th. We've got Team Mad, Schubert Motorsports, and Team Heusinkveld bringing things down to P number 10 on the grid. Then you've got Luxim 24 Motor Podcast car there. We've got TNT Racing, the Road Bastards. We've got iRacing Today Motorsports, Racing Center Vibe Sports, and SRN with World of Sim Racing team right at the back of that LMP2 grid. But now, arguably, it is going to be the main event here in this qualifying session, Tobias. The LMP1 cars are lining up on pit lane. We've just got about 2 minutes to go before we unleash these absolute beasts out there on circuit.
Yes, and I think those guys are feeling the same as me. Adrenaline is going up. They're all waiting just to get on track finally, after watching more than 40 minutes of track time. The little advantage they have now is that the track is layered in rubber. There is a little bit more grip than already is, as we see a beautiful shot of that number 3 car.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic work. Just 1 minute to go before we get the LMP1 qualifying underway. And once again, have a look. I pay attention to those Thrustmaster Movano racing cars. The number 4 car will be leading us off the lane, and the number 3 car is currently that's going to be 5th in line there to get out side by side with Deodox Motorsports car just stationary there on the lane. Tommaso Carla behind the wheel of that number 3 car. He's going to be the arguably leading car for that Thrustmaster Movano team, but both of them have been up there, have been challenging for P number 1 and 2, and of course they are P number 1 and 2 in the championship standings right now. Can they repeat the 1-2 finish? Or is it going to be another cut team joining them on the podium by the time the 6-hour race is done? But we've only got the small issue of qualifying to get over and done with before we take the green flag for the race. The timer will get itself towards 50 minutes elapsed in qualifying. That's going to mean the LMP1 cars can get themselves out there on track. Green light on the exit of pit lane, and they're all filing themselves out and getting themselves that outlap done to eventually get themselves some of the incredibly quick lap times. I think these guys at Sebring were about 10 seconds a lap faster than the LMP2 cars. Arguably, that might even be a little bit more here, Cam.
Since I think Cam is still getting something to let him stay up for the rest of the broadcast, I'm going to ask you this question. So, yeah, you have more aerodynamic leads on this track, as you said before, the S's especially, and also the technical sector with these speeds they take. Actually, the mechanical grip isn't that much of a factor on some parts, as it was with the GTE cars. So they can really take everything, every little bit of wing they have for an advantage, as they, again, it looks more like a race than a qualifying.
Yeah, exactly, and I keep getting abandoned by my co-casters here. It's an unfortunate situation, but there we go. It's just something that we do have to.
You gotta live with it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've done solo commentaries in my time before, so it's all okay. I lied, but it'll be fine in this one. As Cam, you're back in the commentary booth. We're just getting ourselves LMP1 qualifying underway. They're on their first out laps right now, and this one is going to be particularly spicy, especially if someone can challenge the Movano Stronghold on P number 1 and 2.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see here, and you'd hopefully like to see the race clutch LMP1 get a lap time in quickly, and instead of saving it for the last second, as the F4H Rosemont car decides to go to pit lane, which is an interesting strategy as far as qualifying goes. But either way, what that means is that Tommaso Carla is going to have a very open track, as he will open up the can that is the Porsche LMP1 machine, and he'll stretch the legs out here. And you want a track that really challenges the LMP1 car and really challenges the driver. This really is a track that will absolutely push these LMP1 cars and their drivers to the limit.
Exactly. We're currently riding on board with Thrustmaster Ivano Racing. Of course, championship leaders in LMP1 so far, with one race completed. Down in towards turn number 11, they will go on their outlap here, and this is going to be a very fantastic qualifying session to get themselves over and done with, as I believe they're actually on a flying lap at this stage. That is how quick some of these lap times are going to be for the LMP1 machines. Tommaso Carla down in towards turn number 12, then a little bit of a slide on the brakes on the entry to the corner, but no other problems at all for Tommaso Carla. We can expect this one to be a very, very rapid lap indeed, as long as he doesn't get any off tracks over the course of it. Through towards the end of that. Ooh, there we go. There was a bit of a mistake. So Movano Racing not going to get their first lap on the board. We're having a look at race clutch right now, which is going to be the LMP1 F. Blazas Remenik currently behind the wheel of that one. They'll come through the penultimate corner, through towards the final corner as well. Are they going to be able to get themselves a lap time on the board early on in the qualifying session? Unlike their LMP2 counterparts, across the line they will go, and they will not just set a lap time. Oh, there we go. There, our graphics had a little bit of time to update there, but they get themselves a lap time on the board, 0.6 of a second slower than SimRC.de right now, who are currently leading the way by half a second over the Thrustmaster Ivano Racing number 4 car. And I think, Cam, this is kind of that situation where SimRC, they were in with a shout at challenging those Movano cars in the first race at Sebring. They got themselves ahead on the start, but they didn't really have the overall race pace. If they can actually start ahead of them this time at COTA, then that might actually pay bigger dividends for them.
Yeah, I almost think for some reason they had a penalty or something happen or an accident or something that happened in the last bit that kind of sent them a couple of laps down. But either way, it's great to see here this challenge, this battle. They're the only car in a 143 bracket, which is kind of surprising to me. I would have expected a couple more cars, and obviously we will see more cars as the qualifying session goes through. Interesting to note here, about half of the LMP1 cars have put on a lap. The other half really have not. So they've really kind of got to get themselves sorted out. As you said earlier, it's so important to get that banker lap in. As also, we will keep an eye out for the number 12 machine of Virtual Motorsport, because that is our lonely one, is the loneliest number, Audi.
Yes, we do have an Audi in this race, everyone. It is absolutely fantastic to see.
Don't count it out, though.
No, I will.
With the amount
it's factual. It's the only Audi in the field.
Oh, well, no. Yes. They will win the Audi category, but no. I mean, you want to talk about Circuit of the Americas. I mean, the amount of brake regeneration zones. I mean, the Audi would certainly have a shout here. So it's just going to be if Virtual can get a grab.
Yeah, we're looking at the number 14 right now on board with Odox Motorsports. Hugo Preto behind the wheel, yet to set a lap time in the qualifying session. Gets Saul Rensport Esports up into P number 2, but what can Odox Motorsports do as they head their way across the line? I'm just having a look. That's going to be good enough for P number 5 on the grid as it stands. And if you're wondering who that only Audi is, it's going to be on screen for you right now. Virtual Motorsports, Michael Storm behind the wheel, the best name in sim racing. A bit sketchy there coming through that first sector, but the car still manages to grip up and he's still managing to continue on with his timed lap here. But Tobias, they're the only representative of the Audi. What can they do against these Porsches is going to be the big issue with the, shall we say, disadvantage that they have.
Yes, they have a disadvantage. They have an interesting design in the front, but they're still fun to drive though. And what they have, what is an advantage on some tracks, that is you sit on the right on these cars, which normally means that you mostly sit on the side of the apexes. Of course, only on tracks which go against the clock.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be counterclockwise as you're trying to find a tin
Yes.
to try and describe that. As Virtual Motorsports then through the slow sector they will go. And that Audi trying to use as much of the energy deployment on the exit of these corners as is possible. Through the triple right they will go. What sort of qualifying time will they set here? They're already on a 135, 137, 138 right there. I don't know if this is going to be fast enough for any positions far up the grid as they'll head their way towards the line. A 145.3, which is going to be good enough for top 10 at least for Virtual Motorsports. It's going to be up into P at number 9, so that's a good banker lap there for the Audi team of Virtual Motorsports. But we've still got about 11 minutes here left in this LMP1 qualifying session. We are yet to see lap times from, importantly, the number 3 Firstmaster Movano Racing car. That's Tommaso Carla behind the wheel, your championship leader, not being able to get themselves their first lap on the board. They'll head their way through the final corner. This is an out lap for them, so we'll remain on board with them and see if they can grab pole position here, Cam.
Yeah, most definitely. And it's going to be one of those situations where you saw the lap with the Audi. Now we're getting the lap with the Porsche here. And actually, Julian Rebelou, the Simitalk Esport Ombre machine, is actually hustling right behind Tommaso Carla. So he might be able to get a bit of a sniff of a draft, as you can just see how fast these guys are taking the S section here. I mean, that was 110 mile an hour. He almost put that Bullard. And for Tommaso Carla, I mean, it's just been from strength to strength to strength. Remember when he was racing, when he first showed up, he was racing the Aston Martin in GT1, and now he's in an LMP1, and he's just gone from strength to strength. So if there's a driver that I wanted doing a qualifying time for me, it would most certainly Tommaso Carla would be on the short list for that hypothetical team.
Yeah, Movano, one of the best prototype teams that we have here in iRacing. I would say they're the best, but I won't say that when Pure Racing Team exists with Maximilian Benecke and Patrick Pichler and so many other drivers that you can just fit into that car. Patrick Wolf as well, who I know is just lurking in our YouTube chat right now. But Tommaso Carla and Marcus Hamilton, you cannot go wrong with that pairing at all. Fantastic depth of talent here in Movano. But it's going to be the prototype stars in that number 3 car right now through towards the final sector. That number 3 Movano racing car, little bit sketchy coming into that penultimate corner, not quite finding the apex, but that's only going to be at least a tenth of a second lost there coming through there. Power down towards the line. What are they able to do? It's a 143.9. That is only good enough for P number 5. So that is even behind their sister car of the number 4 there. So not a great lap, you could argue, for Movano. We're used to seeing them inside that top 3, Tobias.
Yes, we are. So this is also interesting for me because I was expecting a little bit more speed. Maybe they went for a different setup, a little bit more it's more stable setup actually than some of the others.
does seem to be the case. So still SimRC.de leading the way by 1/10 of a second over Sorg Rensport Esports here in the LMP1 qualifying, but with some of the teams further down the field, they don't have to panic just yet that they haven't gotten their good lap times in. We've still got 9 minutes remaining as we ride on board with that Sorg Rensport Esports car. Currently in P number 2 on the grid, Dominic Farber behind the wheel of this one as he heads his way through that fantastic S's section right at the start of the lap. I'm just very curious to see where Sorg Esports are in the championship standings. They managed to finish P number 3 last time out at Sebring. That was a fantastic result for them, and it's currently a very, very good qualifying here as well at COTA camp.
Yeah, most certainly. And I mean, it's one of those situations. And first of all, I'm loving the overlays that we have here as we're watching with Sorg Rensport Esports. I love the little bit. I can't get over myself here. I'm sorry. Anyways, so it's just for Sorg. They want to get a good lap time in. Obviously, as we'll see them get around here, it's that double long right-hander here, and then you've kind of got that wandering apex. And this section you want to talk about, you were talking about how difficult it is for a single monitor not to move from point to point, but you were talking about a single monitor. Now be a single monitor and a tin-top LMP1 machine. The sights out of these things are not actually that great.
They're not. I did, when the LMP1s first came out, I decided to have a little bit of go myself on my single monitor, and you cannot see anything out of these cars with a single monitor. But Dominic Farber across the line, 143.609, good enough for pole position provisionally by 0.5 of a second over SimRC.de Emerald, but we're still waiting for more representative lap times to come in from the likes of those 2 Thrustmaster Movano racing cars. They can definitely spoil the Sorg Rensport and the SimRC party at the front of the field, the German party at the front of the field. So what can Movano do then? P number 5, P number 4 at the moment. Tommaso Carla's going to be on a fast lap, I believe, here. Down and towards turn number 12 he will go. Hit the brakes, try and get that car slowed all the way down for about 80 kilometers an hour on the apex there. So that is a huge braking zone there. You're braking from about 300 all the way down to 80 kilometers an hour, and that's going to be a lot of work being done there by the recovery system on the brakes as well. Through the middle sector they will go through the triple right. This has to be such an important lap right now for Movano. They do have a little bit of time to work with to get a couple of laps in here to have a couple of shots at that top of the grid, but at the end a little mistake coming up through the penultimate corner for Carla. He's done that 2 laps in a row now. Drive to the line. What's the lap time going to be? It's a 143.3, and that is the lap that Movano needed, but it's surpassed by SimRC. Oh my word. Just as Movano get pole position, SimRC steal it away, Tobias, in emphatic fashion.
Wow, that was really very, very, very good timing as well. I don't know what they think about it. They might have another shot, but this is a lap time that is pretty much on point. Looks like they had like only fumes in their fuel tanks.
Yeah, you're just running on the minimum amount of fuel possible. Don't want to be dragging all that weight around the racetrack. But what can the second Thrustmaster Movano racing car do? They got themselves up into P number 4, so it was an improvement for them. And we're seeing an improvement from Race Clutch as well, getting themselves into P at number 6. Ashley Owen behind the second team car of Thrustmaster Movano Racing. And this would be an interesting situation if they can finish ahead of their sister car here, trying to show who's boss. But that lap from Carla was a pretty big one, but there's still a lot of time left out there on circuit, a lot of time left in terms of the lap times as well, especially when SimRC are showing that you can go at least 0.5 tenth faster than what Carla was able to manage, Cam.
Yeah, I mean, Michael Bittner, that was absolutely... you want to talk about breaking the morale. I mean... we got excited for Tommaso Carla, and then Mittner just tutted us and wiggled his finger as he drove on by the commentary booth, because my goodness me. And we got to talk about, I mean, these lap times, everyone else, we have cars uncomfortably being in the 145 bracket, let alone the 144, let alone 143. So very exciting, not just here in the qualifying session, but what does this mean for the race pace? You know, you could certainly have a very quick qualifying one lap, Max Bantz car for qualifying, but then you got to drive this thing for 6 hours, and the last thing you want to have is something happen. As Mittner wasn't able to get that last lap in, but you know what? He's going to continue to go around. And I think the interesting thing for me is that the Sim RC car, it seems to be a car that has fuel for multiple laps, where everyone else just seems to be done and over with, and I think that they're onto something.
Definitely on something. Ava Vavatic improve up into 7th place as we are still riding on board with the number 4 Movano car. Sorg Rennsport, though, getting themselves up into P number 2, 45 thousandths of a second behind their fellow Germans in P number 1 on the grid right now. Ashley Owen, he's coming towards the last third of the lap here for Movano Racing 4. We also have Carla in the Movano Racing 3 car also on a lap here. So what can Movano do to stop this sort of blockade right at the front of the field of Sim RC and Sorg Rennsport Esports as well? Ashley Owen through the penultimate corner. Such a tricky corner when he can snap oversteer. That's going to be the lap invalid. He can hop himself back to the pits and has enough time to get himself another outlap. So it's not all done for the number 4 car, but Tommaso Carla through the triple right he will go. We'll have a look at a couple of the other machines as well. We've got that Sorg Rennsport Esports car as well making its way around the racing circuit. Carla's coming towards the end of his lap right now. Coming up through the final corner he will go, and power out of it because you have to chase every single 10th of a second as across the line, and that's going to be an invalid lap for Carla as well. So he still has enough time to get out. He has to do a rather quick out lap here to get himself a chance at the end of the session. So Tobias, this final minute here, when the checkered flag comes out, this one's going to decide pole.
I'm still more excited than the drivers right now, probably. My hands are so sweaty just from watching this. So, of course, my fellow German friends and drivers here, it's perfectly fine to see them in the front row, but it's also very interesting to see if Thrustmaster with both of their cars can improve here, because it's so close between all of them.
Riding on board with Sorg Rennsport Esports, then they are on an out lap. You can just see how slow they're going up towards that sort of latter part of the lap here, and they'll be the first car of our pole position fight to get themselves onto their timed lap here. So as they'll go through the final corner and past that DRS sign, which has no effect on this race. We are not in F1 cars today. We are arguably in the better machines. And up the hill goes Dominic Farber. This has to be the last-ditch effort. Up and towards turn number 1. No lockups, no issues coming through there. That's the first little win of the lap count.
Yeah, most definitely, and also just kind of keeping in the rear view of Movano is that Wyvern Racing, the Cyandra piloted machine. They've had a great qualifying session as well. They're in the top 5, and then you also have to look at the race clutch. They are also in the 143 bracket, and when you're already in that 143 bracket, you never know what could happen.
You never know. Maybe some teams even further down might have a little bit of a shot to get inside this top 3, but Farber then through turn number 11, getting that power down, using that immense amount of hybrid energy just to propel himself off the corner. That's one of the big things in these LMP1 cars. It's the acceleration off the corner that's just absolutely incredible. If you see them in real life, you'll know what I mean. It's just an absolute sight to behold. But Farber then through turn number 12 up towards 13. Checkered flag is out there on circuit. Everyone who's on a lap now will have the chance to complete it before this session is over and done with. Farber then through one of the slowest parts on the circuit, down to 75 kilometers an hour after running 300, coming up down the back straight through the downforce dependent triple right, where you can take so much speed in these MP1 cars. That's an invalid lap for Sorg Rennsport. They will not improve on P number 2. Now the race is in the hands of the likes of Movano, of the likes of potentially SimRC.de Emerald as well, because they are currently on a lap lap, heading down towards turn number 12. We're riding on board with Tommaso Carla then. What can he do? What can a championship leader in LMP1s do right in the dying moments of this qualifying session? He'll only have one chance. He just needs to not step a foot out of line anywhere on the rest of this circuit. We're also keeping a close eye on the number 4 Mivano car, who will not sell lap time, unfortunately for them. But number 3, that's going to be where it is at. Carla needs a monster lap here if he's going to solidify his position inside of that front row. SimRC.de Emerald through the final corner then. Can they improve on a 1:43.302? That is going to be a yes. 1:43.267. Does Carla have that sort of pace across the line? He does. That's pole position for Mivano at their last chance. Oh my word. What a lap from both SimRC and Mivano, right where they needed it the most. But Mivano, pole Tobias.
What the actual... I don't have any words for that. That was the most perfect lap I've seen. And we have the grid here. So Thrustmaster Mivano Racing takes the pole right now, followed by SimRC.de with just not even half of a tenth.
Oh my god.
Saw Grand Sport East then on P3 starting. Thrustmaster Mivano Racing number 4 car on P number 4. Vivian Racing just behind Race Clutch on P6. Eva Vivatic on P7. UE1 Positive Sim Racing on 8. MSI Esports on 9. And Odox Motorsport on P number 10.
Oh my word. I'm going to have to take a moment to recover from that one, but PRT Racing, P number 11, Virtual Motorsports, P number 12, UI1 Positive Sim Racing, 13th, the Torrent in 14th, Chimera, 15th, Simotalk Esports, 16th, and F4H Motorsports there in 17th position on the grid for LMP1, as we have a fantastic race on the cards for you, especially in LMP1. If this race is going to be as competitive as that qualifying session was, then, well, we're going to be very much treated to a fantastic race. The cars are getting themselves on towards the grid now, or rather the makeshift grid that they have on the back straight to line these cars up behind that iRacing pace car. We've got Ava Vivatic starting pole position in your LMP2 field with Talk Freak Racing LMP2 and Race Clutch inside of that top 3. There's the start of your LMP1 field there. Thrustmaster Mivano Racing, SimRC, we've gone through these already, so if we can cycle things back rather quickly in this one, that would be absolutely fantastic. You got the names like Race Clutch there up into P number 6, VRT E-Racing, P number 11 with Virtual Motorsports 12, as then we'll get down to our LMP2 runners then in this one. Ava Vivatic will start pole position in LMP2 with Talk Freak Racing and Race Clutch down to P3, Apex Racing UK, P number 4 with Inertia Sim Racing and IRDK Endurance on that 3rd row of the grid. Positive Sim Racing, Team Mad as well make up position 7 through 8, and then Schubert Motorsports, Team Hoisingveld bring things down to P number 10. We've got Motor Podcast as well there further back with TNT Racing, Roadbusters, iRacing Today Motorsports, Racing Center Vivesports and SRN Motorsports there with Wilder Sim Racing Team rounding out the LMP2 grid. And then we've got a rather quick look back to that GTE qualifying. 40 minutes to go. They finished their particular qualifying session as they'll get pole position for Triton Racing with Altus Esports there. That's a fantastic battle at the front of the field. Mivano there getting P number 3 in GTEs with Zenith Esports P number 4. MSI Esports though with Mark Perez 0.4 of a second behind your pole position sitter. And then we've got Redface Racing, Core Sim Racing and Euphoria DriveX Racing as well, bringing things down to P number 3. Torrent Motorsports P number 8, but P number 9 goes to Torrent. Odox 10th, Team 85 11th, Army Racing Team P number 12 with Saw Grand Sport Esports not able to repeat their qualifying effort in LMP1 in GTE. They'll start P number 13. SimRC, similarly the case for them, P number 14. Simotalk Esports P15, Team 84, P number 16, Team Bushfink and SRN, Talk Freak and Williams Jim Jr. will bring things all the way down to P number 20 in GTEs. Here we go. The cars are rolling off. We'll get ourselves 6 hours of racing started here in the new Endurance Series. 6 hours of the Circuit of the Americas, and Fields is going to be under the control in just a couple of moments' time of Marcus Hamilton in that Thrustmaster Movano Racing number 3 machine. And well, these drivers in the sim racing side of things, they don't have a time, they don't have an evening and a night and a sleep to be able to recover from qualifying here for the race day on Sunday. The race follows directly after the qualifying, so if your adrenaline is still high after the end of that fantastic qualifying session, you're going to have a huge job to try and calm down your nerves for this race start as well. Pace car will pull down on towards the lane. Field under the control of Hamilton. He does have to start in the restart zone, of course, but through the final corner they will go. Movano, they're going to hit 100% throttle all the way down this pit straight. They'll get the race started. We're going to go here for the 6 hours of Circuit of the Americas in the new Endurance Series. Fantastic start there for Movano, up in towards turn number 1 for the first time as they'll stack up. Oh, there's been an incident there. Ava Vavatic has completely plowed one of the cars there. That's Thrustmaster Movano Racing number 4 car that went up and over and into the barriers as well. That is a huge incident as we see the LMP2 start here. No dramas for them like we've seen in the LMP1 machines. They'll get themselves into the first sector relatively okay, but GTE start now. Triton Racing leading from Movano this time, so they've gained the position over Altus Esports, who dropped back into P number 3, side by side between MSI and Zenith Esports, though, coming up towards that first sector, that first S section where there's only a single line coming through here and they all get single file. But how about that, Cam, inside your LMP1 field? Just carnage at turn 1.
Yeah, and carnage in LMP2 as well, because the iRacing Today Motorsports machine coming off the S's Apex there, he clipped the rear end of the TNT Racing machine, and that collected Road Bastards as well as Racing Center. So dramas kicking off in pretty much every field here, minus the GTEs. The GTEs are fighting right now for, I believe it's 5th or 6th position. Now they slap back in. So I think the GTEs right now, fingers crossed if they keep everything straightforward. But my goodness me, the number 4 machine, Ashley Owen, their day is maybe not done per se, but as far as the win goes, as far as good points go, it's over.
Yeah, I really want to see a replay of this one, because the incident all started with Ava Vavatic, number 23, running into the back of the race clutch car that was going pretty slow in towards the corner, but they have the right to do so. Julian Groner just not expecting it, hits the back of the race clutch car, spins him across the apex of turn number 1, which is the most dangerous thing to do in this in the start of the race. You see the contact with race clutch, and you see the further contact with the number 4 Movano car, flips him up into the gravel trap, into the Tech Pro barriers on the outside of the corner as well. We'll get another view of it as we'll see Ava Vavatic. The first initial bit of contact is there, and then they're just a passenger across the apex, and Movano 4, they do not see that coming, and I don't expect anyone in the universe to see a car coming at them that rate of knots over the curb and be expected to avoid it. They're just completely unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, forget knots. To talk about to aerospace speed. It's very unfortunate. We'll see if we can't get that LMP2 replay as well at some point, as we're just seeing multiple views. You can seeing on board with Odax Motorsport right now. It just everyone, you just should just, if you're in the mid pack to the back pack, just know that everyone's going to be slow going into quarter number 1. It's not going to be a run to the line. And this is obviously, I know we just had a very, very adrenaline, heart pounding. As here's the LMP2 incident, you can just see he's this is the iRacing Motorsports podcast machine. iRacing Today Motorsports with Dean Moll. He's going to clip after this series of sections. He's going to clip the rear of that TNT machine. He's going to get sent around. You'll see how that unfolded, which is very unfortunate, Connery, that happened. Yeah, and then it just put 2 cars into the wall just like that. So both the prototype divisions having issues. Huge
Huge issues. You see that on the replay once again at the back of the LMP2 field. That's Vibe Sport taking their way into the barrier with Robustas as well. Pretty much no fault of their own in that one. They just got completely run off of the circuit, but we will return to the live pictures. Just an update on the standings right now. We've got Thrustmaster Nirvana Racing number 3 currently leading the way from pole position, with SimRC.de Emerald second, being challenged slightly by Sorgren Sport Esports here, as they will get the slipstream all the way down towards turn number 12 now. They're sitting in the proper position, but the thing is, they don't have the ERS deployment to use. SimRC.de Emerald just pulling away slightly, coming towards the end of that straight, and that's going to be so important in these LMP1 cars. We saw it at Sebring as well, Tobias, where it's this whole strategy of where and when you deploy that overtake button.
Yes, and it's not just the deploy, it's also the charging, which is important. You have multiple settings for that as well, that also like differ you a little bit more. The engine braking, it all plays a part on the whole way the car behaves and drives, not only on the straights but also in the corners.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be the whole game that you have to play in these LMP1 machines. Very, very complex machines indeed, with all the settings that you have to configure, with all the ERS shenanigans that you do have to keep in the back of your mind as well. But looking back towards LMP2, Ava Vavatic got a very, very good start. That could not be said for their LMP1 effort, let's just say that, but their LMP2 cars has managed to get away a little bit by a couple of tenths of a second over the Torque Freak Racing LMP2 car, with Race Clutch LMP2 hot on the heels of P number 2 here, Johan Hart. So that is going to be on that we can keep an eye on. We've got Apex Racing UK further back in P number 4 then in your LMP2 class. But looking at GTEs now, it is still Triton Racing at the front, but it's going to be Movano getting themselves that early position gained in turn number 1 over Altus Esports. They'll have to drop back into P number 3. MSI Esports, P number 4 is Zenith further behind as well. So apart from that, those two huge incidents that we saw in LMP1 and LMP2, things have otherwise been relatively calm, especially in this GT field, who haven't had major incidents, Cam.
Yeah, those jerks. No, it's one of those situations where you kind of wanted to. You were hoping that everyone kind of got the shakes, the adrenaline off as Triton is doing what he can. Camille is doing what he can up the front stretch here to kind of break your draft, and here comes trouble. Here's the Race Clutch LMP1 with the Wyvern Racing LMP1. These are two LMP1 machines who were either involved or had to take evasive action for that incident as it was unfolding. I imagine Wyvern not directly involved per se, but more or less probably picked up some damage from clipping this way or that way. They probably went in the pits and just got a new front nose or something like that. So this is kind of a bit of a taster here of what these LMP1 machines are going to have to do in order to get their way through the field here. But yeah, it's been one of those situations where you were hoping that everyone would just shake out that adrenaline, shake out everything, and then they were able to continue. And instead, that just doesn't seem like that's what happened here. As it looks to me like maybe next lap, Marcus Hamilton is going to be hitting that GTE traffic.
Yeah, hitting GTE traffic already. That's the pace difference between the LMP1s and
actually, he's going to hit him this lap.
He's going to hit them this lap, and looks like that is going to be the case as we see one of those cars hit their way down the driver's left-hand side of all of these GTE machines. Torrent Motorsports actually being pretty far down the field right now in that number 9 car, having to deal with the GTE traffic. Actually pushes wide on the exit of turn number 12 for his issues. So our first sort of section of lapping here has come rather quickly, and when we have on the order of almost 20 seconds difference between the lap times of the LMP1 cars and the GTE cars, and that isn't entirely surprising at all that we get this sequence on lap number 5. So there we go, Marcus Hamilton through the traffic and getting dealt with it pretty well around the outside of the Williams Esports yellow car. But the big issue, Tobias, for these LMP1 cars is catching these GTE cars in a place like that first sector S's section where they can easily get trapped behind.
Yeah, we saw that just before. You have to stay behind them for some moments at least. You can at some points overtake them on the outside, but sometimes it's just better to stay behind them. But then you have to watch out for the other guy in the LMP1 that is following you. Maybe he gets a better line around them.
Yeah, Hamilton having to go around the outside in the initial part of the SS section. This requires a lot of trust between the LMP1 machines and the GT cars. The GT cars are on the limit of grip coming through these sections, and they can't very easily change their lines once they've committed to it, whereas the LMP1s have a little bit of an easier time at the change of direction. So Marcus Hamilton will be very much aware of that one, just playing a little bit careful with these GT cars and not wanting to spoil his race this early on. Here comes Rennsport on SMRC.de, then so the two German teams will battle it out. Coming through turn number 11, oh, there's almost a bit of contact there, but it's still going to be okay. No damage to either of those two cars, and Sorg Rennsport, they'll drop behind a little bit coming on the back straight there, but that was so close between those two cars, and Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports there will get themselves even closer coming through turn number 12 with a fantastic braking performance, as they all have to deal with these GT cars that are all stacked up. That just adds another element to these sorts of battles when you have to be concerned about your challenger behind, and of course the effective roadblocks that you have ahead, Tobias.
Yes, it is, and especially when you're that early in the race, the GTEs, they're all together. You have, yeah, as you said, rolling roadblocks for the, I mean, in comparison to the LMP1s, there's no no comparison in speed, and especially in acceleration. So they wanted to overtake before, so Sorg attacked already the SimRC car, but they were too close to do the switcheroo move down into that hairpin.
They had the opportunity, weren't able to capitalize on it though, as once again they're going to have to deal with GTE traffic. But that's the last of the GTE traffic for a while, because they just got past the GTE race leader, so they have a little bit of clear track to work with before they manage to hit the LMP2 cars. Not in a literal sense, I hope. In this situation, there we go. Odox, and I believe well, I don't know what that other machine was, but Odox are involved, and this is going to be in a huge amount of traffic as well as they try to rejoin the circuit. Everyone behind has to be careful. Is that a Movano car or a Simotok car by a spot also involved in this one? That is going to be interesting. That's going to be the, I believe, the Simotok car, I believe. There we go. So no dramas for Movano, but the Simotok car. There we go. There's the interstep between those two GTE machines, and Odox. I'm not sure what to make of that one. I think we need to get a better view of that one to try to even begin to ascribe blame. But you see the mad scramble behind of cars not being sure what to do, as there's been another spin in the background of that shot as well. So a little bit of confusion in the lapping process here, Cam.
Well, what this all started out with was the UI1 Positive Sim Racing Black machine. He goes around not just Jürgen Frank, but Adrian Breza and Dominic Blager as they're going side by side. Dominic sees that LMP1 car and he just gets a little too close. It wasn't even really that close, or he wasn't even trying to challenge. They were just maybe making room for that LMP1 machine. That sent Odox around, and that sent Virtual Motorsport had to go and take evasive action. He picked up damage. The Chimera machine ended up getting a hefty nip from the rear of Julien Rebellou, who was completely at top speed. So Joshua Chin getting absolutely doored by that Simotok machine. So he's going to need to come in for a new rear wing, and I'm not sure who ended up taking the spin, but yeah, it's definitely was not great times, as Joshua Chin has at least kept Julien Rebellou behind, but it shouldn't be too long, because you can just see the damage on his rear diffuser and all that.
Yeah, Simotok ran into the back of Team Chimera there. In that initial GTE instant, that was the Army Racing Team on the inside of Odox Motorsports, and that is the one that spun Odox Motorsports around and then caused the issues further behind, as everyone tried to avoid the spun car right in the middle of what is a pretty dangerous section to have a car stranded, because as I said already, especially these GTE cars are on the limit of grip, and you're going to have a tough challenge trying to get it slowed down to avoid that incident. But we'll definitely have to wait in terms of the stewards then to see who was at fault, or if anyone was at fault for that one, but they're going to have a pretty busy time in the steward's office right now, Tobias, because we had those flurry of lap 1 incidents, and then we've just had the incident that we've just seen, so they're not going to rest for the next probably 20 minutes. Now, there are already a lot of discussions. I think also some replay watching get more views than even we had here in the replays, and I think there's going to be some questioning for the teams. Oh yeah. Yeah, one lap stop and hold penalty for the 23 car. That's Ava Vivatic, and I think this one was coming. That was the incident into turn number 1 for the first time in LMP1s. The race administrators, the race stewards, has deemed that incident egregious enough to warrant a stop and hold for 1 lap. That's basically the equivalent of stopping and holding in your pit box in these LMP1 cars about 1 minute and 40 seconds. That is a huge penalty count.
It is, and it is justified. I mean, you can still see they're putting together the Movano car. If you actually take a quick peek over at the number 4 machine, you can see they are getting it back together. They've gotten the front. I'm going to be surprised if they come back out, but you know what? Maybe not. The team's working on that number 4 machine. They've got the new front clip on. They got the new rear clip on. So hey, if the thing's holding up together, you might as well take it on back out. But it's one of those situations where. You know, it's understandable. You're at the start of a 6-hour race. You don't need to be hustling like that as action's still going around on the track. I almost just saw the Positive Sim Racing green machine, the 27 car, absolutely eat a fellow Porsche, but a GTE version, and I believe that was actually your race leader that they almost demolished. Yeah, that was. So that would have been bad in GTE, but thankfully that all sorted out. And I also have to say, as an aside, the YouTube chat is absolutely loving this race. So shout out to everybody. Well, they had fun during the qualifying session. I tell you, the comments have been fun. Was Fernando driving the Movano car, the Battle Royale COTA version, all this other that and the others. So. They're having good fun with it, but hopefully we can clear it out and dust our hands and get back to some good old-fashioned racing, because there is some good racing, especially in the GTE field.
Yeah, we're having a look at it right now. That's the Altus Esports car versus the MSI Esports car. So Yannick Lapcham versus Mark Perez in this one, with cars not too far behind or ahead either. Zenith Esports on the back of this train as well. And we've got Movano Racing, your second place runner in GTEs, just ahead of this one. So good clumping of cars here on lap number 8 of this event for the GTE cars in this first stint as well. We haven't had any scheduled pit stops just yet. Through the final corner that they will go then, and coming up in towards turn number 1. That's going to be one of your big overtaking opportunities on this track, and there are quite a few of them here at COTA. You can do it down in towards 11, you can do it in towards 12 as well. You can do it multiple places through that slow middle sector. So you do have chances, you do have opportunities here, as we're having a look at the number 40 machine, the Road Bastards Alpha car, as they're currently getting themselves in through a lapping procedure right now in that LMP2 car. They almost got. Excuse me, Cam. I'm just seeing type stuff in the chat. I'm wondering what you're on about.
The MSI Esports number 13 almost had the Road Bastards car for lunch as he was trying to get around. Well, you can see a little bit back that the SimRC.E Crimson car and the Torque Freak Racing car, they're having a great scrap. And that is still continuing. That was still ongoing through the back half of the racetrack. So the MSI Esports car had to try to go around the Road Bastards car, who was also trying to go around that battle. And in almost one of the cars, it got completely demolished or destroyed. But thankfully, that didn't happen. And everyone was able to dust their hands. And now it looks, it makes me look bad because now nothing's going on. But I think it's important to note that there, for all the cameras that we have and all the eyes that we have, there is still going to be a ton that, we could be doing replays of this, that, and the other all day long, and there's still just so much action because of how Circuit of the Americas is as a track.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of an update on the protest front, though. We had that result come through for the lap 1 incident in LMP1, but there are a couple of others under investigation as well. That's going to be the number 9 and the 13, which is going to be MSI versus Torrent. there in the LMP1 class. They have an instance of avoidable contact being investigated in the first lap of this race. And then we have avoidable contact between the 73 car, that's Odots Motorsports, and I believe this is going to be the one with the number 82, that's the Army Racing team. So that was the big incident that we saw coming through the S's section between those two GTE cars. And then we have the 74 and the 27, so SRN Motorsports and the car of the UI1 Positive Sim Racing green car. So that's an incident between the LMP1 and the GTEs. So a couple of incidents that the stewards are investigating. We'll let you know what the results of those protests are as they come through. But as I said, Tobias, the stewards will be very, very busy with the amount of action that we've had there on track and with the amount of contacts that there has been. But apart from those, we've had a pretty good race so far. Everyone else just starting to get into their grooves, starting to get into their rhythms, and this GTE pack is, well, I was going to say they were going to be pretty clumped up, but right now they have been a little bit spread out by the pieces of prototype traffic trying to come through on them, but there's still a close battle for P number 2, Mivano versus Altus. You've also got MSI and Zenith involved in this one as well as they head their way down the back straight, as the LMP1s are starting to lap those fellow prototypes, albeit in the inferior prototypes.
Yes, we see them right here. And also, number 18 car from Porsche Basel Esports, a little bit stuck behind one of those LMP2s for a second. They had a gap of I think 0.8 before. Now
that's the 27 around. I just seen it on my screen. This was just ahead of that GTE battle. Actually gets tagged around by Mivano. That is the P number 2 running, GTE machine through the slow sector. Daniel Vichuti is the LMP1 car that spun for Positive Sim Racing, and you could argue Tobias got spun instead of spinning of his own accord.
Yeah, it looked more like got spun. No revenge is taken here. So let's see. Yeah, it was maybe unfortunate, but I'm not in the position to rate this. I'm just commenting on this.
Well, you can give your opinion, but we are not stewards, of course. The main decision, the main opinion that matters is going to be the one of the race administrators. We can just give our best guess as to who is at fault. So there we go. Positive Sim Racing green. They're going to come through in this same set of GT traffic once again, and hopefully they can get themselves through okay this time. They're stuck behind the Altus Esports car, have to power it around the outside and past the Mivano car they made contact with earlier. There we go. No troubles getting themselves through. No acts of revenge going to be had in this one. So they've managed to get themselves through relatively okay, and I'm hoping Cam is okay with the way he's coughing and sputtering right now.
No, I just saw Marcus Hamilton go 3 wide off the exit of corner number 2 before you hit the S section with an LMP2 car and a GTE car. So Marcus Hamilton, he has his work cut out for him as he is trying to cut through. And Michael Mittner, 1 lap ago, going through the corner in the very back of the track before the long run, he was right behind Marcus Hamilton. Unfortunately, due to him, as you can see just how aggressive Mittner has to go to the inside. He was right behind, almost to where he could make a charge for the lead, but unfortunately, the inertia LMP2 car was there, and so he had to back off, and that slowed out his exit, because the exit speed is so important, because that's when the boost kicks in. And so for Marcus Hamilton, I mean, he is really having to work on it, as I also see some brake smoke coming from that Army Racing Team machine as he had a brake, because these LMP1 cars, they're positioning their cars as such where they can get the grip. But the problem is these GTE cars, they're at the limit of their grip. They're not just daintily running around.
Yeah, exactly. It is one of the points that was raised earlier, that the GT cars having a tougher time of changing their lines if they need to. But up through the final couple of corners they will go. We're still seeing cars being stuck behind others. That's actually coming up through towards the penultimate corner, through towards the final corner. That LMP1 car of Viva Vatic able to make their way through on the Army Racing Team, and a couple of others in that pack as well. SimRC.de Crimson as well involved in that yellow GTE car right at the back of the shop. And I have to say, Tobias, SimRC, like a couple of seasons ago, we usually thought of them as a very, very accomplished and very good indeed GT effort. They were always up there, challenging for race wins, challenging for top fives, but at least this season in Neo, they've dropped back. They're in the mid-pack, and is that troubling for them, or is this just a little bit of a blip at the start of the season?
It could be a blip at the start of the season, but it could also be that they didn't get worse, but others got better in the meantime. And also here, maybe with this traffic, maybe those two tracks weren't the preferred ones, because we have a lot more to come, especially Brazil in December on Interlagos. So it's again a different footprint of track type. And I didn't think about COTA having worse traffic problems than Sebring actually.
Yeah, I think the case with this track is there are just zones of the racetrack where things can just get very congested, like the S's section, like the middle sector. It's just a case of, like always, catching the traffic at the right time, and if you catch it at the wrong time, then here at COTA, then that issue is going to be more exacerbated with how you can't get past sometimes coming through the first sector and the middle sector. So that's the issue that the prototypes especially have to be worrying about right now, as we're still looking at that SimRC.de Crimson car, currently trying to chase down that Army Racing Team car that had that incident just a little bit earlier on inside of that SS section. We're still waiting for the protester results to come through. We've had one come through for lap 1, turn 5 against the 9 and 13. That one's the MSI Esports and Torrent Motorsports car. There's no further action on that one. So they're steadily starting to work through these protest cams, starting to give those decisions out, and arguably they would like it to be done sooner rather than later. You don't want an investigation to be going on for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour.
Yeah, and at some point you stop thinking about it, and there's an accident between the Inertia LMP2 car and the Audax Motorsport with Carlos Villegas at the wheel. So, ice.
Oh, and they're going to get involved with the traffic as well. IRDK getting held up a little bit by the Torque Freak Racing GTE machine. Inertia going to be in a similar situation as well as the UI1 Positive Sim Racing Orange car. So these cars are all stacked up here for positions just sort of outside of your top 5, actually just inside your top 5. IRDK P number 5, Inertia P6, UI1 Positive Sim Racing Orange, P number 7. Positive Sim Racing could have looked for the move coming down in towards turn number 11, but decided not to go for it. These open entries to these corners are so inviting to just send it down the inside, but that is quite often a mistake that does happen with the corners being so inviting. But IRDK right now currently getting themselves past the two GTE cars ahead of them in towards turn number 12. They're going to get stacked up once again. IRDK have to be a bit careful there with the SimRC.e Crimson cars. Inertia head their way down the inside as well. Positive Sim Racing. This is one of the points where you can use these lap traffic, these GT cars to your advantage to try and get the pass, as IRDK are going to get stacked up behind another bit of GTE traffic. This time it's the Army Racing Team, as once again, Virtual Motorsports now. We have 3 classes of cars all within a very, very short space of the track. Virtual Motorsports trying to find their way through in the one and only LMP1 Audi, as finally the GTE traffic will relent, but it's still an issue of that Audi trying to get through on these HPD IRXs, but they'll get themselves through okay, as that was a little bit of a sketchy situation that we just saw, Tobias, there with. It's always troubling when you have 3 different classes of cars with 3 wildly different speeds all on the same track together in the same corner. That gets my heart rate up a little bit.
Yeah, it doesn't always work, but Marcus Hamilton shows that it can work. But it doesn't need to every time. And we saw a replay before with the number 14 car and the Inertia Sim Racing LMP2. It looked like the braking was way too late, because he was understeering very much. And the P2, we mentioned before, maybe a single screen. He didn't see them on the left side, because in these P2s you sit on the right.
Maybe. maybe. Positive Sim Racing looking for the move over the Inertia Sim Racing car, but going to back out of that one because there's GT traffic involved. Inertia going to get held up off the corner. Positive Sim Racing not able to get the power down, but they still have the advantage. 3 wide will go with the GTE car on the driver's right-hand side. Positive Sim Racing have the inside. Inertia might be blocked here by the GT car ahead of them. Have to brake early, have to let Positive Sim Racing orange through, and that's exactly what I've been talking about, Cam. Using the traffic to your advantage and boxing other drivers in.
Yeah, speaking of boxed in, F4H Motorsport, the number 17 Porsche, he's getting hounded by that purple VRT E-Racing number 20. And so they have both had to back out. I mean, absolutely crazy. And look at how boxed in Ismail Yakuba is. And it's one of those situations where you just got to wait for the track to come your way, and that allows Romeo Grinnell to get away, to kind of scamper on down the road. But you know what? It's only a matter of time before it gets to the back of the Positive Racing Orange machine, and then it goes right on back to the car of Ishmael and that VRT Racing machine. So great dramas here, and honestly, I know a lot of people are always give a lot of interesting language towards Circuit of the Americas, but honestly, when it's multi-class like this, I do tend to really love it. It's fun, and there's action all over the track. I gotta say, there's only so much we can bring, but I do know the iRacing service does allow you to spectate races, hint, hint, wink, wink. Listen, actually, there's an incident between the Team 85 machine. Never mind, the Inertia machine was involved in that as well, as Inertia was trying to go around the Team 85 machine of Lucas Yestact, and it looks to me like Lucas was being very polite, perhaps letting on the inside. Here's the replay. And Lucas just went off track just enough. And Grico probably thought he had the apex. Lucas had to brake, or else he was going to hit that metal bollard. Can't blame him there, because you do not want to get under tray damage. And unfortunately, they had a collision.
Yes, they did. And there's Sim Racing then coming off the worst. And that's a little bit unnecessary from Team 85 there, as they came back across the racing circuit and collected the Team Hoisingveld car. Granted, they were out of control, so there's not much that they can do about that, other than just slam on the anchors, slam on the brake, and try to avoid it. But they did. I don't think they actually hit the brakes to stop themselves going back across the circuit there. And it's always a tough decision to make, because you don't want to be stranded in the middle of the circuit, but in other respects, you don't want to come back across it into another car's line as well. So that's certainly an interesting one, but Inertia Sim Racing, Rico Alatalo not going to be happy about that one. Odox Motorsports also down on towards the lane as well. So Carlos Villegas will bring that car in, and right now he's going to get himself stopped in his box after we saw that incident in through the first sector. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens in terms of that one, as the stewards will have another job to do. But if you're wondering who was at fault for that GTE incident that we saw earlier in the SS section between the cars of the Odox Motorsports car and the Army Racing team, well, Army Racing team have gotten themselves a 15-second stop and hold penalty for that incident on lap number 6, turn number 3. So that is going to be the way of things. They'll have to bring that car down in on the next 3 laps or risk the disqualification. But we've still got many, many other protests to look at here, Cam, and all of them avoidable contact.
Yeah, you'd think maybe off track. You'd think, unfairly gaining a position off track, something like that. No, it's causing a collision, avoidable contact, causing a collision, and then the rest of it's avoidable contact. So they're busy. I don't know if they're as busy as Sebring, because I feel like on this track it's a bit more straightforward, I think, to kind of look at how this goes, because everybody is very familiar with the line. It's a wide track, but it is very one line track, unlike Sebring, where you can just have a multitude of different versions and variants and ways of getting their way through here. Speaking of battles, there's a battle between Ivan Fernandez and the 51 machine, the World of Sim Racing team, versus the Schubert Motorsport machine. And Schubert, they qualified so well, and unfortunately they'd fallen right on back, and the World of Sim Racing team, well, they've kind of done the opposite. They were 34th, they've now moved up to 29th, as Schubert coming way on the brakes, so dabble a little bit on that bumper, and then he'll flash the headlights Team Bushwing Pink. So I mean, hey, It's just about everything right there.
That's a little bit late there from Sue, but they got the other team got the pass done. The World of Sim Racing team got the pass done down the back straight, but they came straight back at them down in towards turn number 12. You see how close do you want it there between the two cars? Schubert taking no prisoners down the inside, dragging the brakes in, managing to get stopped for the corner, and the 27 car has gotten themselves a stop and hold penalty. That is the UI1 Positive Sim Racing green car, and so the penalties are starting to be handed out here, Cam. Yeah, and I've been abandoned by my co-commentators again. Tobias, you're surely back as well.
Yeah,
there we go.
I just came back. There's one process that keeps crashing my system. Yeah.
And of course Cam is tending to the baby issues as well as a new father, so that is just the situation that we have to deal with here at Racesport TV. Unfortunately, it is just a fact of life that you have to be able to direct your attention elsewhere. But right now, as the race as it goes, we're starting to see the battles and the penalties start to come through. We still see a lot of congestion, especially in this area of the racetrack where you do have that World of Sim Racing team and of course the SimRC.e Emerald car. You have Porsche Basel by Rennsport Esports as well involved in this big chunk of traffic, as we'll see the SimRC.e car just make itself known, make itself its own way through the traffic on their chase of that Trustmaster Movano racing car, as they've not really let Movano get away here at the start of the race. We did see that at Sebring. Once Movano got themselves back ahead in the early stages, then they were able to gap the SimRC.e Emerald car, but SimRC, this time, things are different. They're not letting them get away.
And not only that, I mean, the Porsche Basel by Sword Rennsport Esports machine is also there. Sorry if I took that one away from Tobias, but I mean, for Dominic Farber, I've been noticing he's been as well. Don't count these guys out. I mean, we're under a second for SimRC and only 4 seconds to the leader here, and this is in heavy-duty traffic. Got to remember always, people typically let the leader of the race go pretty easily unless they're directly fighting for a position, but you know, so you really got to hand it out to the top 3 that we're running right here as far as LMP1 goes.
Yeah, we really do. SimRC currently 9/10 of a second down to 7/10 of a second gap all the way back to that Sorg Rennsport Esports car, so that's just going to fluctuate up and down depending on how these guys deal with the issues with traffic. But Movano, your overall race leader, going to get a little bit held up here coming through that first sector, allows SimRC to close all the way back up, and they might just have a chance depending on how Hamilton gets past this traffic. The gap will close once again to only a couple of tenths of a second, but Mittner will hit the same traffic that the Movano car had to deal with, so that gap will extend all the way back out. It's just how things fluctuate, how things change here with the lapping of the traffic. But SimRC using the ERS all the way down the back straight here, trying to gain back what they lost in terms of dealing with the traffic, and they're right back there, just around about, I would say, half a second behind that first Master Movano. Ooh, that's a car having a moment in the background. That's the Sorg Rennsport Esports car just having a moment through turn number 10. They had contact though with the Zenith Esports car on the exit of turn number 12 there, and I don't know, how do you read that situation, Tobias, if you're back in the session?
I'm just trying to get there, but I had a little look on the production feed we have. So they saved, let's just say it like this, they didn't spin or anything, and as far as I'm concerned, no contacts as well. So yeah, car looks pretty fine, so yeah, they can get back at it.
I will say it was contact between Porsche Basel and Sorg Rennsport and the Zenith Esports car, is looking at what is going to be the SimRC.de Emerald car. They're just dealing with lap traffic of their own class here, with LMP2s, with GTEs as well. It's a nightmare for SimRC as they get held up through the SS section, and you just see how that allows the Movano car to just pull away a good couple of seconds, just as Emeralds were expecting to get past that traffic very quickly. And Movano they did much better job of it. They timed it more correctly, and it's just unlucky that SimRC got trapped in the position that they did. Look at that gap from what was about half a second up to 2.5 seconds, just because of 1 sector of traffic now.
Well, it's going to come right on back because unless, you know what, actually Marcus might be able to lap these cars. We've got to remember these LMP1 cars are doing about 184 at top speed, whereas the LMP2 cars are doing about 160. So no, he's going to have 2 LMP cars that he has to chase, whereas Michael Mittner is going to be able to take every single corner at max speed. So it's going to come right on back. And also, I have to say, I know there's a lot of stuff going on the track. There's cars flipping over and penalties and all this stuff like that. But am I the only one whom believes that the SimRC.E Emerald car, it needs more emeralds? Maybe they could paint all the little yellow triangles in the back. Maybe they could paint those emerald green. I'm just saying, I know that we got big things to do. That was my thought process, watching them fly by cars left and right, chasing down the leader of the race. So that's where my brain goes. But I will say, looking at the last lap times, Marcus Hamilton 148.1. Whereas Michael Mittner a 149.2, so over 1 second, and that is just courtesy of the lap times, and there you go. That's Michael Mittner, and that's not going to help anybody. And Robert Tinsey, he's not really wanting to give that back. He wanted to chase down Ricky Weltall.
Yeah, he does. The other bits of traffic do have their own battles to be concerned about on board with the Sorg Rennsport esports car as they tried to chase down that SimRC car, trying to deal with the traffic. That's Inertia Sim Racing there in that LMP2 effort just ahead, separating these two right now. The Sorg Rennsport esports make the pass here. Has to be on the exit here of turn number 9 through towards turn number 10, and then onto the brakes into turn number 11 right about now. So now, if you're Milvano at the front of the field, you're seeing SimRC just having absolute nightmare with the traffic. You've extended your gap by another couple of seconds at the front of the field, and some drivers, Tobias, they really need that buffer zone to work with to be able to be at their best, because they don't have to be concerned. They don't have to have in the back of their mind that another car is about a second or so away. They can just focus on what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly. It's just this pressure that falls off when you don't have anyone directly behind you, and this buffer of almost 4 seconds, that's actually what is helping Marcus Hamilton a little bit to just push it a little bit further. Just the last lap being a 148.119 compared to the 149.266 that Michael Mittner put in.
Definitely still a 3-horse race at the front of your LMP1 field. Milvano Racing number 3, SimRC.E, Sorg Rennsport as well. They are the challengers inside the podium positions in your LMP1 class, but we still haven't yet hit our first set of stops. We're going to come up to that in about, 10 to 15 minutes, I would say, here for at least your prototype classes. As we'll see the top 3 up on screen for you right now. Milvano Racing leading away from SimRC from Sorg Rennsport, and then you have in LMP2 Ava Vivatic with Race Clutch with Apex Racing UK are the top 3 in that class, and then Triton Racing, Milvano, and Altus Esports are your race leaders in GTE. But looking at the battle for P number 5 then, UI1 Positive Sim Racing versus IRDK Endurance. We're going to go on board here with the IRDK Endurance cars. They have the SimRC DE car that's currently challenging a challenge for the race lead. Come through on them, and careful not to run into the back of them there, Egil Sandfield, as he'll manage to get himself off the corner relatively okay, allow those LMP1 cars to stream by on driver's left-hand side, but he's not going to have enough pace here with the 9/10 of a second gap to be able to challenge the car ahead in towards turn number 12. And in this situation now, Cam, you're coming towards the end of your first stint if you're in either of these prototype classes. How do you set yourself up now for that first stop, and what the strategy is going to be overall in terms of the entirety of this race with the about 50-minute stints that we can expect, especially from LMP2?
Well, the first thing, obviously, you need to do it once over on the car. You need to repair whatever you need to repair. Get it out of the way. You do not want to have a front clip that needs to be replaced. You want to replace that. Don't let it not get replaced or anything like that. You want to get the cars starting to get repaired. This is a 6-hour race. Then I would help the driver obviously get out. I'd get in the car, and then I would just think to myself, holy cow, that the Audi is in 5th position overall. When did that happen? And then we'd get done fueling, and then we get back out on track, and it's going to be interesting because some of these teams are doing kind of a thing where the drivers change every pit stop or every other pit stop. Here comes SimRC, so we'll see what they want to do. I think this is actually really smart to see if they can get the over-under. If you are getting replaced as a driver, I don't think any amount of words that we say can describe properly how to prepare yourself for getting out onto this track with how, I don't like to use the word chaotic, but just how busy the racing track is as Michael Mittner's car goes up in the air and gets tires.
Yeah, tires going on to the SimRC car. I'm keeping a very close eye on the live track map right now to see where on this circuit they can slot themselves back into and not have to deal with that much traffic. It just seems like everywhere on the circuit has some form of LMP2 or GT car come out. They will come out right about now, and this is going to be behind some cars of their own class, but some GT traffic as well, as they get squeezed a little bit by the Euphoria car on the outside of the corner. And this isn't the ideal place to come out because you hit GT traffic in the S's almost immediately. So that is a concern for the team that's trying to chase down P1. So I think unless Movano hit the same sort of traffic issues on their outlap that SimRC are dealing with. Look at them get stuck behind that 4 GTE of course Sim Racing. That's a huge amount of time lost. But Movano, they decide to head their way in, and they might just get dropped into similar traffic, but we'll have to keep a close eye on this camp.
Yeah, and Sorg also is coming in. Smart decisions. I think this is obviously in response. I think they could have gone one, maybe two, maybe three more laps. This is in response. Everyone wants to get tires, and I think that's understandable. I'm not sure how the tire wear is. I'm sure people can double stint their tires, but with the new rules, I believe everyone is basically just taking tires every single pit stop. If I'm remembering correctly, I might be having a stroke and not remember it, but yeah, it's good to see here as I see Farber's car has gone up and already has gotten his tires, whereas there's Hamilton's car. So interesting to see how much if the Sorg car is going to underfuel perhaps to get the over-under on him.
They might just decide to do it. Still stationary on pit lane. Where is SimRC.de Emerald? They're coming up towards the final corner now, just as Movano Racing managed to get themselves away. So SimRC, they're not going to be anywhere near close enough to get the jump over Movano. And Movano, they've timed their pit stop a lot better because they've come out in a very good amount of clear air. So SimRC perhaps pitting about one lap too early, you have to argue that, Tobias?
Can't say that. Maybe for just half a lap because of the little traffic and because of F4H Motorsport, which are actually joining them for just a few moments, but not that more important. They're pretty close behind, but they're not a threat at the moment, I think. So yeah, it's not that much of a difference, I think.
And that's going to be the assessment that we're going to make of that one, as the rest of the LMP1 cars will start to think about coming down towards the lane. We already have Simitok Esports getting their service done. We're starting to see at least the first of the LMP2 pitters as well, as the number 57 heads their way in. That's going to be the car of the Race Clutch LMP2 car. So second position runner in LMP2 deciding to get their service done for the first time in this 6-hour event. Johan Haaf bringing that car in, will stay in the car for the second stint as well. Simitok Esports pulls themselves off of their pit garage and they'll get themselves back out there on track. By the way, in LMP1, through the pit stop cycle, we have an Audi leading.
Hooray! The 78 machine apparently has elected to pirouette. That is the Simitok Esports Emerald machine. Now, it's an interesting thing to note. The Audi, it does, with the fuel numbers, it actually does run a little less on fuel. So I don't, obviously, at some point, Movano's going to catch and pass, and, you know, Virtual's going to come into pit. But over the course of this race, it might be something to keep an eye out on.
Could definitely be, whether it's enough to offset the inherent disadvantage that they have right now in terms of the hybrid recovery and deployment that they're suffering with, then that is a bigger issue, but we'll have to see how Michael Storm manages to deal with that one. Provisionally race lead right now with pit stop cycle underway for LMP1s, and we've got a good couple of LMP1 cars on the lane, the 27, the 17, the 25, and the 15. Bringing themselves down in, and a couple of cars staying out right now. They'll be able to go a little bit longer on the field number. So Wyvern Racing got themselves stopped. VRT and Positive Sim Racing, as there's a chuckle from Cam.
No, that was Tobias.
Oh, that was Tobias.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I was looking at the production feed with the hashtag #GoAudi written on the dashboard right now.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, the moment I look away from the production feed to check the timing screen to see who comes down towards the lane, Hugo brings the yellow pen out, Cam.
Well, what I was going to say is this is actually working out horribly for Marcus Hamilton, because he's now stuck behind, technically, the leader of the race. And I was going to say, Michael Storm isn't just going to let him fly on by, and then probably he flew on by on the backstretch. So, that's how that happens. I don't think that was on speed, so maybe Michael Storm didn't. Oh, you know what? He wanted to come into pit lane. He did not want to get pressured. He didn't want to get rear-ended. Because that certainly can happen. The car that has to dive into pit lane, you take that corner before the final corner is taken about 90 mile an hour, and then you immediately have to hit on the brake and get to the inside. So I think that might have been smart for Michael Storm to let him by then. But yeah, here comes your virtual motorsport car.
63 kilometers an hour speed limit by virtue of the pit lane limiter being set
40
by miles an hour in this one. So. Yep, that's going to be about 40 miles an hour. Just blame the Americans for that one. Although the British, us British as well, do have to use miles an hour in our day-to-day driving. So the Americans aren't the only people still using the Imperial system for their car speeds. But up and down on the jacks, that Audi will go with that sort of beak-nosed front end that it has. I think. Tobias and Cam, I guess. Do you think the Porsche is the better looking car or the Audi?
I mean, the Audi has some elements of like Formula 1 car, but I'm for the Porsche, in my opinion. I'd rather take the Porsche. If ever I could choose from both, just from design standpoint, I would always take the Porsche.
No. That's the answer. As far as which car looks better, the answer is no.
Neither of them do.
Neither.
What?
The LMP1, yeah, they look all right. They're tiny. I am like the fan of the Porsche 962. Those cars, that Group C, the late Group C era, the 90s, the early 90s, your Group C, your GTP cars. Those are the cars that I like. I mean, I'm just saying. I like them because they were like bigger than regular cars. Like, I understand why LMP1 cars have gotten microscopic, but I do kind of miss the bigger prototypes as they were. So I guess I don't.
There was a crash with number 17, and there are GTEs involved. I just saw on my screen.
Oh yes.
Whoa. That one was hard.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at it. Yeah, it's going to be involving F4H. It's going to be involving a good couple of cars.
Oh, and Odax LMP1.
Yeah, F4H is spinning off their, having issues. No, not having issues of their own accord. Odox, what is that down the insides? That is a dive bomb and a half. You're never going to make that corner with the amount of speed that you're trying to carry. We'll see it up on the replay. F4H just get completely plowed by the Odox Motorsports GTP. Look at this immense send. Bam.
It's his own team.
There's no excuse. Yeah, it's his own team. Okay, we'll talk about this situation in a different fashion. We'll go Odox Motorsports hit F4H. Those are not teammates, but there's also the ISRAP GT. Hang on, there we go. We'll get this one sorted on the screen for you now. We see the Odox Motorsports plow the F4H Motorsports car, and then it's just absolute calamity further behind. So no teammates being involved in this one, but look at this.
Oh.
Bam.
And then the Odax car ends up rear-ending. Yeah, I think what people forget is this is a long run down to this corner. Nobody thinks about it, but you do have a very good headwind going into it, and there is a draft. So I think perhaps maybe Adrian went, I can totally start hitting the brake. He had no aero downforce simply because he had the LMP1 in front of him, the Team 84 next to him, and then all of a sudden he gets on the binders, go, oh crap, I don't want to rear end my own teammate, and then just quote unquote sent it.
That's the most clear-cut penalty that one of the most clear-cut penalties that I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, it's not intentional. It's a dumb moment. It's a stupid dumb
moment,
and it's about obviously warranted, but
which is just about the strongest use I can use on a Racebot TV iRacing broadcast. Let's just say that. I could go for stronger words, but stupid is the way I'll put it. Yeah, like silly move. But yeah, I think this one's guaranteed a penalty from the race stewards, and Odox. They're not going to be happy with their display there. I completely agree with Cam. It's not intentional. I don't think anything like that is intentional unless there's been some prior context between the two teams, like some tempers flaring. But it's just a lapse of concentration, lapse in judgment, and as I said, just a stupid moment, Cam.
Yeah, the chat, of course, always living up. They say that was quite an interesting tactic from Odox. They're witty today. All the 400 or some odd people talking in the chat. We love them today. But I'm sure if you're Adrian, he probably feels not great. Getting involved in an incident, is not great, but one that you cause, and especially for something like just getting an overspeed going down the hill, you try to get on the brakes, you start locking up, and there is no good the decisions there. I think he realized that he was in trouble as soon as he was passed by his teammate when he started getting on the binders, and the speed just wasn't reducing, and you only have a tenth of a second less than to make a decision of basically whom you are going to hit, and that is the worst. I've been there. It is the worst decision in the world where you have to try to figure out whom you're going to hit that's going to give everybody the least amount of damage, and it's a terrible way to think about it, but when you're a driver, you gotta think almost selfishly that way in a way. And also I see the MSI Esports rejoining, and the MSI Esports car has had a hefty hit with a couple of different cars. Okay, something has happened with the Team 84 car, the Positive Series Green car, and the MSI Esports car.
It has. We'll hopefully get that one up on screen for you now. MSI Esports, what incident have they gotten? Oh, we'll see the tail end of it there. That's an LMP1 car also involved in that one as we'll cycle things further back. That's the Team85 machine, I believe. MSI, we've also got MSI Esports there. Oh, that's a hopeful move. I think that was the Positive Sim Racing car that got themselves an over-eager move, I should say, coming through the S's section. And it has resulted in the incident that we've just seen. We'll see it again. That prototype behind just got completely collected in this one. That's a late move from Positive. I'm sure of that.
Easy.
Yeah, easy. I kind of want to see that for like the steward's notes about that incident. Just say, penalty for whoever, penalty for Positive Sim Racing, and just the comments would be easy. Like, that's but the thing is, obviously, stewards need to be a little bit more professional than that. But
they're not like us. So one of them is us, Paul, who doesn't come in an interview. I mean, if you wanted to get a good replay off of that, you just look at the onboard for MSI Esports. I know we're already back up to live pictures, but I mean, I do feel bad for MSI. He was already out of he saw that there was an issue going on, and he had already backed out. He was already off the throttle, and he was already taking evasive. And unfortunately for him, there was just he kind of locked his eyes onto the car that was spinning out. I think that's not the best accident avoidance, but ultimately they collected each other and parked their cars on the wall.
I'm just seeing a comment from Rob Cuss, the team owner or team manager of Radicals Online, saying this will end up like the F3 race where everyone got parked and was told off for how they were driving. That was, I think that was one of the races at Monza, if I'm correct?
I think it was
Formula
Monza,
3?
yeah.
Yeah, where everyone just was just having contact with everyone else, and the FIA just decided like, okay, guys, red flag. What the hell are you guys doing? And just told them off that way. And you know, we're not going to see that here today from the race administrators. They only have red flag rules in force for if something happens with the server. So unfortunately, we're not going to have that. We don't have any safety cars either in this particular series. But there are series that do run with the safety car enabled, of course, but just not in this one. But Red Face Racing, Euphoria DriveX Racing is the battle. That is going to be up on your screens right now. We're riding on the back of that Red Face Racing car as there's the Positive Sim Racing green. Positive Sim Racing, I believe that's the green car. Yes, that's the car that's had a moment, shall we say, just a little bit earlier on, but they'll manage to get themselves by without any further incident. But I think they're not going to get hit with the penalty here in the not too distant future. But Red Face Racing and Euphoria have actually managed to close up marginally over the last couple of laps, and they managed to gain the time again up in towards turn number 1. So that's going to be them making some inroads here in this battle right in the mid-pack of your GTE field for P number 6 and P number 7 as well. And Tobias, it has been a very, very scrappy, a very, very aggressive race so far. And why do you think that is? Is it just people having not a lot of patience with the traffic, or is it some other factor as well?
I mean, it can be the not having patience with the traffic. It can be sometimes maybe overestimating grip levels, especially in the GTE following LMP1 that's just overtaken you. And then also you have the thing that you forget very quickly that it's a long race, an endurance race, not just your 60-minute sprint. So that might always be factors, and I just heard from CamWatch that there was almost an incident on pit road entry with the number 35 and team 84, so that can happen as well.
Yeah, just going to have a quick assessment of this run from Cam, because I didn't quite catch it on my screen, we didn't catch it on the production feed either, so just take us through what happened.
On the entry to pit lane, you had the LMP2 car, which you can see on your screen right now, leaving pit lane. Just invert that and then get on the binders going into pit lane, and you can just like go on board with the Heisenvelt machine. As they work their way down towards pit lane, you're behind the Porsche, and then the Porsche absolutely jams on the binders, and I mean, that Team 84 car, I mean, of no fault of his own, has been absolutely put through the ringer today, and he almost got even more.
Yeah, the rear ending down on towards the pit lane is something that we do see sometimes, as Team Heisenvelt will get themselves off and away after that little bit of a scare coming down into pit lane, as we still have the wrapping sequence. There's been a contact in turn 1. That's Inertia Sim Racing tagging around the World of Sim Racing team, and I think we need to get another view of this one because it did look rather sketchy. We had World of Sim Racing team coming off of the pit lane, so perhaps Inertia not expecting that. They were already side by side with a GT machine, not expecting World of Sim Racing to be so slow on the apex. Initial bit of contact, but then after that there was no room given on the exit of the corner by World of Sim Racing team, with Inertia being side by side with them. Cam.
This is hard because if you look at the onboard of Riku Alatala, right? You can see the car, but as he's working up as he's working up that hill, you can see the LMP2 car leaving pit lane. The problem is if you're looking where the driver is naturally looking, he is transfixed on the Porsche and the Ferrari. They're fighting for position, and you know that Porsche could definitely attack the inside line, and unfortunately he started taking the apex. His eyes drift to the left, and all of a sudden there's the World of Sim Racing car there. They make contact once, and that should have been it. Honestly, you should have, after they hit, you should have gotten on the brakes, but unfortunately they just continue to spin there. And yeah, if you're World of Sim Racing, I mean, you do have to leave the pits at some point. You are racing for that position. That was a battle for position. Very unfortunate. I can't imagine people are going to be happy about that one.
just people in general, even the spectators are not happy with how much contact that this race has had, and we do see you typing things in the YouTube chat.
It's because we have such good replays. Normally, we can't bring you all of the incidents, so then you think the race is cleaner. So in other words, Hugo, stop showing replays. Then we'll have a very
stop
clean
doing
race.
such a good job. There we go. That's the way we're going to have to say that. But we have had a swap for position in GTEs for P number 6. Euphoria managed to get themselves through. Battle out there on track though. Race Clutch LMP1 versus VRT iRacing. They managed to slot themselves by pretty easy down the inside at turn number 12.
We have a fairly significant issue here. Can anybody find me the number 3 car?
The number 3 car is out there on circuit, yes.
Okay, I am having an issue. All right,
You are having an issue.
I was going to say, my camera went right to when the cameras can't find the car on the track, it immediately goes to the scenic view, and I had a concern going on. So okay, all right, everything's fine in that department.
Yeah, everything is going fine, going swimmingly right now for the Movano number 3 car. They've got a 3-second gap over SimRC.de Emerald, who, despite that gap fluctuating in and out, the SimRC car simply hasn't allowed that Movano car to get away. Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports have, it's kind of dropped off of this leading fight right now. They're currently 9.3 seconds behind your race leader. So that was one of the cars that was fighting for P number 1 and 2 at the start of this race, but unfortunately, with the issues with traffic through the pit stop phase as well, they have managed to drop themselves off the back of this one. But right now, currently looking at things elsewhere in the field. We've got a battle between Redface Racing and Torrent Motorsports GTE right now, and this one is going to be for P number 5, excuse me, out there on circuit. So Redface Racing, they already lost the position to Euphoria. They might even lose a position to Torrent Motorsports here if they're not too careful, but instead Torrent will decide to dive down on towards the lane, and that is pretty much on schedule, to be honest, for these GTE machines. They're going actually 5 past the hour on this one, so decent fuel stints being managed to be made by these GTE machines. That could mean that a very short stop is in order for the final stop of the race, just to get fuel to the end.
Yes, that might actually be true, depending on how you try to plan your strategy a little bit. Maybe my English is going home. All right. just
use the German word.
Okay, no, just a little splash and dash during the race actually. So in the end, you can just finish the race with your last normal stint, which might come in handy.
It could definitely come in handy. I believe handy is the German word for mobile phone.
As well, yeah.
If I'm correct. Yes, there we go. That's pretty much the extent of my German knowledge.
I mean, a mobile phone is pretty handy.
I mean, it is pretty handy. So it's like, it is the program.
It is in your hand.
Yeah. You should be. Yeah.
Anywho, this.
I mean, it is a topic to work with, because we do have multilingual commentators here at RaceSpot TV, Tobias being one of them, primarily working with the German broadcast side of things, with things like ESL and doing the production for them as well. And we also have Alvin Nieves being able to do commentary in both Spanish and in English as well, and doing a fantastic job at both. So that's something that we do like to see. But in terms of this race, SimRC.de Crimson right now actually, excuse me, they are 1 lap down on the rest of the GTE field, and oh my word, they've just had some contact with TNT Racing, and this is coming through turn number 11. TNT down the inside, overshot the corner a little bit. SimRC came back on them, and as the TNT Racing car was coming back to their normal line, they just collected the side of that SimRC car in GTE. So that is not the situation that you want, and it's yet another bit of contact, Cam, in this race, which we've just seen a lot of.
Well, speaking of near misses and everything like that, we need to take a look at Marcus Hamilton about maybe 15-20 seconds ago. No contact, don't worry, everyone. But just coming up through this final section here, he goes. He basically overtakes 3 cars, including a lapped LMP1 car. He's coming up right here. You're going to see this, where he comes up on these cars. You'll start to see he's already formulating his plot. He's going to take this corner here. It's a very slow left-hander. Then you got that triple right-hand apex, and the purple car goes to the inside of one and then to the outside of the others. And here comes Marcus Hamilton through the inside on the curb, halfway off the track. Then he dives to the inside around a Ferrari, and that's I mean. You talk about risk management. That is not, and of course Michael Mittner was able to just pass them all on the front stretch. So for Mittner, this really has fallen into his hand. But for Marcus Hamilton, my goodness me, that is putting it out there.
A good majority of the other drivers in the LMP1 class would have no idea how to deal with that situation. That's just how good sometimes Marcus Hamilton is in traffic, able to pick a line that is unoccupied and able to get himself through without any contact with any of those block of cars that were just sitting ahead of him, and that is just absolutely brilliant to see. Perhaps, I think, arguably, going back to you with this one, Cam, the only person that's better than Hamilton in traffic right now is Maximilian Benecke, and we're not going to be able to see them since Pure Racing Team aren't in this series. So right now on this entire LMP1 grid for the Neo Series, Marcus Hamilton best in traffic.
That's me glaring at Parity, by the way. No, I mean, it's just, it's been sensational. And then you gotta give your hand out to Michael Mittner. He has done a sensational job in that SimRC.de Emerald car to keep up with the Thrustmaster Movano car. I mean, that is, they've managed to basically shake the Porsche Basel Sword car. They're about 10 seconds back, which still means that if anything happens, they are right there. And that's Dominic Farber, who has been doing a wonderful job in his first 2 stints. But it has just been an interesting, this great battle. Basically, the front fights in every single class outside of maybe the fight for... actually, Schubert Motorsport just had a collision with MSI Esports in the final corner, or not in the final corner, in the final quarter of the first half of the track, I guess. And this one is a very not cool one, because actually Carlos Villegas at Olex Motorsport almost gotten eaten a second time from behind in that corner. And that ended up taking out Schubert. I was about to say Schubert is running comfortably in second, and now that Race Clutch LMP2 car is on the attack.
MSI, what is that? Come on, guys, what is this? You're supposed to be some of the top teams in iRacing, not but like outbraking yourself, walking up into turn number 11 and shoving a car on the outside off the track. This is not what we want to see, and the stewards have to get a handle on this one. They have to be handing out harsher penalties. We've had a couple of penalties come through while we've been talking about the other parts of the racing. We've had a stop and hold for oh god, this is a long list. Let me just get through this one. Okay, we've had a stop and hold for the Simitalk Esports car. That is the number 8. That is the LMP1 Simitalk Esports car. We've had a penalty stop and hold 15 seconds for the 85 car. That is the Team 85 car, which is pretty easy for me. The stop and hold penalty for the 17 as well. That is the FRH Motorsports car there that had an incident a little bit earlier on, and we've had another 20-second stop and hold for the number 20. So that is the VRT e-racing car that has been nicked for that one. So that is a concern from them. But we have in the queue right now for avoidable contact and causing the collision penalties, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things currently actively being investigated for avoidable contact, and I think there's going to be more added to that list right now, Cam. That is... oh, this is a messy one.
It's a messy one, but I also want to hand out, you know, there's 54 cars out on the racing track in 3 different classes, in LMP1, LMP2, and GTEs. Basically, none of these cars have, you know, straight up anti-lock brake, ABS, all that other stuff like that. And I understand that we should be able to just easily have a very straightforward race. There is going to be incidents A couple of them, I think it's mostly just because of modulation with how the hybrid and the braking goes that can really... sometimes when you find yourself getting in trouble, you can kind of save yourself, courtesy of how the brakes work and everything like that. But when you're harvesting the hybrid and all that other stuff, that really throws everything for a spin. And so it's just it's been unfortunate. There have been silly incidents and quite a few of them, but at the same time, as critical as I would like to be, I'd love to have a field day. This isn't necessarily a straightforward task of trying to lap all these cars. I mean, you want to talk about it. It's 20 GTE cars, and then what? Another 14 LMP2 cars, and then you got to deal with the LMP1 cars. And if you're part of that 20 car pack, or you're in GTE or the other GT or LMP2 car, I mean, it is not an easy thing. And just as Tobias was saying earlier, and just like you were saying, Connery, earlier, for some of these drivers with only one monitor, it makes it so difficult to really kind of have the spatial awareness, as it were.
I'm just seeing mentioned in the chat of Brendan Lee, the 2018 F1 Esports champion, and I'm just there are some sick burns that I can put out here, but should I go for it, Tobias?
Don't go for it. He's kind of a friend of mine. I mock him about it as well. So yeah, just go for it. Come on, go for it.
Okay, there we go. Maybe Brendan Lee would be more suited to this race because he's used to the massive amount of brake checking and pushing drivers off the track.
Ooh, gasp!
Oof. Yeah, that's a spicy comment.
Talking about spicy comments, I think already this part of the race. We have a contester for the incident award because Vivian Racing Neo already have 43 incident points. Runner-up at the moment is Team Chimera with 29.
There we go.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for the chat to react to what I just said. But that's all I'm saying.
And let's also be straight. Brennan is way faster of a driver than all three of us. Not huge, but the three of us, obviously. The thing is, in the commentary booth, outside of maybe a couple of people who manage to seem to piss off everyone in the world, everyone likes us. So
for the moment,
we can rib on people. Well, we can, but for some individuals, I'm not going to name any names, Randy. They tend to bring the worst out in people's comments sometimes, courtesy of their very straightforward opinion, which is very warranted sometimes. Let's be real here. But either way, back on track action. It's the 48 and the 60. And that is going to be two cars that I can't find on my thing because there's so many cars.
In LMP2, that is North Creek Racing LMP2 versus Apex Racing UK. Very close indeed. Heading their way through the first sector then. Apex Racing trying to find themselves a gap to slot themselves into, but there's simply not going to be one appearing through a section such as this. They'll just have to stick behind just for now and look to make the move another day. A little bit of a wider line taken up towards that turn number 8, turn number 9 corner as they head through the kink of turn number 10 down towards 11 where the heavy brake, one of the heavy braking zones is. And Alex Simpson, of course, a very accomplished driver indeed in the open wheel side of things in the World Championship Grand Prix Series, and he's looking to make some moves then in this closed wheel but still open top LMP2 car down towards the back straight, down towards turn number 12. He's not gonna send, he looks to send it. Instead of an absolute send, it's gonna be a more of a drag the brakes in and trying to get a nose in alongside down towards the corner, but simply just not able to make that one work. That's close, coming there through towards turn 13, through 14, 15, 16. All of these corners come up very, very quickly, and Apex Racing, they can get the run off the corner here down towards the triple right, excuse me, but the traction simply wasn't there. Talk Freak Racing still holding strong in P number 3, Cam.
Yeah, and I'm going to say, you know, for what Alex Simpson was doing, these LMP2 cars, they basically are an open wheel car, as Julian Revelou and the Simitalk Esport Ombre machine is going to come on and looking to get past. It's one of those situations. This is actually a very great pure racing battle. This is what we'd like to see. What Alex, at least in my opinion, what he was doing, you try to pressure the car in front of you with that presence. You have a bubble of presence, at least supposedly. The way this race has been going, normally you have that bubble of presence where the other drivers completely know where you are, and if they see you impeding on their bubble of presence, obviously is that doesn't help Alex Simpson. He manages to knacker one of those bollards. It loosens up his speed and kind of unsettles him for the next couple of corners. You get behind that car and you kind of push in a way, not physically. Which I think some people have to kind of take out the little flip book and start writing down the notes. Not physically. You kind of nose that car into over-braking into that corner, and we're going to see him set up for this again. I'm willing to bet if he gets close enough, he's going to do the same thing, where he just leans just enough. He's not going to attempt to make a pass. What he's going to try to do is make Dirk Van Tolden overshoot on the braking. He's not going to be close enough to do it this time by, but it's intelligent racing from Alex Simpson, and it's good to see.
Closes up on the brakes into 12, and I'll just take this opportunity right now just to say, if you want to make comments about any drivers both in this race and outside of this race and even outside iRacing, please keep the comments to comments about their driving and not about what else they're like, please. Thank you very much. We're adults here in the sim racing community. We don't want to stoop to that level. So back to the racing then. Apex Racing UK trying to chase down the car of Dirk Van Tolden. Hawk Freak Racing, the battle for P at number 3 out there on circuit in the LMP2 class. Apex Racing UK very quick through the penultimate corner, but not able to capitalize on anything. Very quick on entry to the final corner as well, but they're simply not finding these exits that they need on these straights to be able to challenge into the braking zone, Tobias.
Yeah, it's not that easy. I mean, it looks easy from the outside, but when you're sitting there, when you have all the pressure, and then you step on the throttle a little bit too early, you slide a little bit, as we saw with the Apex car. You had to correct the steering a little bit, then you just lose these 1 or 2 kilometers or miles an hour you would need at the end of the straight.
Yeah, we do, although there's a little bit of traffic maybe going to get itself involved here. That's the Army Racing team who's already had trouble so far this race. Hopefully they don't cause more for these LMP2 cars. Does allow Apex Racing UK to close up just a tad in their way through towards the end of the SS section. Alex Simpson will have to dive down the inside here. That means compromised line in towards 11. Still wants to take it as wide as possible, though. He'll be fought with the GTE car on the outside of the corner. That's going to compromise his run all the way down this super long back straight now, and that is going to be the opportunity. Not going to be happening this lap for Alex here, Cam.
No, and it's been good to watch this battle for a couple of laps in a row. It's one of those situations where, the track is simmered down, and I know that the instantaneous joke would be because there are so many cars that have been wrecked, but that is not accurate. There are still, I think there's only two cars off track. No, there's only one car off track. It's the Ava Vervanik 23 LMP1 that's 23 laps down. So we still have 53 cars out on this racing track. It's just, it's good to simmer down here, as there is another great. Yeah, I was about to say there's a great battle. However, for the fourth position between Positive Sim Racing Black and that Michael Storm Virtual Motorsport with a replaced front nose clip.
Yeah, exactly. Virtual Motorsport's faster in the Audi at this stage. Not a good line through the penultimate corner, though. That's going to lose a 1/10 of a second or so. But through the final corner, can he get it right? This time he can, as the ERS deployment will be on both of those cars, perhaps more so on that Positive Sim Racing car as they start to pull away up and towards turn number 1. Maybe Michael Storm is waiting to maybe use most of his ERS coming down the back straight, but through the first corner they will go. They'll have to stay in line here. They'll have to deal with an LMP2 bit of traffic, though. That is going to be the Road Bastards Alpha car that they'll have to deal with around the outside, maybe for this right-hander, inside for the left. Positive Sim Racing put the car almost in between them and Virtual Motorsports, but Virtual Motorsports needed to get through quickly, and they have done so. So they'll be able to challenge perhaps into 11, but there's more GT traffic ahead, and Positive Sim Racing almost into the back. But the thing is, here comes the Audi into 11, not going to go for the move. going to wait and just bide his time, look for the launch off the corner, look for the launch coming down the back straight, but the deployment is there for that Porsche in that positive sim racing black car. You could just see Virtual Motorsports launching themselves off the corner with the overtake button, but that Porsche is just so great when you have the ERS deployed, that they're just able to pull away on the straights, able to respond to any button pressing that Virtual Motorsports are able to do to us.
Yeah, but still Virtual Motorsport with Michael Storm at the wheel is doing pretty well here with the overall lap times and overall pace they have. As we see another trying to attack as the traffic still stops the cars
Apex
almost.
Pass. Yeah, Apex past Torque Freak, so that one has been sorted for P number 3 in your LMP2 class, and this was done down in towards turn number 12. Easy does it for Alex Simpson down the inside, and completing the move on the brakes. Just textbook move from Alex Simpson down into there. We'll get the replay up on screen for you right about now. Just easy does it. Just sitting in the slipstream. Don't have to go for any harsh moves from about 10 meters back like some teams have been doing. Just look to the inside, get alongside, do it on the brakes. I think teams have to be taking notes of how Alex Simpson made that pass there, Cam.
Well, it takes two to tango, and that was certainly the Torque Freak car realized that he was losing the speed as here comes that LMP1 battle still going on strong between Sonic Sim Racing Black and Virtual Motorsport. Positive Sim Racing, not whatever the heck I just said, as Michael Storm gets caught out, and that's going to be unfortunate for him. Nothing he could really do there. That's just how things work, but the Sim Racing Black car gets caught up by Alex Simpson, so that as they slice in between each other, that perhaps could go back the way of Michael Storm. But yeah, if you're Dirk Van Tolden, I mean, you see that Alex Simpson's there on the inside. You could challenge, but it is not going to help you out at all, and it's just not worth it. Also, I presume it's getting a little bit towards the back half of this stint. So Dirk has got to be thinking about his teammate, got to be thinking about the teams, and if you're Alex Simpson, it's great to make the positioning and to make the maneuver. The Alex teammate is Farron Kern. I would expect to see him soon.
Battle for P number 5, GTE, Zenith Esports down the inside. Easy does it through turn number 1. There on COTA Sim Racing GTE. Another simple pass happening as these passes are steadily getting more and more clean. As we'll see Zenith look towards the inside turn number 1, late on the brakes. Get it slowed down for the corner. Easy does it. And COTA Sim Racing were very tentative there, you have to argue, in trying to defend that one. Didn't really even attempt to defend it up and towards turn number 1. It's still way too early on the brakes.
Well, the thing is you take your exit super wide. It's just that the Porsche, I think, has a lot of grunt on corner exit, whereas the Ford really doesn't. So I think, if it wasn't a Porsche, he would have been alongside, at least for the next sector, but, just how the cars work.
Yeah, as we will get ourselves back underway here, but looking at that battle, Zenith Esports just looking to pull away from that board of the COTA Sim Racing and GTE right now. Just getting that pass done, and all you can ask is just to pull away after you make a move like that. But the battle between the Audi and the Porsche in your Prototype 1 class, that is still going on for P number 4. And they'll take the battle down the back straight then, and once again that Porsche with the better deployment is just going to pull away from the Audi. There's literally nothing that Michael Stone can do about that. It's just the card that he's been dealt by his team choosing the Audi. Battle behind though, Schubert Motorsports versus World Sim Racing team. That's actually one for position. They went side by side through turn number 12. World Sim Racing team deep into the turn number 13 though. Schubert Motorsports looking to come back on them. This is the battle towards the back of your LMP2 field. Moritz Frieger there in the Schubert Motorsports car. Ivan Fernandez in the World of Sim Racing team machine there through the triple right. They will go, but I think this is around about a good time right now to go through your top 8 in each class that you have here today. In LMP1s, it is Thrustmaster Movano Racing number 3 leading the way, as they have done from that very narrowly gotten pole position in qualifying. they've managed to get the 2.5-second gap over SimRC.de Emerald, who have simply just been in there and just been sitting there about that same margin behind for pretty much the entirety of the first hour and a half of this race that we have so far. Sorg Rennsport Esports, though, having a very good run, less than 10 seconds behind your race leader, with UI1 Positive Sim Racing Black in 4th, Virtual Motorsports 5th, Wyvern Racing 6th, Race Clutch and Cimatop will round out your top 8 in that LMP1 class. And Cam, you have your LMP2 standings.
That we do. Slight update: if you see a very slow Porsche of Marcus Pappenbrock, that is a car with suspension damage, courtesy of Wyvern Racing, as he dived down into that left-hand kink that happens going down into corner number 11. Anyways, Abel Vervantic is comfortably leading right now in your LMP2 division. Race Clutch, quite a ways back, but they're still in contention. Johan Hart, we were wondering if he could get a qualifying lap in. Yes, he did. He's gotten himself up. He's up in second position. He's comfortable. Apex Racing UK. Good maneuvering, good positioning on Alex Simpson's part, and he has cleared the Torque Freak Racing machine of Dirk Van Tolden. And then you've got, of course, the Positive Sim Racing Orange machine, the Lux Sim, My Opinion, and Therefore Fact podcast, or otherwise known as Murph. Then you've got the TNT Racing machine. That is Robert Tinsey. He's had a pretty quiet day after that incident to start the day. Then you've got the Team Heisenfeld machine rounding out your top 8. And then you've got Team Mad and SRN looking on the outside. Looking in. Other notables, the Inertia Sim Racing machine had a couple of incidents. They've had to slide themselves way on back. They are currently right now in about 11th position, quite a ways back, but the car looks at least decent.
Yeah, as we got more positions than we bargained for there with Cam Walsh. He's only supposed to go through the top 8, but here we go. And Tobias, top 8 please in GTE.
Okay, so Triton Racing is currently the leader in that class with not that comfortable of a gap of 2.2 seconds to Thrustmaster Mivano Racing. Logitech G Altus Esports still on P3, followed by MSI Esports on P4. The Standard Esports 99 car is on P5, Core Sim Racing with the 88 car on P6. Then there is Euphoria DriveX Racing, and it's the top 8. Oh, there's a crash between the 85 car and the 45 LMP2, just mentioning it. Yeah, and SimRC.de, the 77 car, is the top 8. Just saying.
Oh my god. This isn't going to end, is it?
That's your 5th position LMP2 car, by the way.
It is. Yep. Crash with the Team 85. Bam.
So that's both of those Team 84 and 85 cars getting cleaned out, basically of no fault of their own. Basically, one lap apart from each other.
Yeah, this I'm going to explain this one. Okay, we're going to get this one, perhaps a little bit of a view from above instead of the ones that we have been seeing, because I understand why Glenke wanted to keep more towards the middle of the track here, because that gives him a much better position for the next left-hander, but he didn't have to do it that quickly. You don't have to do it immediately off that corner. You have a good, sort of 50, 100 meter stretch before you can even, can get to the turn-in point for the next left-hander. So there's no reason to keep towards the middle of the track. Just take your normal track exit. There's the green covering, there's the curb on the exit there that you can use. Why do you stay on the inside? Of course, he does have that LMP1 car behind that was looking to come through on the outside, but it's just a case of you've got to conserve your race. You've got to not make contact with the GT car ahead. That's the one you're in control of. You're in control of lapping the GT car here. What the LMP1 car does is what the LMP1 car does. You just have to hope that he doesn't make contact with you. You can avoid the contact with the GT car, though. Do you agree, Tobias?
I totally agree.
Well, Cam?
Yeah, well, I think it's because we already had the jingle playing, apparently. If Hugo doesn't play the music in our thing, so we don't get to enjoy the music. No, he was already shuffling the papers. I mean, I just feel really bad for these team guys. I mean, this is it's just been a very rough time of it, because I think pretty much there might have been one incident I think that they had a hand in, but for the rest of it, they've just been getting involved in incidents, and that's unfortunate for them.
But we'll give our wonderful director a little bit of a toilet break here as we'll actually go
Wow.
Race Spot TV fan immersion, although there's a bit of action going out there on track.
Why don't we just go on board with Michael Mittner and call it a day?
Yeah, let's just do that. Let's just... Oh my word. Okay. Michael Mittner, SimRC.de Emerald on board with Michael Mittner, number 7 car, currently P number 3 in your LMP1 class. That's because he's come down on towards the lane on the past lap, so we'll stay on board with him for just a lap or so while our director can get his stuff sorted, shall we say. On board. Welcome back to our coverage of the Neo Endurance Series, 6 hours of the Circuit of the Americas. We were just on board for a couple of laps there with Michael Mittner, SimRC.de Emerald, currently position number 2 out there on track in the LMP1 class. And oh boy, have the stewards been busy in this one. It has been a scrappy affair. It has been a carnage-filled affair here at the Circuit of the Americas. We have 25 protests in total that have been filed over the course of this race, and the vast majority of them are for causing a collision and some unavoidable contact as well. But we've had a change, Tobias. We've had a warning for exceeding track limits for the number 13 car. That is the MSI Esports car. So finally, some other penalty or other warning that's been given out that's not contact.
That's a first.
Yeah, Lucas Navarrete behind the wheel of that MSI Esports 13 car, getting the warning for exceeding the track limits. So the stewards are going to start to enforce that one. So that's a little bit of a difference from things like the F1s use in real life, where they can take the track liberties everywhere out there on circuit. These new admins are not going to look highly upon that sort of thing. As MSI Esports, they are currently in a little bit of a situation. They're involved in traffic of their own class. They'll dive down onto, well, no, they won't dive down towards the lane. They're just letting this whole entire train by, which is wise. They are currently 3 laps down on their class leader at the moment, so there's no point in them really fighting to keep the lap times up, since they're not really going to be in a battle with anyone apart from maybe the Positive Sim Racing green car, who are the only LMP1 car that is on the same lap as them. Okay, will the Sim Racing team Schubert? No, not another incident. The 51 goes for a little bit of a half spin, tagged around by Schubert Motorsports, going for a gap that was always going to close. Oh my word, Schubert, come on guys, you're better than this. But GTE lead is on right now, because Triton Racing and Movano, they're getting very, very close indeed. But oh my god, will the Sim Racing and Schubert, that's gonna be a penalty definitely for the 33, Tobias. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, at this point of the track, you can't just use this gap, because it's gonna close immediately, because you need this line to keep your speed around there. So pretty avoidable contact there.
Yeah, that is definitely one way to put it. That is stewards, I'm sorry that this race has been so just trouble filled, but you know, sometimes that is the way of things. But we have a battle on for GTE race lead. Triton Racing versus Movano. Movano have managed to gain 5.5 tenths of a second on lap number 47, the last lap here, so they will be able to get themselves in a position now to be able to challenge. They'll get the tail end of the slipstream from the GTE machine ahead of them that they're trying to pass, and up towards turn number 1 they will go. Right now we're running on board with first class Movano. Oh, excuse me, I am on the wrong direction. There we go. I'm a professional commentator, I promise. But there we go. In towards the S's section, they will go. Triton Racing, 7 tenths of a second is the gap between themselves and Movano racing behind, through towards turn number 9, through turn 10 and turn 11. So down in towards the braking zone they will go, and they've got a little bit of a situation. They've got Apex Racing UK in that LMP2 car trying to come through on them. You see that on that rear view screen of that Movano Racing car. They'll manage to get their way by drivers left-hand side, okay. And there goes the LMP1 car as well. So that's going to disrupt the battle just a little bit. So we'll just have to wait until this one gets spicy. But Movano managing to make some very, very good inroads in this battle, and Triton potentially making a mistake on that last lap, or on that last 2 laps, excuse me. That's put them back into this position, because you don't lose half a second on a lap by not making the mistake. So they've definitely made a mistake on lap 47. The lap 48 though, 2 tenths of a second going the way of Movano. So that one can definitely be done on pace advantage alone. So Movano, in their GTE effort at least, coming alive at this stage of the race, sort of inside this second stint, Tobias.
Yes, they are, but slipstream is nothing that you want on this track in the high-speed corners or the S's, because you lose so much grip on the front axle, especially even in the GTE cars. that makes the car go unstable. Following cars isn't that easy, you told before, and also you copy mistakes when they're occurring.
Yeah, you do have to. Up into turn number 1 they go. First, Movano trying to take over the lead of yet another class in this one. They already have the lead of the LMP1 class, but the lead of the GTE class is certainly on the card. So you see that Movano Racing 3 car just make its way by on the similarly liveried LMP2 car there as through the S's they once again go. That's the Ford versus what is going to be the Porsche of the Triton racing machine. So the two different manufacturers here will battle it out with about 4 hours and 16 minutes remaining in this one. We've got VRT Racing looking to come through. There's the flashing of the lights. That's the universal symbol in racing of please, question mark, get out of my way as they make their way through. It's basically an order at that point when you flash the light. The car has to get out of the way, surely, right?
I mean, it's just more hoping that please look in the rear mirror. don't do anything that could crash me. Thank you.
Yeah, that is the universal communication between the drivers. They don't even have to say it on the in-game voice chat, and in many of these leagues, actually chatting on the in-game voice chat is a penalizable offense. So they don't have to be a little careful about that one. The in-game voice channel is basically reserved for the race administrators to be able to communicate with the drivers in case some extenuating circumstances happen, especially in the case of sort of server trouble, network connectivity issues that will affect everyone. So then they can get the red flag procedure underway, but we haven't had to use that in a very, very long while, and I'm struggling to think about when we last used it, because we did have to use it before when iRacing was having a little bit of trouble, but I can't remember. Oh my god, that is ages ago now since we last had that happen, but it is an option that these special administrators can go to if we do have issues. But up into turn number 1 again, this is looking a little bit more congested for this battle for the race lead in the GTE class. Multiple prototypes trying to head their way through, and I think Movano here have lost out pretty big in this one as they basically got swamped by LMP1 cars up in towards turn number 1 that they just weren't able to take the line that they wanted, and they've lost a good couple of tenths here to Triton Racing ahead.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Whilst I'm looking through the timings here a little bit to see if there are other fights going on track. But yeah, the Movano Racing team number 4, by the way, is back on 45 at the moment. So they're making the way through the field again.
Yes, they are. Did see just a little bit of a puff of brake smoke in towards turn number 11. I think that was either from Schubert or from Triton there, trying to get themselves stopped for that corner. So it's a usual issue coming down into a heavy braking zone like that. But as things stand, things have just started, finally, to quiet down. And I'm aware in the sort of Respot sort of commentators curse sense that me saying that might just spark off another 5 incidents or so, but right now things don't look to be the case in terms of that one right now. But we currently have a battle. I was going to say a battle, but it doesn't look like it's going to be one. It's just a portion of lapping going on in the 77 to 34 area right now, but there is a battle for real this time. Wyvern Racing versus Race Clutch LMP1. That one is starting to get inside a second now. So Luis Rodriguez behind the wheel of the number 15 car, and they're taking a good couple of tenths of a second a lap out of Wyvern Racing right now. So Race Clutch in the LMP1 effort definitely closing in and making these lap times count. Not as highly placed as their LMP2 car right now, as their LMP2 machine just lost a position, I believe, as they dropped down the scoring pile. I think that's because they headed their way on towards pit lane last time, so that won't be a huge worry for them. But their LMP1 effort still trying to track down Wyvern Racing. Wyvern Racing going to get held up behind Apex Racing UK. Gives the chance to Race Clutch then. They'll be on the outside of the corner looking for the very wide entry. And they're going to get held up by the Apex Racing UK car. That could have been a fantastic launch off the corner if that Apex UK car wasn't there, but It fortunately wasn't to be. This is sometimes how things fall in racing, but I think they'll get another chance here, especially with how much traffic they're coming up on. They have a good string of GT cars that they're going to have to get past in just a couple of moments' time, and Race Clutch can use that to their advantage to try and get past, but similarly so, Wyvern Racing can use the traffic to defend as well by the boxing in strategy. And
looking behind Race Clutch, they have a little bit of a gap, but also not that much, to Team Chimera, which is running the number 24 with Joshua Chin in the car, which is sneaking up a little bit behind them. Yeah, it's still a lot of traffic to go through, but he'll get there eventually.
They definitely will, but they found the traffic in the correct place coming down the pit straight, and getting those moves done before the SS section is so important. You don't lose a lot of time by doing it on the straight. You lose next to no time, in fact. But oh, there's contact. There's contact in the background. UI Positive Sim Racing Green once again involved in contact. This is this time with the Army Racing team, who also had contact so far this race. So two teams that have been in the wars have come together once again up through turn number 1, and this is going to be more work for the stewards now, and I don't envy them at this point. Maybe once they become not too busy, we can pull one in for an interview here and try and see you know, how dead they are in terms of the workload that they have to do. But speaking of interviews though, if you're part of one of these teams out there on track and you do have our team speak details and you do want to come and have a chat with us, then we will be very much welcome to that. Our door is always open for any of the team bosses, any of the drivers to come in and have a little bit of a chat about how their race is going. But right now, the race for Race Clutch going pretty okay in LMP1 right now. They have lost the position on their qualifying, but they're looking to gain it back over the Wyvern Racing car, as they have gone a lap down at this point over the on the Thrustmaster Nirvana Racing car. As we have FOH Motorsport 17 now on the lane for a scheduled stock 26 lap stint on their tyres, on their fuel as well, so they'll get another pit stop service out of the way in this one. And they've gone sort of off strategy here. They've gone 26 laps in the stint, and the rest of the drivers here have gone well, they're on sort of 10 and 11 lap stints here, so FOH Motorsports, they're gonna be very much off cycle, so we'll see how that turns out inside the final hour of this race, where all the strategies come together, and we'll get to see where everyone is represents sort of physically on track.
Yeah, it's always on these endurance races when the strategy starts to spread a little bit. So these are going like earlier in the pits or later on. Like it's an overcut or undercut, but it does only work out at the end of the race, and you see if it affects anyone or not. This is also, yeah, with endurance racing, somebody said, oh yeah, endurance racing is boring, it's so long and so on. And I was saying to him, it's not just about what's happening on track, it's also like how the strategies are planned and how they work out in the end, which is pretty interesting to see and try to read and analyze.
We do have a potential interview on the cards though, because Joseph Ringrose has gotten himself into the waiting room here in RaceSport TV Discord, so we'll keep an eye on this Race Clutch battle while we get the representative from VRT E-Racing. Joseph Ringrose joins us in the commentary booth. And, well, the race for VRT right now, you're currently P number 12 in your LMP1 division there, so is that about where you expect it to be, or are you looking for a little bit better in the next couple of hours, Joseph?
Yeah, I mean, pace hasn't been bad. We expect it to be a bit higher, pace-wise, but we just had a little incident which forced an early pit stop earlier on in our second stint, so I think we were running around P6, battling ahead of Race Clutch and Wyvern before.
Without giving too much away, what's the strategy going to be for the latter parts of this race right now? How far do you think you'll be able to get up the field?
Well, going as the driving standards have been today, I said to the boys at the start of the race, just keep out of anything. I know it's going to be carnage. We had a feeling it was going to be pretty mad with the traffic, and it's proven to be right. So I told them just be clean with the traffic. There's no point sending it to the opportunities like you just saw the PSR car nearly send it on 3 cars, and they've been in the wars today, and it's, you know, you look at their position. I suppose what happens if you do that?
Yeah, exactly. The driving standards, I guess, in an understatement way, hasn't been great, I suppose, in this one. And why do you think that is? Because we got some opinions about this earlier on, and is it the case of people just not paying attention in terms of the traffic, or is it just some other factor that's playing into it here? Because we had a pretty scrappy start of Sebring as well, if we remember back. So what is your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a lot of the teams have just been a bit over-aggressive when they're making moves. We had a message from Neil earlier on in the Discord saying, you know, it's a 6-hour race, not a 6-lap sprint, and that is exactly my thoughts when I've seen some of the driving from. I mean, I think the P2 class just has been a bit meh today. Yeah, the driving standards haven't been the best. Some of the GTEs have been a bit questionable as well, and obviously we've had the various incidents in LMP1 as well, but I don't really know, quite honestly. We're doing what we can to stay as clean as possible. We haven't really had much luck, but you know, if you stay clean, you're going to end up in a good position. Like, you look at the Audi, the car isn't there, but they've stayed out of everything, and they've got a well-deserved P4 at the moment.
Yeah, they have. And where are you expecting to, you know, in terms of your entire season here? You've got currently the virtual motorsport number 12 car is currently in number 15 in the overall standings. They didn't have a good race at all there in the Audi, and that VRT iRacing car that you're primarily a part of, that is going a little bit better. If I can read this one correctly, I'm just trying to find you on the standings. You're currently P number 11 in the standings. You got, of course, P number 11 last time out of Sebring, and P number 11 again here. Is it the case that you want to sort of be sitting inside, outside that top 10 in the standings by the time the season's done?
Yeah, I think top 10 is the aim, really. Maybe P7 or 8 would be quite a nice finish. Looking at the field currently, well, MSI won't score points, neither will PSR Green. Sorry, yeah, but I mean, yeah, we've just got to keep it clean. Hopefully gain a couple of positions. I mean, we're only a third into this race. It seems like we've been racing for hours, but we're only a third into it, and anything can still happen. We saw at Sebring, Sim RC we're only a few seconds off of Movano, both Movano cars, and ended up getting hit off by a GTE in the final 50 odd minutes and ended up down in P9. So anything can happen. We're P11. You know, 5 points isn't bad, but we can definitely do better.
Definitely looking for better. That was Joseph Ringrose as part of VRT iRacing there in this particular event with their LMP1 efforts. Thank you very much for joining us, Joseph, but we'll get ourselves back to the racing here in this one. We've still got that battle going on between Wyvern Racing and Race Clutch for P number 6 in your LMP1 class. We had a close moment, or at least starting to look a little bit close, between Sim RC and Solgren Sport for P number 2 in the very same class, but they've got themselves a little bit more spread out here. As right now, Tobias, we're at the stage in the race where the traffic is not in massive clumps anymore. It's just a constant stream of one cars, two cars, maybe 3 cars here and there, but it's a constant issue that these LMP1s have to deal with, and they're not able to get a completely undisturbed lap in at any point.
That is absolutely true. I mean, you after 2 hours or maybe even less, you start about just let muscle memory do all the stuff, and then suddenly there's a GTE car in a very uncomfortable spot that you have to overtake, and bam, back you are again. A little bit of adrenaline coming up, maybe, because I mean, usually after this like 2 hours, all of the classes know where they can overtake each other or not. But you never know. At some points you can actually reach a position on the track where you never overtook before, and there come the edgy situations.
Yeah, can be very, very sketchy indeed. And right now, Race Clutch might just have an opportunity here because there's a big clump of traffic just ahead of them. Some of them are from their own class, some of them are from LMP2 as well, so they could look for the position. Oh, that's a bit of a close moment ahead. That was the VRT iRacing car just almost having contact with SRN there in LMP2, and they again will try to skip their way through. But Race Clutch, they'll have the opportunity then into turn number 11. Look for the inside. Oh, drag it on the brakes, Rodriguez, but he doesn't make contact with the rear end of that Wyvern Racing car. That one is very, very important indeed, as this back straight looking a little bit congested for these guys. They'll be able to follow in the tyre tracks of the VRT iRacing car, manage to get by the traffic of their own class, but Race Clutch, they've run out of VRS deployment, won't be able to challenge all the way down into towards turn number 12. Think about the middle of the 3 wide there between the 2 lapped cars. They're deciding not to go for it just yet, as Wyvern Racing getting through on this traffic a little bit easier than that race car is able to, and this is where things start to get a little congested up through the slow middle sector. Race Clutch looking for the inside over the black traffic, but not able to get it. Those bits of traffic are going to slow down when it comes to the triple right, but that's a lot of time lost there from the Race Clutch team. But we have another battle developing, potentially out there on circuit. We've got Virtual Motorsports versus UI1 Positive Sim Racing Black. That one's getting pretty close in the grand scheme of things, but Positive Sim Racing will be held up by the Williams Jim Jr. esports car, so it is a constant stream of traffic that the LMP1 cars that have to be dealing with right now. But while these things are still going on, I'm just going to have a quick look back towards GTEs, because as we cross over into hour 3 here, we've just gone out over sort of 2 hours elapsed in this race. This is around about the time when the GTEs will start thinking about coming in, and your race leader has already done so in GTE. He's on the lane, so David Nowakowski now going to be behind the wheel of that Triton Racing car. He jumps behind the wheel for the first time, taking over from Kamil Franjak as he'll drop off the jacks and get himself back onto the racing circuit. Mivano Racing are still out there on circuit. They haven't come down towards the pit lane just yet. Same can be said for the Altus Esports car as well. So the race leader in GTE is just taking a little bit of an earlier stop here, and did it exactly on the hour instead of going potentially 10 past the hour that we might see some cars do, because they went 5 past the hour in the first stint. So I guess assuming 65-minute fuel tank, that they'll do it 10 past the hour this time. But Triton going with a slightly different strategy, just pitting on the hour every hour here, Tobias.
Yeah, on the hour, every hour. This could be pretty critical in the end, because depending on how you're located to the overall leader, your last lap can be on fumes or even like rolling out, what I already seen in some other races.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen it in the IMSA Friday Primetime series that I have the joy to commentate on a week-to-week basis. Sometimes the fuel numbers can be sketchy for some of the GT machines, especially because of sometimes it's marginal about whether we'll get another lap at the end of the race than they were expecting or not. So that can very much be a factor at the end of races like this one, but we've still got quite a while before we even start thinking about that. 4 hours left to go in this event. Race Clutch still trying to chase down Wyvern though for P number 6 out there on circuit. This spell has been a thing for a good sort of 20 minutes or so right now, but Race Clutch, every single time they get the opportunity, they haven't quite been in a position to challenge. But someone who is right now though is Positive Sim Racing Black, 28 engines get themselves by the Virtual Motorsports 12 car. That's the Audi, so they're gonna, that straight line speed deficit is significant with the with the lack of ERS deployment that they have. But battling through the middle sector then, and Laszlo, he's gonna fight this with all that he has, but he knows that the Audi isn't the best car, and you can just see that Positive Sim Racing car just launch off of the triple right using the ERS that they still have, and Virtual Motorsports able to just able right now to take this one on the chin. They can work some wonders on the strategy here with the better fuel economy that they have, but in terms of the actual on-track action, they're always going to be at a deficit. You're always going to be fighting for behind their tires.
Yeah, I mean, you keep on fighting. You need to try whatever you can do. But in this Audi here, you can just actually follow these Porsches around and hope for mistakes, I think.
Yeah, exactly. It's more of a strategic game right now for the Audi of Virtual Motorsports rather than an on-track action one. But we've had Wyvern Racing come down on the lane 15 laps into their stint, which is interestingly early for Wyvern Racing to be coming down in. But maybe they're looking to take their short stop, their short splash and dash right now. That's they could do right at the end of the event. So the fuel will be going in. We'll be very interested to see if that car goes up and down on the jacks. I'm just checking to see if they've had any penalty. They have had a penalty so far in this race, but the one they're actually going to be serving. Excuse me, because the penalty hasn't been served on the protest seat just yet, so that is going to be the stop and go penalty for Wyvern. Oh, don't do that. Going into turn number 1 over Alta C Sports. Alta C Sports almost able to get us. Oh my god, this is happening. This is happening.
It's some good impressions of an LMP1 car.
Yeah. We have the meows going on. Meow. Meow.
Don't do it, please.
I mean, that's a more appropriate noise for what's happened so far this race, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
But
I'm really surprised you guys came back from break. It was so quick. I was only gone for it couldn't have been more than 45 seconds.
Replace seconds with minutes, please.
looking at the 44 and the 45, though, very, very close in terms of car numbers and very close on the track as well. This is the Luxim Motor Podcast Neo car versus the UI1 Positive Sim Racing Orange Machine, and that is going to be the Positive Sim Racing Orange Machine that has been making a ton of inroads, and this is going to be a very easy pass down the back straight on that number 44 car. As oh god, you guys are just the worst. Trying to distract me in the TeamSpeak chat.
So anyways,
can I have 2 new co-commentators, please? Anyone from the chat? Anyone willing to jump in?
Don't say that. You will have people.
Yeah, you definitely have people, and then they're, then they don't talk PG. They're not briefed right, and stuff is going to go down.
Why aren't you asking me what I did on my break?
Yeah, what did they do on your break?
Well, we went to the race spot bathroom, then we went to the race spot kitchen, where we made a race spot peanut butter and jelly sandwich with some race spot cola, and then we ate that race spot peanut butter and jelly and also race spot cola, and then said goodbye to the race spot baby, because the race spot baby's going to the kid's birthday party.
Yeah, branding is getting real here on Race Spot TV on the iRacing Esports network, as we're seeing the Schubert's motorsport car trying to get around the 35 P2, which I don't see right now the name of. It's Team Heusingveld, actually, they're fighting with.
Yes, it is. I've been ousted right now by my co-commentators as Tobias takes a little bit of my lead commentary. It's fine. I'm just completely fine.
First time my English worked perfectly.
I do deserve well, I don't know if it's my thing to judge whether I deserve a little bit of a break. Oh no! Oh! We need a break from these wrecks that are happening. Oh my word. Schubert Motorsports collecting Sorg, Rennsport Esports. It's another incident for the Schubert Motorsports team, and I don't know if they're going to be at fault here.
Yeah.
That is on Rennsport moving over across too early. It'd be better if we get a overhead view of this one, as Riegel will try to find that one for us, as we'll see it. There we go. Sorg Esports, driver's left-hand side, comes across. Okay, for once, this isn't Schubert's fault, I don't feel.
Oh, come on. Don't be so harsh on this.
I feel like he cuts in front of it and then he immediately jams on the brake.
You see it.
I'm only a simple person, but I can even know that an LMP1 car can brake infinitely faster than an LMP2 car, which doesn't even have anti-lock brakes.
Yeah, that's definitely a mistake from from Sorg Rennsport there. That is...
Which is,
Schubert.
I mean, it's big. Because that's P3 and LMP1. I mean, he was 9 seconds behind the leader after all this.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to get away with not much damage, just to spin a little bit of sort of right side pod damage to that Sorg Rennsport car, which it's hard to tell whether that'll be able to affect him much. It just depends on how exactly that body is damaged, how the air flows over that damaged part. But we'll definitely keep a close eye on the Sorg Rennsport's pace here, and whether they actually will be able to get away with a warning or even have to come down and serve a penalty for that one. It might be a while before we know. I will say that, because the stewards office has been very busy, but they have handed a couple of penalties. We've had the penalty for the 85. That one's going to be the Team 85 car, and they've already come down and served that one. Gregory Tansen behind the wheel. And the 82 car has managed to pick themselves up a penalty, another penalty, this time a 20-second stop and hold penalty for contact with the number 41 car, and that was the one with the Racing Centre Viceport car that I don't think we saw on the broadcast pictures, but they've managed to get a penalty for it. Regardless, we've had many warnings come out for exceeding track limits, so the 13 has been nailed for that as well, so that is MSI Esports. The number 51, that is World of Sim Racing team, who've been in the wars already, and we've seen them have a couple of incidents, especially with that Schubert Motorsports car. And we're also looking at the 82 getting a warning, Army Racing team, for the track limits. So they've got Army Racing team got 2 penalties for causing a collision, and now they've got a warning for exceeding track limits. We'll see it 4 wide up in towards turn number 1, just casually between those 48, the 17, the 13, and the 97. They all managed to get through okay, as I did hear a little bit of a chuckle once again from one of my co-commentators about something.
Not I.
I just love the fact that the P2 was moving away very quickly from the Sorg sports car.
Yeah. I think that's a wise decision right now, as they don't want any more incidents to get involved in. As right now this race has just been so messy, so scrappy, but sometimes that does happen in racing. Sometimes the on-track action gets very scrappy. We will see. Well, excuse me, we did see a replay of the 4 wide up in towards turn number 1. We're looking at the 82 and the 82 and the 78. So this is the battle for P number 13 in GTEs. It is the Army Racing team now. Play nice, boys. You've already got 2 penalties for car contact. You don't want to add another one to the equation and then eventually be risking disqualification. But Cinetalk Esports right now, they had an earlier incident that did put them down the field somewhat. So they're looking to get themselves back into this one as they try to chase down the Army Racing team. And you know, in this situation, Cam, like, how much as a driver would you know about all of the penalties that have been handed out? Does your spotter tell you that, okay, the car ahead of you has been nailed twice for causing a collision, just go a little bit easy? Is that something that's being told to Samuel Roth right now?
I don't think so. I will say also, they are chasing down the Williams Gym Esports Yellow, and they're chasing directly into pit lane. So as Williams Jim, I'm not sure what was going on there, but he almost came to a complete stop, I feel. Well, no, he was really on the biters, but he went down to like 30 when the speed limit's 40, and Ricardo Silva almost nipped the butt of that Ferrari of Mario Bertolotti as he climbs out of that machine. So it's good as GTE pit stops seem to be kicking off again.
Yeah, once again, this is what we expected. Around, well, just past 10 past the hour is when we expected the vast majority of the GTEs to decide to head their way down, and we do have 2 of those GT cars on the lane right now. Army Racing team still waiting to get their service done, with Williams Jim Jr. just coming by with that front end damage that you see on the left-hand side of your screen. So that's one they're going to have to be carrying for pretty much the rest of this race now. So aerodynamic damage will have to be managed, but fortunately, even though these GTE cars do have quite a bit more aero on them than the old GT3 machines, they're still going to be affecting him a little bit there as 69 and the 83. Here we go. This is going to be Logitech Altus Esports versus Vivano. This is battle for currently positions just outside your top 5, as Vivano will look for the move around the outside, looking for maybe the cut back off the corner here, but the line is not there for them to try to attempt that one. Remember, we do have pit stops in progress right now for your GTE field, so this will be a battle inside the top 3 once those cars all cycle themselves by on towards the lane. So Vivano looking to make pretty good progress here. They have the Altus Esports car ahead of them. They have a bit of that traffic ahead in the Team 85 car as well that they do have to negotiate, but I think they'll be able to get this one done in a non-dramatic fashion, hopefully. But considering what we've seen so far this race, I probably couldn't be able to make that call. Let's be honest here. Down into the 11 they go, as right now with the pit stop cycle in full effect for your GTE field, this is going to be one of the major battles that we will be looking at. But off the corner, Vivano Racing dropping back a little bit now.
Yeah, we just had a black flag down, I see him on the stand. He's flapping around the black flag. We're trying to figure out. Dominic Blagier, if your car, if you know what car that is, let me know. I'm not sure which car number this is going to be.
Looks like it's going to be the... no, it's not the Team 85.
So maybe the 33, the 51, or the 88 might be it. The 33 is one of these cars. It's the 82. Okay, thank you, Hugo, with your very, very large brain. It is the Army Racing Team car. Oh no! So I believe this is from a while ago.
Yeah, it is. They've only just processed that one and given it to the team out there on track. So yeah, 24 laps ago. That's how backed up the whole protest queue is right now. That they're giving out penalties for things that have happened 20 or so laps ago. So that's like a good third of the sort of, that's sort of, I guess, like 40 minutes ago. I suppose with my calculations, like 45 minutes ago that happened, and finally the penalties coming through. That's how busy the stewards are right now. I don't envy their job at all in this one, but right now looking at maybe some battles out there on track. We did have a look at one that was previous in that GT field, where you had the Williams Esports car decide to head their way down towards the lane, but that one of course got disrupted in the fact that they were pitting. But speaking of pitters though, SimRC.de Emerald pitting from P number 2. They lost around about, I'd say about 5 or so seconds as a result of their contact with Schubert Motorsports coming up in towards turn number 1 just a couple of laps ago. So they'll decide to bring themselves in and get their pit service done. Number 18 is up on the lane as well. That is the Sorg Rennsport Esports car. Excuse me, that was the Sorg Esports car that was in that instant into turn number 1. They lost it right in about, I would say, about 10 seconds as a result of that incident. So that is not the plan for the Sorg Rennsport Esports car right now, as the 7 is also in. That's the SMRC.de Emerald car. So I was correct in that one.
Are they trying to do the undercut again? Because now this is the second time. If the Movano car comes in this time by, then I would agree with that. But by the way, here comes Simon Grossman, and actually very polite from the Positive Sim Racing black car. He had the lane, he had the exit, but I think he realized that he didn't want to challenge that. Then off and away they went.
Close run of things off of the pit lane then, so we'll see yet more of the LMP1 runners start to think about hitting the lane for their what's going to be their 3rd service of the day. So keep a close eye on that Postmaster Movano Racing car. They're currently about 25 laps on their stint, which is looking like a pit stop in the very near future, in the next couple of laps at least. But onto lap 26 of the stint they will go. So they'll go a little bit longer on this one. We're still waiting for the likes of Race Clutch to come in down soon as well. They are 22 laps on their stint. And the same with Synthop Esports Amber as well. They're waiting for them to come down in. So as these stops start to sort of spread out, the strategies start to diverge, because if you pit 1 lap later on the first stop, it looks like you're going to be pitting 2 laps later on the second stop, and 3 laps later on the third stop. So things start to naturally diverge in that sense, but it'll all come back to a head inside that final hour once we get to it. But we've got the 3 hours, 42 minutes remaining in this race, the 6 hours of the Neo, 6 hours of COTA, and 81 and the 67 are the drivers that we're going to be watching right now up on your screens. This is the battle for mid-pack positions inside of your GTE class. You're riding on board right now with Euphoria Drive X Racing, currently P number 8 looking for P number 7, but Movano, that is going to be the number 4 Movano car that is many laps down after that catastrophic turn 1 incident. They're looking to recover some form of points from this one from people who have gone out to this race, like the Avamatic number 23 car, who they've already gotten past in this one. But here we come. Here comes Euphoria down into 11, not looking for the move just yet. Better to be patient, because maybe mistakes like that will be made by Talk Freak. They'll take it side by side, almost coming down the long back straight here. It's going to be a battle of who has the lower wing secting here, I have to feel, but Euphoria diving back inside the slipstream, gains a slight overspeed in towards turn number 12. Segara then on the inside. Classens will have to defend on the outside line for turn number 12. Wide line taken, looking for the exit, but Segara has gotten the pass done. Easy does it there, Tobias.
Yeah, Easy does it there. I was thinking about why didn't he get back into the slipstream a little bit earlier? But maybe it's just the way he's looking actually at this. We had this discussion before that people using VR, that people using 3 screens, 1 screen, and sometimes you're just not sure if there's enough space yet.
Yeah, you just have to be 100% clear in the fact that you are clear to be able to move back into lane, and the drivers do have the iRacing spotter they can use. That was an interesting situation there with the 27 just ahead, just having a few network-related issues, I guess we could say, with the Euphoria racing car, but no contact was made, so they're able to continue on their way. As with this race going as it is right now, we've had the driver, of Frederick Evers join the session. So that one could be very exciting, because Tommaso Carlo, Marcus Hamilton, of course, both very spicily quick in that LMP1 car, but what can Frederick Evers do? He's one of the best LMP, just prototype in general drivers as well, so he can jump behind the wheel of that number 3 car in the not too distant future as well in this one, and we'll be very excited to see him out there on the circuit. As thankfully, look, I'm not going to say this anymore, Tobias, because every time I say okay, things have quietened down, things have calmed down, it just never seems to be the case. So I'm just going to refrain from saying that, and I'm just going to commentate the race as it is instead of making these sorts of claims. But right now, Talk Freak, I believe that is the Talk Freak racing car in the GTE class, going to be challenged by Torrent Motorsports into 12. Torrent Motorsports was thinking about the move, but the space was already occupied by the Movano 3 car, your race-leading LMP1 car, so sometimes your moves can be spoiled by some of these prototypes trying to come through, and he's going, okay, I can go to the inside, there's a gap on the inside, all of a sudden, oh, there's a prototype there. That's a situation.
I think what more happened was we were talking about how the car of Joan Segara, the Euphoria car, didn't pull out to the inside as the ODOT Samsung machine goes way to the inside of Tim Classens, about why he waited so long to get back into the slipstream, and it was more of a positioning thing. Tim Classens thinks that he's there. He's not going to be able to pull in front, just like he did with Jordan Weeks. As here comes an LMP2 car coming up on the inside line. They're going to have to basically take the far outside line for the both of them. Here comes Jordan Weeks again. Oh no, actually he did the exact same thing where he's trying to get him to over-brake Tim, thinking that there's a move coming, but I don't think Jordan was committed to it. But it's an interesting thing of vehicle positioning on that back straight there, because there is so much space to be used. Because for Tim, he saw that Jordan was leaning to that inside line after getting the slipstream, so he was able to easily cut it off at the pass, whereas before, Jordan really should maybe stay to that inside to make Tim think that he's there, and then then he can slot back and move over without worrying about having his nose cut off. But obviously he's got to get up to him first, which doesn't necessarily help when you run off the track 3 times in a row.
Torrent Motorsports maybe overcooking the latter part of the S section. They're losing a little bit of time as a result. We have visitors on the lane. Wyvern Racing, Civitalk Esports from LMP1. They're going to be the next visitors get their service done. This battle is going to unfortunately spread itself out because of all the traffic and all the issues that Torrent Motorsports has coming through that particular S section. But in LMP1, I'm just curious about Team Chimera because they're currently trying to defend from Odox Motorsports Samsung, and Odox Motorsports, they took about 1.5 seconds out of them on that last lap, which is an absolutely huge margin. And Odox, one of the teams that also got themselves involved in earlier incidents in this race, and one of the many cars out there that are trying to recover their races, and more points are looking to be on the cards right here for Odox. They've just got Team Chimera ahead of them. They've got VRT that's not too far down the road either, so they can really make some progress on the recovery drive here, Tobias.
Yeah, they probably can. I'm just thinking about when is Simon Trendle going to break a little bit into the pressure as they're approaching more back markers. Right here, I think is it the Schubert car?
The Schubert car going to be ahead of that train, yes.
Yep. Okay, so they might have to watch out while overtaking.
Heads up driving required. Maybe around that Schubert car as through turn number 11 they'll go all stacked up. Odox Motorsports looking aggressive, tries to find that direction off the corner and will use the ERS button, the overtake button being used by both teams, but Odox Motorsports getting the slight advantage towards the end of the back straight here at COTA onto the brace. Can Jose complete the move? He can't complete the move, completely outbrakes himself, has to take to the tarmac runoff on the exit of the corner, and that is a very, very easy mistake to make into a corner like that. Just completely outbraking himself, locking up those front brakes, and Simon Trendle well advised to stay well out of the way and not challenge further on the outside, otherwise he would have been collected there, Cam.
Yeah, and for the Team Chimera, I mean, the day hasn't been great. They were looking to have a decent day. Joshua Chin ended up getting a real good whack on the back of his Porsche, which caused them to have to come in and get the rear changed out on them there, which took time in the pits and really put them off sequence. The big thing for these guys is it just repeatedly, Chimera has always been the hard luck team. They always manage to get themselves involved in incidents that are not of their own fault, and I think for Simon Trendle that was a very close one. But you know, if you're Chimera, I would just say just get the laps done, get the racing done. I mean, and I think Jamie Wilson, one of the tippity top people at Chimera, would probably agree with that.
I would definitely agree. Though whether other people will, a different issue. But down in this race now, I'm having a look. Battle for P number 3 in GTE, Movano versus MSI. That's going to be the primary issue that on our cards right now. And with the looks of things, it looks like Movano, at least on that last lap, is just starting to pull themselves away by a couple of tenths of a second a lap. But MSI still in a position where they can challenge if any mistake happens to that Movano racing car in GTE. But just giving you a slight update on how the race for the overall race lead is going, because Movano Racing, they've steadily started to edge out this gap now over Simar CWE Emeralds. Gap stands about 13 seconds out there on circuit right now, and it's starting to go more and more and more the way of Movano as they edge out this gap, and it's the same all the way back to Sorg Rennsport Esports as well, 22 seconds behind the race leader. Of course, they had an incident, but Odox and Chimera, that was close, as Odox actually decided to head themselves down on towards the lane instead of trying to challenge directly. So that is going to be the decision being made there from that Odox Motorsports team to try and get themselves maybe the undercut over the Team Chimera car, as down towards the lane they will come, although these cars are kind of on different strategies right now because Team Chimera 9.5 laps on their stints. Odox Motorsports, they were at 24 laps on their stint, so that is just the nature of the racing that they have to work with. There's obviously people going to be on wildly different strategies at this midpoint in the race that you can't really say for certain, at least looking at first glance, who you're going to be fighting with by the end of the race. That is where you have your spotters and your sort of team bosses looking at the standing, looking to say, okay, we will want to be battling with so-and-so by the time this final hour arrives, and that is going to be the strategy that we're going to work to. We don't have to worry about some of the other cars that we won't be battling later on in the race, and it's kind of that, Tobias, it's kind of that strategy, that strategic mind that you do need for races like this. And the driver, you know, for most of these teams is just usually focused on driving. It's going to be the people in the background that are going to be making the major strategy decisions. The spotters and the team bosses are going to be the ones that do have the time to make their calculations, maybe on the back of a napkin, maybe on an Excel spreadsheet or whatever, to figure out who they want to be fighting by the time this race is done.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have to calculate a lot of front, you have to note a lot to see where everything could be going with the teams you're competing with directly. Because most of the duels we have right now, I mean, we see here 59 and 47 in the P2. That's Inertia Sim Racing versus the SRN Motorsports car. That's a direct battle, but then you have these remote battles where you just look for the strategies, while I see a very congested road right here.
Ooh, congestion galore inside of turn number 12 right now. Inertia Sim Racing is in the middle of it as they get trading paints there with Redface Racing, and they will manage to finally get themselves through. And trading paint, I don't mean in the third-party software that we use to get the paints on these cars, but in the literal sense they're coming through the slow speed section, as here comes Positive Sim Racing Green around, all the way around the outside of these cars. But Inertia, they're still concerned about their battle with SRN. They'll take it side by side up towards the final corner. Inertia Sim Racing, Bastamaki on the inside versus Daniel Grolti. SRN going to be a little bit run out of road there, but that position gains was pretty clean there for Inertia Sim Racing. But can SRN make their way back up and towards turn number 1? Wide line taken with a huge amount of traffic ahead as well. Daniel Grolti looking for the position back, but simply not able to find it. So Inertia Sim Racing continue on with their pretty much recovery drive at this point. They've been in the wars as well, but there's a huge string of cars ahead of them that can very much get themselves in the way. It's going to be mainly the GT cars that are the issue. Talk Freak go for a spin in their GTE machine, and they also almost back up right into the Racing Center Vibe Sports car, but this was contact with Odox Motorsports Samsung. They're coming down into the corner, trying to take their normal line. The LMP1 is already there on the inside line, and perhaps Talk Freak wasn't expecting the car to be there, since the whole lapping process did happen rather quickly. You see one LMP2 car go by, and then you don't expect the LMP1 car to be there. And in a way, I think that's more of a racing incident than a blatant cutting across the nose.
I mean, if you're using
Euphoria 67 and the 77 battling, sorry to cut you off, but battling down in towards turn number 12, and I think that's Euphoria Racing able to get themselves past SimRC in the GT cars.
I think they did, yes.
Yeah, they did manage to do it through turn number 12. As we'll find that one on screen for you, and through the triple right, they will solidify their position. Nirvana Racing 4 managing to get themselves by on the there was a moment there from a Euphoria Racing going for a little bit of a slide through the penultimate corner, but everything is well recovered, everything is okay for their team at the moment, as it's still pretty congested behind them with LMP2 cars, LMP1 cars, every other sort of car that you do want to consider in this situation. As Team Hoistingfeld and Team Mad, that is going to be a battle. Same with Inertia Sim Racing. Where have they come from up in towards turn number 1? Getting the overtake done on Team Mad. Absolutely fantastic stuff up into that uphill braking zone as they will get held up here by Euphoria. So this gives another chance now for Team Mad to get themselves by. Around the outside comes the inside that they'll have to go through the S's section, and Team Mad not able to get an opportunity to get themselves passed back. As this whole Team Hoisingveld, Team Mad's Inertia Sim Racing SRN train, these are all battles for position in LMP2, and Inertia might get another one here, you know, looking for the inside of Team Hoisingveld, not able to find it in towards turn number 11. Team Mad also on the back of this trio of cars as well, and we've got SRN further back. So this is fantastic stuff right now in your LMP2 class, and we will get ourselves a view of this down in towards turn number 12. Here comes Inertia down the inside of Team Hoisingveld. If they can hold this one and not outbrake themselves, they might have the position, but the cutback move is on then for Team Hoisingveld, taking it down into 13. Around the outside they will go. 14 is also a right-hander, so they'll have to try to stick it in there to get the advantage for the left, as Fantini's getting himself almost back by, but the battle will continue toward the third sector and the triple right as well. Team Mad getting themselves in fourth. All is so close to being contact being made there through the middle of the corner. Hoisingveld trying to defend from a second position, lost here. Team Mad, they're so close coming up through towards the final couple of corners, but Pete Harrod in that Team Mad car will just have to wait another day. What a battle that we've just seen there, Tobias.
Yeah, Team Mad was very, very smart to glue itself at the back of the Inertia car and tried to block Hoisingveld to the outside, but they're still going for it, but it's not enough. Now when they turn right, they would be on the outside as well. Keep it behind, keep it clean. Now stay behind for the S's, because yeah, overtaking here would be very, very sketchy.
It will be indeed. Again, Inertia having to deal with GT traffic. This time it comes in the form of that Zenith Esports car, and Team Hoisingveld are going to get a front full of Porsche right now as they head up through towards turn number 9, up over the crest, and then back downhill for turn number 11, as Hoisingveld has to be very careful here because Team Mad have the pace, having almost a look in towards turn number 11, but there's Mavano trying to come through in their race leading LMP1 car. They'll catch these guys in the right place. They don't want to get involved in this one at all. As SRN, they're further back in the shot. That could be a factor in this as well, but here comes Team Mad with the overspeed on Hoisingveld. Down in towards turn number 12 they will go. Harrod on the inside gets that car almost stopped. He does make the corner, he makes the apex, but Fantini able to get himself back for turn number 13, and he has to do this again. He failed it against Inertia, but can he do it against Team Mad around the outside, holding the inside for the next couple of corners? They're sliding about all over the place here in the 6 hours of the Neo Endurance Series, but Team Mad managed to hold their position, hold themselves ahead, but here comes Hoisingveld back around the outside looking for the line, but that inside line is always going to go and always going to be fastest through that particular sequence of corners, and this has brought SRN back into it as well. Just incredible stuff.
Just wow. So now we hope that Hoisingveld can keep their breath, because SRN is following closely behind. If Hoisingveld has the pace, they could go back at Mad Motorsports again. Oh, wow, what a lap.
What a battle, and it's still not over yet, not by any means. Ronnie Fantini trying to defend these positions, trying to take them back as well. We've got SRN Jan Grolty has brought himself back into this one by the virtue of the cars ahead of him battling. The thing is, this has allowed Inertia Sim Racing to get themselves the gap, get themselves away from this danger zone of cars right now that have been battling tooth and nail. MSI Esports in that LMP1 car right in the middle of that pack is looking to make themselves known, looking to get themselves through. And they're currently 5 laps down on their race leader, so I don't think they should be taking that many risks there. Team Hoisingveld will let them through, perhaps losing a good chunk of time as a result of that, so they're not going to be able to challenge Team Mad, at least on this lap, coming down the back straight, and they're going to get a couple of wing mirrors full of the SRN car if they're not too careful coming down this back straight right now. Is SRN going to be feeling the tail end of the draft here? Coming down the straight, we'll get that fantastic long camera shot down into 12. Here goes deep on their brakes for SRN. They really want this position as well, as this will be, if this move happens for SRN, this will be 3 positions lost in about 2 laps for Team Hoisingveld, which is not what they want, and they have yet more traffic ahead that they have to deal with. That's going to be the Army Racing team just parked ahead of them right now. Team Madavolt had their own traffic issues, could be brought back into a fight that they just want to get over and done with, and there we go. That might be the nail in the coffin for Team Hoisingveld, but no, the SRN got held up equally as much through the penultimate corner. Oh my god, this is absolutely crazy. Team Chimera looking to make a way through as well, as Army Racing team not wanting to give the positions away to the prototypes, but they will get themselves a breather, get themselves a break. We need a break here as well, but we'll continue on with this battle as SRN, they've seen what has happened to Team Hoisingveld over the past couple of laps, and they want a piece of the pie as well.
And what a pie it is right here. I think if they get themselves past Hoisingveld, they definitely deserve a huge piece of it.
They do. Oh my god, Hoisingveld. Oh my god. They're the most unlucky team in this race right now with the traffic, and SRN are going to come back right up to the back of them with another prototype. That's the SimRC Emerald car that wants to come through. That's the P2 running LMP1 car that wants to try to make a gap, but they know that this is a battle for position out there on circuit. Team Mad and Inertia, they're just off and away. See you later, guys. I'm not going to get involved in this battle anymore, as SRN deep on their brakes, and Team Hoisingveld having to push wide as well in through turn number 11. But we're going to have a little bit of respite, a little bit of a break now as these cars make their way down the back straight here. And further back is your race-leading LMP2 car in the background there. That's even Vatic in that lime green car. But here comes SRN looking for the inside down in towards turn number 12. It's deja vu, deja vu, deja vu again for Team Hoisingveld. This time they'll have to defend on the inside for turn number 13, and they manage to just do it, but the advantage switches so often coming through this middle sector that it's hard to tell who's going to win. But SRN, they're going to lose out just for now. They'll have another chance on the next lap potentially, as Ava Vatic are going to potentially try to get themselves through on this. But believe it or not, we have another battle on track developing. That is for race lead in GTE. Triton versus Altus Esports is potentially on the cards here. So this is okay. This race has suddenly gotten lively.
Yes, it definitely is. As it gets always around the half-past mark, because if for once you think, okay, we have a little break. As I saw a little love letter on that on that car.
Oh my god, SRN are going to have a look again coming through. No, that was just the Eva Vatic car making its way through. There's a little bit of confusion there coming through the sector and turn number 1 between the many representatives of the LMP2 field. The LMP2 leader currently splitting up the battle that we've been watching for the past couple of laps. So it gives us a little bit of a chance to have a look at how GTEs are doing, because Triton Racing potentially having to defend the race lead here. 0.2 of a second went the way of Altus Esports last time, so they're making fantastic inroads. As meanwhile, a battle within a second between Virtual Motorsports and Positive Sim Racing Black for P4-5 LMP1. So okay, all the battles are happening right about now with Cam not in the commentary booth. I don't need more to say about that, but there we go. As we look at ourselves, these battles up on screen, and it's Triton with David Nowakowski, Yannick Lapchan behind the wheel of the Altus Esports car. And I'm going to take a little bit of a tighter line through the triple right as the 12 and the 28 car, they are going to decide to fight right now with also the Team Hoisingveld car that has been involved in so much over the past couple of laps. But the thing is, this is a battle in a different class, and Positive Sim Racing Black going to get held up by Team Hoisingveld as well. So Hoisingveld dishing out what they've been having over the past 3 laps.
I don't even know what to say anymore. I'm just enjoying what's happening on track, and I'm trying to keep up with all the gaps that we have here on our timing. To see what's unfolding next for us and for our viewers, of course. Because on the GTE, it's still close, but not close enough. Oh yeah, it's pretty close right now between Triton Racing and Logitech. So yeah, I think Hugo is just deciding where we want to look next, I think.
Yeah, exactly. That's just going to be the case. as we look on board with Altus Esports then, Yannick Lapchan trying to chase down the race lead for Altus Esports. Simon Trendell looking to make his way on driver's left in quite a hurry as well, it has to be said. For Altus Esports then, what can they do in terms of the race leader in GTE? They have more GTE traffic ahead of them that they have to contend with. Fraser Williamson behind the wheel of the Team Butchvik racing car that hasn't had the best of days in that GTE class, so hopefully they'll be able to get themselves out of the way with no dramas. But Altus Esports still closing in here, still watching and waiting and trying to hunt that position. But meanwhile, Heusingfeld 35 and SRN, they're starting to close up again. So SRN, so Heusingfeld might have yet another position and yet another issue in their wing mirrors, as Altus and Triton still get very close indeed, coming through up towards the final sector. MSI having to go the long way around to these guys and not disrupt the battle too much. As, oh my god, I don't even know where to look at this point. I suppose it would be the battle for the GTE race league, which is the most significant, but they haven't gone side by side just yet. But Altus Esports looking very, very close to be able to have a look at some point out there on the racing circuit right now, as I've keeping an eye on Heusingfeld and SRN, because oh my word, they've got a ton of traffic ahead of them that they have to contend with. So this is going to be huge, and it's SRN getting the drive off the corner, follows in the slipstream, coming down the pit straight. Everyone's just swarming by them as Rolty will look towards the inside line then for turn number 1. He goes for the move down the inside. Heusingfeld deep on their brakes, gets trapped behind the GT car as well, and Heusingfeld will hold on right now just at this moment in time, but this can all change very, very quickly indeed. Both of them go to the outside of Team 85, and both of them will have to deal with Mivano in that Ford, as Heusingfeld will get held up. SRN looking, watching, waiting, being patient, as Vonnie Fantini gets himself by and puts that board in between himself and the SRN Motorsports car. But he has a Porsche to deal with in the MSI Esports car. As welcome back to the commentary booth, Cam. This race has suddenly come alive as the SRN Motorsports car still tries to chase down Team Heusingfeld. We've got a battle for the race lead in GTE as well. This has all come to a head here inside of the, coming up towards the halfway stage here. SRN, they're going to have the chance here. This is the best chance that they've had so far at getting past the Team Heusingfeld car. Inside line, it has to be another outside defense required for Heusingfeld here in towards turn number 12. Both of them go pretty late on the brakes. Both of them will make the corner, and finally SRN have gotten themselves ahead. But will we see a dive here from Heusingfeld? We will not, as they bring themselves very close to the back, but it's the position gained finally by SRN, and Team Heusingfeld can't do anything. It doesn't seem like they have the clear air pace to be able to try and get this pass back. But I'm not done yet, believe it or not, because Triton Racing and Altus Esports, they're the next battle that we're going to watch. Welcome back, Cam. It's all gone crazy.
That's all right. Well, good crazy. It's all gone good crazy. You need to preface that. Yeah, no, we got the baby changed and put him in the race spot car seat. Did the whole 5-point harness and all that stuff like that. So he's off and away finally. So we're good. It just you know, he needed a pit stop, and I'm wondering where Hugo's baby pit stop timer went. I don't know, boy, I tell you, some production this is. Now we had to do the whole kit and caboodle, and so he's new diaper, new clothes. He's off and away. So.
Race spot baby being taken care of them in the view of Cam Walsh, as this GTE battle still gets pretty close, but being separated by a prototype right now. But another battle that's been brewing in the background is the one involving the Audi. It's the Virtual Motorsports 12 car versus the Positive Sim Racing Black car, and that Positive Sim Racing Black with the superior straight line speed will make its inroads down towards turn number 12. Pretty easy does it for Positive Sim Racing Black, but they still are not in a position to be able to challenge. They need to get a little bit closer coming out of turn number 11 if they're going to make that pass stick coming into turn 12. But right now, I'm just thankful that we have action out there on track right now, since it was a pretty difficult period that we had to go through. There was a look from Altus Esports into turn 12 though, and Triton Racing able to successfully defend the move. So Altus Esports here, they seem like they're showing the pace over Triton right now, but the gaps that they have been able to gone for haven't been all that big, so they aren't able to get themselves side by side all just yet. But Tobias, you were with me throughout that entire just so crazy 10-minute period, and it slowed down a little bit, but it's still fantastic action that we're seeing.
Yes, definitely. I don't know if it's Cam who makes them slow down a little bit, so his heart doesn't get doesn't get doesn't get a stroke or something.
They see me get on the scene and they go, oh, we have to straighten out, otherwise Cameron would mispronounce our names when we crash. So that's why they don't crash. Well, at least that's how I think this goes.
At least my PC isn't crashing.
See?
Well, there we go. Oh my word, this race, man, this race. But it's been crazy throughout. We had that carnage-filled first hour and a half, arguably, of the race, where we had so many incidents out there on track. But here comes Positive Sim Racing Black over Virtual Motorsports. They gain a huge amount coming down the first portion of the back straight, but Virtual Motorsports able to respond to that sort of aggression from Danilo Piazza there in that Positive Sim Racing car. Ooh, Virtual Motorsports almost running into the back of I believe that was, if I'm correct, if I can get myself back a view of this, they almost ran into the back of the Motor podcast car in LMP2, but GTE then, that's going to be where all the action is going to be happening. Triton Racing versus Altus Esports once again, not close enough, unless you want to go for huge multi-send it down the inside, but that's not going to be the option that Lanet Yapshan is going for right now, although the LMP1 car does help here in slowing down Triton's run through turn number 12, so it brings them back up and brings them back to that rear diffuser, but Wyvern Racing is looking to make their way through as well here, so they can definitely give this battle that needed kick in the buttocks to try and get themselves fighting side by side, but not going to right now. Going to take a swing and a miss, going around the outside, and I just can't wait until these guys go side by side right now, because Altus Esports, they've gotten themselves back into this position where they can take the race lead here over the Triton Racing car, but there's been some aggressive prototypes trying to make their way through that have disrupted this one somewhat. But right now, Virtual Motorsports 12-28, this is one that's going to be close now into turn number 11, and I think the Porsche of Positive Sim Racing Black is going to be able to get the traction off the corners, the ERS deployment as well, to maybe challenge in towards turn number 12. They will get that ERS deployed. Look at the overspeed that Positive Sim Racing Black have here. Draws it side by side for turn number 12. Might even not need the corner to help with this pass as he gets himself onto the brake. So Piazza is through over the Virtual Motorsports Audi. But there we go. That is the position done and dusted for Positive Sim Racing Black. The Audi will try to look back through the middle sector, but that's not quite going to work yet unless the GT car is a factor here. That Ferrari getting in the way of Simotalk Esports, but they managed to negotiate that pass as since that battle is done now and Altus Esports have dropped off the back a little bit off of Triton Racing, as Triton almost ran into the back of Huizinfeld there. Huizinfeld has been involved in everything over the past half an hour. It's absolutely incredible. But I can take a breather now because we have Glenn Key from Positive Sim Racing Green. They've been involved in stuff over the past couple of hours, so we can get themselves into the commentary booth, and I think Cam, you might have to take this one away. Glenn Key, PSR Green.
Well, Glenn Key, here at Circuit of the Americas, I don't know if it's the Texas heat or what, but seems to be a bit of the traffic out there. It really hasn't been the best of days. You guys are sitting back in 14th position, 4 laps off of the leader, but I'm about to say that might just be because Toastmaster Marvano's just that darn fast. But take me through your day here under the Texas sun.
Well, first of all, it's a beautiful Sunday afternoon, and the heat sure is kicking in. We're definitely feeling on our tires. But I think you misunderstood slightly. I'm in the LMP2 car, so yeah, we're up in P4 actually.
Ah, see, there you go. Because you see it says PSR green, and the green one is the LMP 1-1.
Oh,
so,
yeah. I forgot to change that, but it's the orange. My bad.
That's all right. It changes things quite a lot then, because really you guys have been having, I guess, opposite of the PSR green LMP1 car, a really good day. I mean, Ava Vervantic has basically just been pulling away, which, I mean, is shocking to nobody. Apex Racing seemed to have some speed, but outside of that, I mean, you guys have had a pretty decent day. I mean, you've moved through some of the positions. You know, take me through being in an LMP2. I can only imagine that the difficulty of being in an LMP2 car when you've got both faster and slower cars.
Yeah, for sure. It's because you not only have to watch ahead of you, you also gotta keep an eye on the mirrors that you have. And our race began solid. We've mainly just done what we're supposed to do our job, hit the apexes, hit the corners, overtake, mind our own business. We had slight contact with the 85 car in the Porsche, which was a bit of an unlucky, but I've been watching it over and it could have been avoided, but yeah, it's a shame. But fortunate we only lost 10 seconds on it. So right now our goal is just to keep doing what we're doing, and hopefully maybe we can see that podium position come.
Yeah, and it's one of those situations where there are obviously smaller tracks. This is a very large track at 3.43 miles, but it feels very, very close quarter as it is. Just with how some of these corners go, with how the technical sections go, it's one of those situations where the LMP2 car, it really can't easily overtake the GTE cars. And at the same time, trying to go into corners when there's LMP1 cars, we've seen a couple of times where that doesn't work out right. It's as far as the track goes, it seems to be how this goes at Circuit of the Americas, the LMP2 car might just be probably one of the toughest cars to drive out there right now, just with how the climate is.
Yeah, for sure. It's difficult to set the car up because you either gotta make sure it's quick around the S's and corners, and the corners are a little bit awkward because they're not fast enough for the downforce to kick in, and they're not slow enough for the tires as well. So you're kind of in the middle, and we're actually almost going slower than the GTEs through the slow corners, but faster than LMP1s. So yeah, it's weird driving these cars. But
well, I hope we're on board with your car as we're talking with it, because they just went through turn 2, and they just as you were saying about LMP1s, one absolutely had to pass you guys while you were passing a GTE car. So it is certainly a big challenge, and I guess it's kind of I have to kind of ask the borderline question. Are you a fan of Circuit of the Americas? I mean, is this a track you like? Because it seems to me people either love it or they hate it.
It's on and off, really. Track-wise, it's a beautiful layout, no doubt. But for multi-class racing, I wish there was just a little bit more speed difference between the cars. Other than that, the track is really fun to drive because you got a mixture of everything. Fast corners and slow corners and mid-speed corners, and also it's a good workout for your arms, especially if you have the direct drive.
Yeah, I was gonna say yeah, especially as we did see the Logitech G Altus Esports machine go into pit lane, leading Triton to their own devices in GTE. So take me through kind of the rest of the schedule. Running as Azaredo? I don't know. I'm close enough. So please correct me for the love of God. He's in the car right now. I'm presuming you're probably going to be getting in the car in the stint after this one?
Yeah, I'm actually jumping in right now in about 2 laps. So
there you go.
After that, my job is done today, and then Renan will finish it for us.
Well, we hope that the car keeps going the way that it does, and you have an outside look at that podium just in case anything happens. And of course, drive safe. And who would you like to thank before we let you go?
I'd like to thank the sponsors, University Isabel especially, and our team boss, Javier, and also my engineer, Berge, for helping us out with the setup, and all the guys really for putting on some really good work and making this possible.
All right, well, your car's locked in right behind the Apex Racing UK car, so we'll let you get back to it, and best of luck out there, and hopefully we'll get to see you later.
Cheers.
That's Glenn Key of the PSR Sim Racing Orange machine. And, well, Connery, we've had some great action in the meantime. We've had great running both in LMP2, both in GTE. And interestingly enough, there is a battle right now between current and the Apex Racing UK car and Redena Zaredo.
Well, we saw the one between Motor Podcast and TNT Racing. Motor may be able to make their way down the inside and getting that pass complete, but you're completely correct, because there's a battle going on for number 3 in your LMP2 class right now. That battle for the race lead in GTE has been disrupted a little bit because we had Altus Esports decide to head their way in a little bit early. You could argue they hit just a couple of minutes before the hour, whereas you expect them to go maybe even a little bit more than that. We've seen people pitting on the hour every hour for GTEs, and then people pitting every 65 minutes. So that is neither of those. So an early stop for Altus Esports and to get themselves off and away. But Positive Sim Racing Orange now looking for number 3 in LMP2, and Fenric Kern currently wheeling that Apex Racing UK HPD around on board then with Renan Azeredo to see if he's able to do anything about that Apex Racing UK car ahead, and has got itself solidified inside the top 3. So repeating their great performance here so far. There's a bit of contact. Positive Sim Racing Orange, the driver that we're on board with right now, made a little bit of contact with the Torrent Motorsports car further behind, and that is Eric Vizzi not going to be quite happy. I think he did. You could have fit a piece of paper. You could have fit a piece of paper between the two, I think. Actually, you know what? He very well might have. There is a little bit of side pod damage, but it didn't look like any of the cars reacted. So if he did, he just barely nosed into him because Eric Vizzi saw him and jammed on the brakes. Yeah, that was a sketchy moment either way, but the battle for the P3 in LMP2 is just going to spread out a little bit as a result of that one, and might even bring Race Clutch back into this one, because they've been on the outside of this battle, and now they're within a couple of tenths of that car we're on board with right now. That's Positive Sim Racing, Positive Sim Racing Orange. So that is trouble inside of your top positions inside of LMP2. So there's Race Clutch. They had a horrible race start for the first round at Sebring, and taking out very early, even in the first 2 corners, I believe it was, that they had their issues. But finally, no issues, touch wood, so far for the Race Clutch team. They've gotten themselves up into P number 5 as it stands, looking for P number 4. In fact, they will inherit P number 4 because they've got Positive Sim Racing Orange diving themselves down on towards pit lane to get their pit stop service done. So we've got a couple of other GT cars doing the same though. We've got Triton Racing also pitting, so this will be interesting to see where they come out in relation to Altus. Altus on the pit strips right now, coming up towards the first turn. Triton Racing going to get out. Are they going to get out ahead or behind? They're going to get out comfortably ahead of Altus Esports, even though they had a bit of a moment with the rest of their pals in the GTE class coming up and towards turn number 1. So this battle, if Triton gets held up here, this battle could be back on for GTE race lead as Army Racing Team. What is that over the curb there? So much time gained over the Ferrari of SRN. But the thing is, they're going to have to back out. This is actually a battle for the decision, if I'm not mistaken, as Army Racing Team finally backs themselves out of the way. Oh my god, that is they're kind of on thin ice right now with the stewards, with the 2 penalties and the warning that they've had. So they have to be very careful to not get themselves another one. I will say, they did a great line through the S's. I mean, I know that they've had, I'm being completely serious, they closed right in on the rear of Stephen McGarvey, and honestly, very respectful, because what happened was the Logitech G Altus
car, or no, excuse me, the Triton Racing car did flash their headlights, and he did let him go. So, I mean, heads up driving, I think, because he's still locked in the back of that SRN Motorsports car, and I think when you basically gain that much real estate, as I don't think Andrew Call is going to have just, no, he does. Okay, so he gets out of the way for Andrew Call as well. So respecting the lead battle, that's very heads up. What I'm trying to say, I guess, is if you know you can catch up that much space going through the S's on the car in front of you, I mean, I guess it's okay to kind of back it off a little bit in a way, you know what I mean?
Very much okay. We've had hitters from the front of your LMP1 field. That's FCMRC.E Emerald on the lane. There's the 67 and the 77, and then they're going to be battling it out in the GT class. Euphoria Drivex Racing versus SimRC.de Crimson could be one that has a lot of fireworks in potential here, since Christian Koch in that SimRC car did close out about a tenth of a second on the last lap, and we'll see how that gap is when it comes across the line. They want 203.5 from SimRC and a 205.5 similarly for Euphoria, but it was a half a tenth of a second advantage going the way of Christian Koch now, and he's got himself in a pretty good position to be able to challenge over the next lap or so. But Movano for GTE, they're on the lane, so Triton Race.
We have a car off in the gravel. It's the 82 machine of the Army Racing Team, Dominic Blagier. I believe that, Stephen McGarvey went into the pits, and he just cut the apex just a hair too early, and it is, it's so hard to see that. Yeah, it is just, any driver could do that, and sometimes you do get launched and your car lands completely straight and you're perfectly fine, and you just kind of wipe your brow and go, woo! Other times, that happens.
Here comes the curb of death. Not that one, but this one.
Wait, slow motion view.
We should just contact iRacing's sound designer. You know, they're working on this whole like 3D, you know, like improved audio engine, etc., etc. We actually don't need that. We just need Cam doing car noises.
That's right. See. I forget his name too, because he's doing a wonderful job, by the way. I mean, seriously though, the sound quality of the game has just been getting better and better and better as time goes on. But Hugo apparently wants us to look at a racetrack or something like that. I don't know.
A racetrack? What is that? Oh,
Torrent, so be careful with the lap traffic. Almost running into the back of Williams Jim Jr. Yellow there as VRT are going to get held up behind these guys as well. So that's going to be the battle that Torrent is going to be having, and they've come off a bit better in terms of that lapping procedure through the S's. Ryan Parkins for VRT getting much more held up there behind as the rest of those cars will file themselves, or at least attempt to file themselves through. It's a bit congested through turn number 11, but everything is going to be sorted out by the time that this back straight arrives for these guys. But looking where was the battles? There's the battles. Euphoria versus SimRC. Euphoria managing to defend up and towards turn number 1 from Christian Koch. It was one we were watching develop over the past couple of laps, and SimRC have had their first little look here in this one. So Koch, he's sort of sensing out the opportunities now. He knows that maybe Segara is a little bit weak coming up and towards turn number 1, so he had a look but wasn't able to complete the move. So that is a good thing to remember then coming on to the next lap if they want to do anything different, or want to try anything different to get yourself past. But the gap has been extended just a little bit by Euphoria, so they're going to be pretty safe as long as SimRC stay behind here and don't be too good on the brakes. But we've got P number, that's battling LMP2 right now, Cam.
It's P21 overall, and they are LMP2 cars. I'm sorry, I understand that made it look like it sounded like it was position 21 in LMP2, which means that there'd be a lot of LMP2 cars. It is for the 5th position, and it's actually Jacob Sundergaard on the IRDK Endurance and Glenn P in the Positive Sim Racing Orange Machine. And also, when they went into their pits, it looks like they were able to fix whatever side pod damage they had, so both cars ready to rock and roll.
They very much are. There we go. IRDK Endurance. This is Positive Sim Racing Orange up on screen right now for you, and we've got the battle in GTE as well for position number 5 Euphoria versus SimRC. So we'll keep a close eye on both battles. Here comes the overspeed though, Positive Sim Racing down into 12. Not going to look for the move just yet. Looking for the inside still. There's a gap left open there by IRDK as actually SimRC will head down towards the lanes. That GT battle just will have to wait for now, but Positive Sim Racing still very much involved with IRDK here through the slow speed sector, able to carry so much more entry speed than that IRDK car, it looks like, but they're managing to hold themselves ahead just for now. Glenn Key, he did come in for an interview just a while ago, and he's in the car now trying to make things work out there on circuit, and through the penultimate they will go, and still it's going to be IRDK Jacob Sondergaard ahead at this stage. Tobias says, what does Blenky have to do here? He's got himself the pace advantage very slightly on that last lap, but it doesn't seem like he's had those opportunities just yet.
No, not yet, but he will get there eventually if he can keep the pressure up like this. I mean, they weren't that unfortunate as their counterparts on the LMP1 car. So this car especially looks a little bit better than others here on this track. I mean, choosing the right line, not hitting the sausage curbs. Looks good for me at the moment.
Does look good, have to let that SimRC car by though. SimRC close to the back of IRDK. I'm very surprised about how close these LMP1 cars are getting as IRDK gets a side full of SimRC down towards turn number 10 and turn number 11. Things will calm further down, but we'll get the replay up on screen. I'm very surprised about SimRC being this aggressive with the lap traffic. I think there's a case to argue there about the track limits from SimRC there, coming across the curb, so I don't think the stewards will be very happy about that. They might get a warning for unjustifiable risk in that situation, but Positive Sim Racing still locked onto the back of the car ahead of them, the IRDK Endurance team, and right now they are just in the sort of position where they can just find them. If either keep make any door open at any of these corners, Glenky is going to stuff his nose in that.
Yeah, and I was gonna say I wanted to see this this replay on board on the side of the on the side of one of the cars, and it was just so close. I don't know how they didn't make contact. The cars, obviously we have fancy camera angles. The suspension camera angles actually go into the other car. That's how close they were. So yeah, that was a big risk given by Simon Grossman, and I guess that goes to show you how hard these guys really want to try to chase down Milano.
Yeah, that would be the case, as Positive Sim Racing outbraking themselves up in towards turn number 1, just giving up a good chunk of time in that situation, so they'll have to try and gain that one back. But they have had the overall pace advantage so far over IRDK. It's just a case of trying to get themselves that opportunity to sneak their way by. But there's a battle between iRacing Today Motorsports versus World of Sim Racing team. I believe these guys have had trouble already, but down towards turn number 11 they will go. It's just ahead of the onboard that we have right now. Those 3 cars just going in towards turn number 11 right now, so it's going to be 2 battles in pretty much the same shot here, even though they're wildly different parts in terms of the laps that they are on. So IRDK pretty much not even on the leading lap of LMP2s right now. They're currently sort of 8 laps down on the overall race leader, but there we go. There's Torrent Motorsports down the inside of Positive Sim Racing, as the track is going to get congested in a not too distant future, with a couple of LMP2s wanting to make their way by GTs just a little bit further down the road, a couple of corners away from where we're looking at right now, Tobias.
Sorry I couldn't watch, I had a black screen again. Oh god, but that one was very close right now.
It is P9, LMP1, VRT iRacing looking for the move over Glenky. Over Glenky right now, that's around the outside of the LMP2. But the thing is, the cars of what is going to be Torrent Motorsports ahead of them aren't going to be too far down the road. So this is where all the congestion is happening. VRT diving it down on towards the lane, same with another car ahead of them. That is going to be, if I can actually spot them, as my iRacing has an issue. That's the Racing Centre Vine Sports there, making their way through. So that's going to mean the traffic is going to be relenting a little bit, but 51 has a look over the iRacing Today Motorsports. That's the battle at the front of this train that we're watching right now. That's battle for position in LMP2. But there's another battle for position in LMP2 also involved in that train. That's right at the back. That's IRZK versus U1 Positive Sim Racing, as they all get held up a little bit by the traffic here coming through the S's section. So battle at the front of the train, battle at the rear of the train. As there's a little bit of a mix-up in the middle there, getting very close, flashing of the lights going to be happening, as this is a battle for position, because that's Torrent Motorsports giving way there to the Porsche Basel by Sport car. But here comes Team Chimera then over the Torrent Motorsports car for position. So there's so many battles in the same train, very, very hard to keep track of, as Torrent goes over the curb and over into the World of Sim Racing team, and that's going to be the position lost to Team Chimera as well. So that is a crucial mistake that can.
It absolutely is, but he's coming right on back here. He's using all of his ERS. He wants to get on the inside. They're going to have to go 3 wide inside. Alessandro Sanchez has no idea which way to go. He doesn't know when to turn in. And Torrent Motorsports now version 2.0 of using the other car in front of you to help you turn. But it doesn't work out this time. Simon Trendell is fighting on the comeback, and he does end up keeping that position. I think he's going to be able to help pull away, because I have a feeling Eric Vaizey had to use all of his boost in order to re-catch up and retake that position. But my goodness me, he did not want to give that one up.
He simply did not want to do it. As looking at it, as things stand, then, as Shakespeare loved to say, he repeated that 15 million times over the World Cup broadcast. As I will rib on him a little bit, but looking at this one, MSI having trouble with the lap traffic there, and that one will get sorted rather quickly. As just having a look now, we've had that rather big flurry of battles that have happened and then have just spread out, so we're going to get ourselves a little bit of a breather, and I think now is probably a good time to get ourselves a break here on RaceSpot TV. Let's go RaceSpot TV fan immersion on board with, have we done a GT car so far?
I think we only did the LMP1.
So there we go. Let's have a look at someone who's involved in something in the GT class right now. I think that's going to be the cars of, I would say, Simple Esports. Yeah, Team 80, the 83.
That's the Altus.
Yeah, the Altus Esports car. So they've been inside this battle for the race lead for the longest time. They had a pretty good chance before the pit stop phase, the last pit stop phase for these GTE cars, but right now Triton Racing have managed to pull away. But we're going to stay on board right now with Andrew Carl, Logitech G, Altus Esports for RaceSpot TV fan immersion. Let's listen in. Here we go then. Welcome back to the 6 hours of COTA here for the Neo Endurance Series. And what a race we have had so far. Many battles throughout the field, up and down. You can still do whatever you want to do, Cam. We're still on the overhead shots. Take it away.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I was just gonna do the news, but then he unmuted. Oh, Jesus, Cat, what are you doing?
You had to literally meow in the background.
The cat wants to get in on the
cat
meows.
wants the mews. Yeah, that's
Instead of
that's
meow,
what
it's
happened.
instead of meow, it's meow. But there we go.
Anyways,
Yeah. That's what we'll have to do. As I don't know. This was. I don't even know what's happening to this podcast at this point. But there we go. On with the racing. The 6 hours of the Neo Endurance Series battling up in towards turn number 1 between the World Sim Racing team and the iRacing Today Motorsports. They are just in the front of the shot right now, side by side through the S's section. This is not where you can make side by side work, but they'll attempt it anyway. Will the Sim Racing be able to get themselves ahead? But iRacing Today Motorsports drop back through the field now. IRDK looking to make themselves by. That's a car that's further down the road in terms of laps, so they'll have to get out of the way at some point. But right now, in that battle, that is going to be a game of cat and mouse through the S's section there, Tobias. You know, that's like Eau Rouge at Spa, where if you want to go side by side into it, then one of the drivers has to back out, and it's a matter of which driver backs out, and if none of them do, then you're going to find the barrier somewhere.
I mean, as I saw this year, it can work out in Eau Rouge and Radillon, because it's Radillon actually, to go next to each other. As we see the fight evolving between 47, 36, no, 35 and 36, and then Matt overtook Huizinveld again.
Yeah, they managed to make their way by, and this was Huizinveld. Yes, it was Team Mad getting themselves by Team Huizinveld. Team Huizinveld have been involved in everything. I've already mentioned it, but it's worth reiterating that everywhere in this LMP2 fight, they're just going to be somewhere just sort of either there, just involved in the battle, or just like not even involved in the battle for position, but just getting in the way in terms of lap traffic. So they're just all over the place in the racetrack, and not in a bad way, but still, it's quite entertaining to watch, but perhaps not so if you're part of that Team Huizinveld team, as they have surrendered the position over to Team Mad once again, and they will drop rather quickly off the back of that one. So we'll
wonder,
go.
do you think they get mad that they keep getting pissed by that getting passed by that particular car team?
That was a low effort pun, and you know that.
Still low-key fun.
It's maddening, really.
Oh.
What a mad evening here.
Positive sim racing by virtual motorsports in the area. There we go. That's all I'm gonna say.
Always stay positive sometimes.
Can someone please take my place? I don't want to be here anymore.
Hugo's got this.
We will get Hugo to say a few words on the broadcast at some point. We just haven't managed it for the past 4 years of this entire thing. But here we go. Virtual Motorsports trying to find their way back, and they might be helped here by the traffic, but just that Audi just simply does not have the straight line speed of the Porsche, and that is one of the big issues in that car, which is why a lot of teams have decided to give it a miss and went with the Porsche instead. It seems to be miles quicker on pretty much every circuit you could take it to, especially on tracks like Daytona, on tracks like the Circuit de l'Estade as well, for the Le Mans 24 Hours. The Audi just runs out of steam on the straights, and it's a huge advantage to the Porsche, as Baslov will have a look back up towards turn number 1, but I think that's a vain attempt there, Cam.
Yeah, I mean, it's more positioning than anything like that, and for Baslov, I think he knows that. Coming through these sections, you can see how the Audi is closing in here as Ricardo Chevillon has to go around Joel Guez in that red-faced racing, which is the third place GTE car, and frankly, the front-running Ferrari, as they get stuck behind the Porsche before DriveX racing machine. Baslov taking that inside line that is so popular with those LMP1 machines, and I just think that you really, it's more like you're holding on until this corner, which is upcoming, and then the race is on from there.
It will very much be on, as
Maybe not.
I'm currently struggling.
Is.
Yeah, I'm currently having a little bit of a struggle with my spectator view, so that will be a very interesting one indeed. Instead, because we are Racesport TV, like to push the envelope a little bit, we do have a production feed up that gives us sort of under a second latency, so we can actually see what's going on the camera. So I can resort to that to try and commentate on these battles instead. But
is it doing the thing where it's stuck in scenic mode?
Yeah, it's stuck in
control.
But
hey, see, I'm good for one thing. Such good. Sorry, this is my moment.
Push, sword, Rensport. There we go. That's going to be the battle that we're going to be watching. P13-14 in your GTE class. And that's going to be Saul Rensport once again from behind on Fraser Williamson. Looking for the draft. Looking for the move. That is so close with that LMP2 prototype going down the inside. But still attempt here by Saul Rensport as they try to challenge Bush Fink. But they got to be careful about the LMP1. They get late on the brakes for turn number 13, and they managed to make up the position there, Tobias. And again, LMP1 tries to get itself through, but this is why we've been having so many incidents over the course of this race, because the passing has just been so close between the lap traffic and the lead lap cars.
I mean, yeah, the LMP2 could have very much outbrake the Porsche who was trying to overtake here in this particular case. But everything at the moment is looking controlled, let's say like this. But as you know, commentators curses and stuff.
Yeah, we don't want to be cursing anyone out here today, and well, maybe we've already done so with how much we've been saying, oh, it's calm out there on track, and then something happening. But hopefully the drivers don't sort of blame us for that sort of thing. But we've got about, what looks to be around about 2.5 hours left in this one, so we're starting to get deep into the second half of this event, and I think this final hour is probably going to be absolutely insane with the amount of racing that we've already had out there on circuit. Hopefully we haven't run out of racing by the time that time arrives, but in this one we've got currently the LMP1's kind of in the middle of their stints right now. Most of them are on 11 laps, 12 laps, 13 laps, 14 laps, where we've been seeing them go up to around about 24, 25 on occasion. So they've still got to wait a while before they head down towards the lane next, as Euphoria Racing and Red Face Racing, they're pretty close out there on circuit for GTEs. And we'll see how this one turns out as the prototype makes his way by on the inside. That's Marcus Hamilton. That is your race leading first Marks Nirvana Racing Machine. So they are currently about 40 seconds ahead of SimRC.de Emerald, which is concerning. I will say that, because that gap certainly wasn't that margin last time we looked at it. So we'll have to see what has gone wrong there for SimRC.de Emerald, because with the stint lengths, they didn't look like that's a pit stop advantage for Buscross Nirvana. That's not an unscheduled stop for SimRC. So things have started to sort of not become a thing for the race lead, for the overall race lead anyway. But right now the battle in GTEs are still raging on. It's Euphoria versus Red Face, and through the SS section they will go here to IS, and they've got that traffic of their own class ahead, and I think I've said something to that effect about 5 million times already this race, but that's just how 6 hours event 6 hour event goes at some stages. But Euphoria now, they're looking to be on the defense.
Yeah, Euphoria definitely is on defense. They don't have a rear gunner like in some other sports, unfortunately, here right now. But also, every time you mentioned like that, yeah, the traffic, it spreads out, it's not in chunks anymore. And then, you know, the next camera shot, you see like 10 cars of different classes in the same turn.
I'm not going to pay any attention to the chat right now because it's pretty immature. I will just say that one, but there we go. We'll hopefully get that one soon. But in terms of the Red Face Racing and Euphoria Racing battle, they are 0.6 of a second right now. Is the gap going to be separating them for P number 7 on track for GTE? Will Red Face Racing have a dive? I don't think it's going to be the case down in towards turn number 12, although we have seen almighty delays from that far back before, but Redface Racing good enough to know that that option is a very, very risky one indeed, as they'll stay behind just for now. Those two GT cars ahead of them, not for precision, by the way. They'll should be showing the advisory blue flags here in iRacing, the iRacing Sporting Code, in the Neo rules as well. You don't have to completely surrender the position every time you have a blue flag shoved in your face from one of the marshals, so you can be a little bit more sort of lazy about it in a way, but you can't impede any of the cars coming through. That's the important point, but or at least willingly impede by swerving across them, the cars coming through. But there we go, and Redface Racing now very close to the back of that Euphoria Racing car, but still not close enough to make those moves. And Joel Guez, the very talented developer of the JRT software, which is the timing software that we use in Racesport TV, and of course a lot of drivers out there use as well. It's a good bit of software, but software is not going to help you in terms of on-track battles here, Cam.
Yeah, most certainly, and I think it's one of those things that we have all sorts of fancy things we can at least put on the screen. As far as modulars go, as I keep watching this GTE battle, I almost clipped the rear of SRN Motorsports Orange as the Schubert Motorsports Lennart Fricke is moving by. That 33 machine should clear the two of them. They'll both give a tow from the Euphoria and Redface Racing. Redface looks to be way late on the inside brakes. That's way too hard, as there you go. There's a lockup, and smart heads-up driving from the Euphoria driver, because he was able to basically know that that was coming. He backed off and promptly it saved his car for another day, because, yeah, I was going to say, I think that Porsche is very good off corner exit.
Redface are through. SRN looking to challenge, even though they are laps down on this particular battle. They will quickly back out of that, coming through the triple right-hander, and Redface Racing through. Let's move down towards the end of the back straight that they were able to pull off. They had to complete it coming through the slow speed section, and they did have a little bit of help there from the traffic ahead, but they still managed to get themselves through absolutely regardless. But right now, as this race is going along, 2 hours and a half left in this one, and a close battle developing now out of nowhere. P2, P3 in your Prototype 1 division. SMRC have fallen off the back of the race lead so much that they've been brought back into the clutches of Sorg Rensport Esports. Now, what has happened to them? I'm gonna have a look at that previous race laps right here, because I have to see what actually has happened to them, because there's a slow lap on lap 100. I have to guess this one's going to be a pit stop. It is, and it wasn't well, I say that it wasn't a particularly slow one. It was one that was about a good 20-30 seconds slower than the ones that they have done before. So this is starting to be concerning right now for SimRC, because now you've been brought back into a battle where you might just lose position number 2 to your fellow countrymen in that Sorg Rensport car, and I don't know if it's something other than that slow stop that has put them further back here.
Looking at the numbers, their last pit stop was a 38.2, which is actually about slightly faster than Marcus Hamilton's with a 39.8, and more certainly faster than Dominic Farber's, which was a 41.9. The problem, they're all running about the same stint lengths. Actually, Simon Grossman and Dominic Farber, they both came in on the same lap even. Over the course of the pit lane, Simon Grossman was about 3 seconds faster than Dominic Farber. I think what's happening is that Simon Grossman just continues to get the traffic. He's running quick laps, but they're 148s, 149s, 148s, 149s, whereas Dominic Farber, this stint, he has run his fastest lap of the entire race for that car at a 145.5, and he keeps running 145.5s, and I believe that's why he's managed to close up so much, because how do you compete when somebody's running the fastest lap times that they've run yet?
Yeah, that could be the case, but here we go. There's Saul Grensport looking for the move, but the thing is going to get disrupted by an LMP2. You can just see that's a fantastic shot there of them getting forced all the way back further down the road. Have to negotiate this passer then around Schubert Motorsports there in that LMP2 class. Schubert flashing the lights, not exactly happy with how that pass was negotiated, but they will just have to deal with it, I suppose. In this one, as Dominic Farber will continue to give chase to P2 in LMP1. And you're completely right, Cam, because Saul Grensport Esports have been running very, very, very rapid laps indeed. Dominic Farber getting back behind the wheel after his first couple of stints. He did turn that car over to Mike Nuremberg for a couple of stints, but now he's back behind the wheel, and he's arguably the fastest driver that Saul Grensport Esports has. So in his very, very capable hands, Tobias, he's managed to reel that Sim RC car back in.
Yeah, I mean, I know him from racing with him. He was in sharing community where I'm in as well. And he said it before, like, okay, in 5 minutes I'm getting into the car. Just wait for, in this hour I'm gonna close up to Sim RC again. So he literally called it.
Very much. But lap times right now is going to be a little bit slow, I suppose, on this lap because of the altercation with traffic and having to be pushed all the way back. Not physically, of course, just getting trapped behind. But in the rest of the racing that we have here, the GTEs could be a potentially interesting affair. Same with the LMP2s, because we've got IRDK versus UI1 Positive Sim Racing Orange further down that LMP2 field. So we've got a couple of battles to watch, both in prototype field, but the thing is, one of them in LMP1s, one of them in LMP2s, and let's see how both of those battles solve themselves up into the first turn. Positive Sim Racing Orange and IRDK will go. Positive Sim Racing, that car behind that blue and lime green machine, 3 wide, coming up down towards the SS section, but they all managed to get it sorted. As IRDK, they are definitely being piled on from behind. They've got themselves the pressure all the way from Glen Key, and Glen Key, he's running very, very quick laps indeed, so he definitely has the pace to try and get this move done, but it's a case of where and, of course, when. A little bit of a twitch off the corner then from turn number 9 from Jacob Songard, IRDK Endurance, but can he hold on? Can he stave off the attack from Glen Key? Slightly different lines being taken there into turn number 11 because of that Zenith Esports GTE being parked on the outside. But this is the chance now for Positive Sim Racing Orange over IRDK. They'll have the overspeed, they'll have the side-by-side down into turn 12. Once again, hit the brakes exactly the same time. So Glen Key will still have to fight this one on the inside, but Sondergaard defending on the outside, becomes the inside for the next though, but that's momentum around the outside of the corner from Glen Key. They'll take the fight all the way through the sequence of corners through towards the lefts now, and Sondergaard trying to fight his way back on the outside. He'll find traction off the corner. There's an LMP1 trying to make his way by, but this one's going to have to be solved before that happens. Sondergaard and Key very side by side through the triple right. Glen Key inside line for the penultimate corner now, and will gain the position, but a bit of oversteer off the corner, looking at 3 wide through the final corner with the LMP1 machine. But the thing is, IRDK, they are not done here. They've got a good run off the final corner. They've got all the slipstream in the world to take themselves up the hill towards that heavy braking zone of turn number 1. IRDK outside looks to become the inside, looking for the cut back off the corner, looking for the momentum off the corner. But I think right now, Tobias, that Glen Key has this position under lock and key.
Yes, Glen Key was fighting very, very hard.
That's a pun I'm proud of.
What?
That's a pun I'm proud of.
Which one?
Glen Key has it under lock and key.
Oh man! Oh, wow! That actually hurts a little. But now he's a little bit stuck behind the Porsche, so that could mean that there might be a chance to attack again, depending on how both of them take the corner. That's very well done. So another time of drag racing down the backstretch. A little lucky here, but not enough.
a little luck, but definitely not enough. IRDK will have the slipstream all the way down this straight though, and that is worth a big chunk of time with how long you spend on 100% throttle coming down here, but I don't think he has quite the downforce or quite the lack of downforce to be able to get himself into a position to challenge down into turn 12, so he's just going to back out of that one and just let Glenke get himself ahead here, maybe trying to pull out that gap as well. But looking at the battle of P number 2 in your LMP2, that one has been spread out because Porsche Basel, I saw Grensport have made their way by over the past couple of moments, so that is not what you want to hear if you're SimRC there, Cam.
The Cam had too much coffee, so again he's away, leaving us alone. But yeah, Dominic made his point in this car. He made his point before in the chat. He called it. But let's just hope that he can keep the consistency that he's currently showing also while lapping other cars and also other LMP1s. And yeah, SimRC, they have to reform themselves because they're constantly losing 100th after 100th. You see them in the back there, no draft, no slipstream, nothing. So yeah, they should do it over strategy or just keeping consistent.
Looks like the pass was done then, up into towards turn number 1 on lap 120 for Sorg Rennsport Esports there, as they get themselves up into P number 2 and maybe start to think about, okay, we have 2 hours 20 minutes left in this event, so I mean, it's still enough time maybe to do something, maybe not much, but something about Thrustmaster Nirvana Racing currently leading this one. And with the traffic, how it's been throughout the whole entirety of the race so far, then I don't think Nirvana can really be comfortable, even though they have a over 40-second gap to the rest of the LMP1 field. They simply can't get complacent here because all of a sudden one of these LMP2 cars, one of these LMP1 cars, one of these GT cars, excuse me, could just spoil the race, and then you're back in a fight with P number 2 and 3.
I mean, that can always happen. You're never sure of that. There is no 100% safety on track, as we know from the previous 4 hours that we had here. Yeah, accidents can occur. Even you just hit a curb like a few centimeters, a few inches away from where you hit them normally, and you spin or your car gets unstable. With LMP1 cars, your underfloor gets damaged and everything. So 2 hours 17 and left, and nothing is decided yet.
Nothing at all. We've seen it so many times, especially in this series, where the race leaders have run into trouble very late on in the race. That has really shaken things up in terms of the grand finales of those races, so to speak. IRDK and Positive Sim Racing still very close on circuit for P number 2 in your LMP2 class, and another situation is well, brewing between these two guys. I think Glenke's still pulling away here at this stage after getting that pass done earlier. Gap is up to 2 seconds over Jacob Sondergaard now, so I think Sondergaard might just have to give up on the chase to Glenke and just focus on his own lap times instead, making sure he gets through this traffic relatively okay, because that has been the huge factor that has decided so many things in this race so far. But with everything going and everything just getting on with it right now, we're at that stage in the race where things are basically being set up right now for those final couple of stints to the end of the race. We can't forget that we have the split strategies in GTEs. We've got people pitting on the hour every hour, and I think Altus Esports was definitely one of those that was looking to do that, but we've also got a couple of drivers and a couple of teams looking to go the 65-minute stints all the way until the end, and then maybe taking a splash and dash right in the dying moments. Only fuel, don't have to take tires unless you think you can do the tires in the time the fuel that the fuel is done. So that's definitely one to keep an eye on. We've got 50-minute stints for your LMP2 class as well, so it'll be a battle of who can make the fuel last the longest and miss out a potential last stop for the LMP2 class. And may also be the same case in your LMP ones as well. We'll just have to see how they go. We'll get a more representative look at that one when we get closer to that final hour. But we've got another hour and 15 minutes to go before that becomes a thing, and the race as it stands right now will go to Reforia and Redface, because these guys, well, they were battling just a couple of, just 10-15 minutes ago, but it looks like they're going to be back at it then as they head their way down the pit straight. Redface Racing trying to get the move done over Euphoria, not going to be close enough into turn number 1 this time, as these guys, Tobias, have been stuck together like glue, arguably, throughout a good amount of this race, and they just can't seem to shake each other. They're always within a second of each other, within 2 seconds of each other, and they've had a few side-by-side battles already, so that sometimes drivers deal with that one better than others, arguably. Some absolutely love like the side-by-side battles. They just want to, that's where they perform best, and that's where they can actually get a lot of the time out of the car. But sometimes drivers just want to be left alone.
Yeah, sometimes they do, but it depends on the driver, actually. When I was driving, for example, depending on the situation, I felt better when I had someone to talk to, or just, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. But right now, that gap is starting to extend a little bit between Euphoria and Redface because of the traffic that's getting itself involved, and it's going to be multiple repeats of deja vu with the whole traffic. But that is just endurance racing in a nutshell. It's part of the racing. It's if you're not good at it, then you're flat out not good at endurance racing. That is the that is just the issue here. It's the fact of life. If you want to have racing with no traffic issues, with no one getting in your way, then just go with a sprint race. Like, don't come into this event and then complain about the traffic. Of course, the traffic can very much misbehave, and we've seen that so many times over the past couple of hours. But it just comes with the territory. If you enter a 6-hour event, you're going to expect to get roadblocks sometimes.
That reminds me of driving on the Autobahn. The longer you drive, the more roadblocks you will see on the left lane.
Yeah, I do have a story of, maybe not an Autobahn related story, but it is a Sim Racing Expo related story where Will Vincent, the only Will Vincent here on Racebot TV, actually had to pick me up from one of the local train stations that's pretty close to the Nürburgring, and he had himself, his wife. We had Neil Sinkowski in there as well, one of the drivers here on iRacing, and but we had an altercation with a ditch. That is how I'm going to describe that.
Did you win?
We did end up winning, but it was I've never seen Will that angry, and it really scared me. But we basically took a wrong turn down some sort of farm lane thing. We had to do a U-turn, but we realized there was a huge ditch on either side of the road a little bit too late, and we slid down the hill in this 7-people big person carrier. We had to get out the car and just push it out the ditch, and Will wasn't very happy because it was a rental car. So if there was any damage to the underside of the car, and Will will have to pay for it.
If they find out, though,
Yeah,
because this is why I always do the caution, in cash. So they just look over it. Okay, it's fine. Okay, here you got it back. Bye.
Yeah, exactly. Luckily, there wasn't any damage to the car. It was. It turned out the spare tire that is under the rear bumper of the car actually saved us from slamming the rear bumper down onto the grass. So that was a little bit of a lucky mistake, lucky escape there. As right now, 1/10 of a second, 2/10 of a second, looking like it's going to be the gap between Redface and Euphoria. As I'm not do a Vastamaki. I don't know what that means. I know
Inertia Sim Racing driver is here and has been waiting patiently, waiting for interview.
Sorry, I got too caught up in my Sim Racing Expo getting into a ditch with Will Vincent sort of thing.
Oh, that sounded weird.
That did sound very weird.
That's okay, no problems. The Sim Expo was good. Was good. That's all I need. Thumbs up.
Oh my word! Yes, we'll get But we'll get Jonas Västermäki in here for Inertia Sim Racing, and Cam, you'll take this one away because I need to get my sanity back.
I'm the interview person today. Hello. You're Finnish, and I'm bad at saying Finnish names. I'm sorry. It is Västermäki.
Yeah, that's correct.
Hey! All right. Well, let's write that one down. Anyways, so you guys are racing in the inertia cars. The Inertia Sim Racing Corsac team is basically a group of mostly Finnish drivers. I think all Finnish drivers. And right now it's Jukka Katilakoski currently piloting the LMP2 car. You guys have had a rough start to the day, but it looks like you guys have recovered nicely and are running pretty comfortably. Take me through your day here at the Circuit of the Americas.
Yeah, definitely a very bad start. It's not very optimal when during the first half an hour you get taken out 3 times and you are not guilty for any of them, but that's racing. We had to come down 8 laps early during our first stint to take our optional repairs, which were 45 seconds, so now we are completely out of the pit cycle with everyone else. So a bit difficult to know where we are exactly, but we think we are fighting for P9 with SRN Motorsports. So due to pitting earlier than everyone else, our final stop is going to be longer, so we need to build a gap against those guys.
And, being off sequence, it certainly can have its benefits, but how this race developed is with a lot of people were ended up being involved in incidents. And what ended up happening is that anyone that had to come in and do service, they came out in the same traffic that they came in with, simply because everyone was so spread out due to the first couple of laps of incidents. So I can see how that really didn't benefit you guys at all, but hopefully you'll be able to get the teeth under it. And you guys did qualify pretty well. You were going to start 5th, and things unfortunately didn't work out that way. But take me through this race as far as being an LMP2 driver. We've interviewed one of the other LMP2 cars, the Positive Sim Racing car, and it was interesting to hear their perspective. And I was just wondering if we could hear maybe your perspective about being on the LMP2 class here at Circuit of the Americas.
I think it's really nice being the LMP2 class or the middle class. You have to constantly look behind for the LMP1s and be smart where you're going to overtake the GTEs. You can definitely make a huge difference in how you manage the traffic, and you can gain or lose a lot of time by being smart. Sometimes it's just smarter to save some fuel and not go for a dive bomb, and sometimes you have to know when to be aggressive and pick your fights.
Yeah, most certainly, and it's one of those situations where you can really find yourself losing a significant chunk of time simply due to the cars around you, of no fault of your own. So it's one of those days, I guess. Not everybody has a grand old day, but the teal fox creature mascot thing that you guys have seems to, at least the car's looking good, and if other people fall to the wayside, you'll be there to take up positions, and I guess you just kind of get ready to perhaps move on to the next round. Is this going to be a round that you guys are going to be quick to forget, or did you learn a lot here so far?
Well, it's going to be a round to forget for us. We know if we are going to get the clean weekend, we're going to be up there fighting for podiums. We had the World Cup of iRacing this weekend, which meant that Ossian Puhakka, club captain of Finland, didn't do any practice with us and is not racing. And Riku also focused on World Cup a lot, so he was a bit out of pace and not as fast as he could be. And then obviously the incidents we had, so we know that we can definitely do better. And I believe that we are going to fight for podiums later on in the season if we just can't get a clean weekend.
Well, unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be getting very much cleaner, because the next race, December 16th, is going to be at the Aerodromo Jose Carlos Paz, which is the Sao Paulo, Interlagos. Interlagos, it is a very compact track with no turns, and I can't imagine it's going to be very easy having all of the cars on track that we have here today. I think it started with 54 cars. I can't imagine that many cars being on the Interlagos circuit.
Yeah, we had a nice race there last season in Sports Car Open, and it worked surprisingly well with LMP2 GTEs and GT3s, but obviously adding LMP1 to the mix is going to change that dynamic a lot, so definitely going to be tons of traffic, so we'll just have to take it easy and wait for the attrition to kick in until there's some room to actually race.
Well, either way, Jonas, thank you so much for hopping in the chat with us. I'll give you the floor. I would say, whom would you like to give a shout out to? Your sponsors or anything like that? But I squint my eyes as it drives by, and all I see is a fox on the hood of the car, and that's about it. Very simple finish paint scheme.
Yeah, no sponsors, so hit us up if you want to sponsor us. Huge thanks for Rico Alatalo for racing with us, and Glacier Racing for allowing him to race with us. He is not our driver in our team, but since Glacier didn't field the team and Rico wanted to drive the LMP, he is with us and going to do the season, so thanks for them.
Gotcha, well, very nice. And I spotted it now. Is the fox's name Megan by any chance?
Well, our teams are named after foxes. Corsac, Fennec, Red Fox, whatever, and then there's Megan Fox also.
I get it. See, I've only seen the one inertia car, so I get it. I get the Corsac now. I was wondering if that was perhaps a sponsor of some type, but no, I get it now. Well, very, very cute. Very good, very good. So either way, we hope that the car stays together for you, and Ikala will be having a good time there in that 59 machine. So thank you, Jonas, and we'll catch you next time.
Yeah, thanks.
So that is Jonas Vastamaki, which I'm pretty sure I messed it up the second time, but oh well. And either way, Connery, I just noticed that UI Positive Sim Racing Green machine had a very lofty bump into that Team 85 machine. Courtesy of some more of that the scattered showers that is that racing machine sometimes, the whole networky bit. But either way, you do have to kind of feel for the inertia cars simply because they are fast. I mean, they were fast at Sebring, and it just unfortunately hasn't clicked.
Yeah, it hasn't. That's sometimes how the racing goes. You get collected in those early incidents, then you're always racing from behind from that point forward, and it takes a good amount of mental fortitude to be able to drag yourself back up the field, trying to get as many points as possible. But on track, we've got Euphoria and Redface, who are still a thing. They're still stuck together. They still aren't, they aren't separating at all. Joel Guerres, Ranzugera, they're just keeping each other company around this racing circuit, because sometimes it can get pretty lonely out there, and you do need a buddy to try and sort of keep yourself alert and keep the fatigue from sort of not taking over. You need something to actually occupy your mind other than just being in the zone and then just having a moment somewhere on circuit to us.
Yeah, those moments in circuit that are those that you don't need, especially that short of the finish, because 2 hours is...
Speaking of moments, the Christian Koch piloted machine, the Crimson DE Crimson, got eaten up by Marcy and June, the Torque Feed Racing LMP2 car, and Pete Hera then came in and helped clean up that car just a little bit. Actually, they didn't make contact, but they both had to come to a stop, and then as they tried to pull forward, Jacob Sundergaard almost gotten ate by that Porsche. He was very lucky that he did not, and that caused everybody else around the area to have to slow up.
It does result in Christian Koch losing the position to that Euphoria Drive X Racing. Actually slots them back into this battle that Euphoria were having with Redface Racing. So it's all of a sudden become a 3-car battle that is going to go on here, as we will get maybe another look at that one, because I didn't see it myself, at least on my particular screens, but it does seem that it was a pretty big moment that through the S's section that SimRC.de Crimson had. It was with the Torque Freak Racing car, and Torque Freak, come on, dude. Come on, guys. This is not how we do the racing. It's a little bit further back than that, Hugo. It's through the S's section. and it's with the number 48 of the Talk Freak Racing LMP2 car. And I think we've seen this incident about, or at least the same sort of incident about 5 times. Another 5 seconds back would be great. There we go.
There you go.
There we go. Talk Freak, look at this dive. Ooh, bam. Count with the Neos again. But yeah, that's, again, I think we've seen... Go on.
It was just after the car got spun. It was a dumb incident, but what ended up happening is Christian Koch is actually... Oh, there, he's gone into the pit lane now. It was a silly incident, but what ended up happening is that the car got parked, of no fault of Christian Koch, and everyone had to scatter around. And so it was very good and lucky that there wasn't any significant contact. So heads up driving still on these drivers here. You were talking about, hey, how to get people to not just get so much in the focus that they have an incident. Try dodging a stopped Porsche that's facing the wrong way. That'll wake you up.
It's a scary moment, please.
Yeah, it's you know, you have to keep your head up. You can't just like go into some sort of lucid or semi-lucid zone where you're just sort of trying to run laps and then, you know, all of a sudden you're caught off guard by a car that's spun in the middle of the track. It can be quite disorienting, but the battle we're watching right now is Positive Sim Racing once again, but this time against Wyvern Racing in that LMP1 class. So both the Porsches will head their way in towards turn number 12 there. As I've mentioned it so many times in this broadcast, why am I forgetting that? But there we go. Positive Sim Racing back trying to defend from Wyvern Racing, and Wyvern, they've had a brilliant amount of pace over the past couple of laps, so they might just be able to get this pass done, but around the outside of the traffic they'll have to go through the reverse Istanbul there, I guess we can call that sequence of corners, as again the traffic will split them up. So Talk Freak getting themselves in the way. Oh, Wyvern, oh, that was a moment and a half there, and it's going to be Talk Freak involved once again, this time in their GT effort, getting in the way of the Wyvern Racing car there, Tavares.
That could have ended a little bit less, I mean, more frustrating than it did. So, are they standing in each other then, Pits?
Squint my eyes here. Nope, I only see one car on pit lane, and that's the SRM. I'm on replay. They ignore the man behind the
Oh,
but you know what, though? It didn't make a... No, they've got enough space. I have a feeling Antti Salmonen is going to be driving through the pit box, though. There you go. And here comes the Altus car.
97 and the 93, it's 97 and the 73, excuse me, fighting out there on circuit. Williams Esports Yellow versus the car of the Odox Motorsports ISRAP car, and this was the car that was basically punted by the Ava LMP1 car, number 23, across across turn 1 basically. That caused that huge pile-up in turn number 1 on the first lap of this event, and they've been on a recovery drive ever since as well. There's a huge dent in the back of that Porsche where that LMP1 car went straight that one of those GT cars went straight into the back. I'm getting a little bit mixed up in between my cars here, but it's still rear-end damage there for Odox Motorsports. I think it was the other Odox car, the LMP1 effort, that was punted across turn 1 there at the start of the race, but the Odox Motorsports car, they've had contact with the likes of Army Racing Team so far in this event. So again, the contact, I think you can just probably say the same story for pretty much almost everyone out there on circuit, that they've had contact at some point with someone. But here we go, though. Triton Racing and the car of Altus Esports. This is an interesting run, because this could be, after all the pit stop cycles are cycled through, this is the battle for the overall race lead. Currently, they are separated by MSI Esports. As actually, yes, you're correct. They did the jumping has happened, and Altus Esports have managed to get themselves to the race lead in GTE. I'm just going to cycle my things back to see exactly how this one has happened. It was a battle. Oh, it was a battle off the pit lane. So it was Triton Racing coming down the pit straight. Logitech G Altus Esports side by side with them up in towards turn number 1. We'll see it on the replays here. You see Altus on the pit lane. You'll see Triton come down on the right-hand side in just a couple of moments' time. You'll see on the left-hand side now in just a couple of moments' time. You'll all come out side by side, battle for the race lead, and GTEs and Altus Esports managed to get themselves ahead. So they've done it in the pit stops, but with how close these guys have been in terms of pace to bias, I don't think this one is by any means done. Oh, so close with the IRDK endurance car. That's a sketchy moment, but now Triton, he's going to be riled up as well. He's not going to take too kindly about losing that position in the pit stop phase, so he'll try to challenge Altus Esports all the way here in this, I suppose, second to last stint that we're having right now, Cam.
I mean, it's getting to that point as the headlights are already flashing from Andrew Call. I wonder, this is basically it. We've got, what, one more pit stop after this one for all the marbles. So at this point of the race, it is on. I feel like with how aggressive this has been, with how space, the opposite of space saving, these cars up front have been, this is essentially a fight for the win that we're seeing right now, at least according to how both Andrew Carl and Camille Frenziak is racing. They are really on it right now. Now, does that mean that could end in tears? Yes, there's still an hour and 54 minutes to race. If they push too hard, it could all end in tears.
Definitely. They're only one lap apart on the strategy. That could be an absolutely huge factor. By the way, in that battle between Wyvern and Positive Sim Racing, then, well, Wyvern have managed to make themselves known and get themselves by up into P number 6 in that LMP1 class. We've had a couple of penalties come through, and it's been a while since we talked about them, but as I scroll down, I have to scroll down on this Excel spreadsheet to try and find where all the penalties have been happening.
That's the kind of
oh my god, that's such a fast scroll. Oh my word. We're on to protest number 80. That we have here, but stop and hold penalty for the number 48. That is Talk Freak Racing LMP2, and that is for the instant with the 77. That one was the one with SimRC.de Crimson that we saw just a couple of laps ago, and I think that is the correct decision there, Cam.
Yeah, and I mean, I think for me, it's one of those situations where, I mean, I'm looking at it and I'm just kind of trying to absorb here what the penalty. I mean, it's one of those situations. And also note, lap 121 is when this incident happens. Now we've only got a 4-lap turnaround, Connery. How about that?
The backlog is being removed.
That's
it's being
right.
chewed through.
It's interesting. I almost wonder. I wonder why their car is so. Oh no, I thought that maybe they were dealing with like a fuel issue or something like that, but no, they're not. It's just a 15-second stop and hold. It was between them and the 77, which is of course the SimRC.de Crimson, and this was that incident that we were talking about. I don't think there's any surprises here. In the beginning of the race, I think there were touch and go where it was really based on the referee calling it as they saw it in that moment. With this is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, definitely. And I wouldn't blame the stewards for that decision at all, as the car that we have on the cameras, excuse me, right now, is that Talk Freak Racing cars. They will all dive down on towards the lane to serve their 15-second stop and hold penalty for spinning the GT car of SimRC.de Crimson around just 4 laps ago. So there we go. They'll have to get that one done and served. A close battle between TNT Racing and the Motaf podcast car, the Luxium 24 Motaf podcast car, the number 44. So perhaps thinking that they'll channel the power of Lewis Hamilton by being the number 44 car, but right now they need all the help that they can get in terms of trying to defend this position from TNT Racing. A good amount of GT cars ahead that could play a factor here, and it's a 0.2 of a second advantage last time going the way of TNT Racing and Benjamin Lindsay, who is currently behind the wheel of that one. Alex Trainer behind the wheel of the Motaf podcast car, as they'll get stacked up a little bit coming in through towards the penultimate corner and through the final corner as well, down the inside of the traffic. That Motaf podcast car at least will go. but they'll have to. Oh, there's the TNT Racing having to lift out the throttle. They're going to give up a good couple of tenths of a second there as a result of that one. So this battle will spread out, but I think with the pace that the car of the TNT Racing car has, then this one will close up pretty quickly, especially when there's a GT car parked on the apex of the first bit of the S's. Inside for the second bit of the S's is bit meaning apex, but TNT Racing, they're going to have a little bit of a harder time getting through here on Triton Racing, the one of the cars involved in that battle for the race lead in GTE. Going to be disrupted by all of the prototype cars trying to file their way through. That gives a slight advantage to Altus Esports in that particular battle. We'll see the MSI car come off the lane. Go on, Cam.
I was just going to say, I was looking because it was pretty obvious that Benjamin Lindsay had zero interest in helping Romeo Grinnell get by, which is fine for me because they're fighting for position right now as they go around Andrew Call. But then I looked back, and Hugo Preto in that ODOC Samsung machine is the one chasing down the F4H machine. So because of that, right now Hugo Preto only has got maybe 6 car lengths now between him and the car in front of him, and as well as Benjamin Lindsay doing a last-second dive on the Altus car to help move on. So we're starting to see, I'm starting to see that the clouds on the horizon where people are really starting to push boundaries, just like we saw in the first couple of hours. Let's hope it doesn't end the same way.
Oh yeah, that would put interesting symmetry on this race with the guys in the first few hours and the maybe potential carnage in the seconds in the last 2 hours.
It would come full circle or 360 degrees. As I spin and then I crash and then I make a noise. It's like, that's good. That's good. We have Josh.
I'm glad you're having fun.
Wants to interview. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh my words. Oh my. Yeah, we'll get interviewed in the booth. We'll give perhaps. No, we won't give Tobias. I don't think he's back here yet, so we'll have to give the interview to some other person. Hugo Luis standing by with Josh Chin. No, it's me. Joshua Chin. We'll get him into the commentary booth. Joshua Chin, the iRacing Indianapolis 500 winner, of course. Of course, we do have to mention that one from time to time. Representative of Team Chimera. And, well, Josh, how are things going for you and your team so far? Currently P number 8 in the LMP1 standings. And in terms of the efforts that you put out there today, are you happy? Are you not happy? What's going on?
Okay race for us. We had a little bit of issues at the start, and the actual first lap went great. It was, terrible for everyone else, but we got up to, I think, 7th place by the end of the first lap, but just had a little bit of contact with one of the sausage curves and got slowed up a little bit, and that brought us back to where we were in a pack, and GTEs made some contact in the S's, and we just got ran in the back of, and the whole rear diffuser was destroyed. So spent about a lap getting all that sorted out, but we're running pretty well. I don't think we quite have the pace differential to Positive and Wyvern and those guys to really catch back up to them. But overall, the car's been pretty good, and it's been solid today.
Fairly solid is the assessment, running mid-pack in that LMP1 field after starting in P number 15 as well. So there's a good couple of positions gained so far in this event for you and your team, Josh. But is there any chance that you can get further up the field at this point, a better finish than P number 8?
I think our main hope is just that the 12 car kind of drops off a little bit, but they're also way different on strategy. So it's kind of hope and pray that we have someone fall back or someone happens to have another incident. But I don't think it's going to happen.
So maybe reserved to finish exactly where you are running right now. The battle that we have on screen is F4H Motorsports versus ODOT, which is a little bit further behind you guys at the moment. And right now, is there anyone you want to just sort of mention on the broadcast before we let you go?
Yeah, just got to give a shout out to Simon. He's done a lot of setup work on the week, and overall we've come a little bit of ways, but I think we were running a lot better than we were at Sebring, and even with the issues at the start, we're running a lot better now than we were then. A lot of people had issues, which has helped, but yeah, mainly Simon for his work this week, and hopefully Interlagos goes a little bit better for us, and hopefully Nürburgring at SEO goes well as well.
Hopefully it does. Cam wants to say a word.
Connor, you're being way too nice. Josh, why do you keep breaking the car? Why do you let Randy break the car on you like that?
Well, you know, if Randy didn't sit on it, I'd be fine, but here we are.
Come on. You know, I know that Jamie puts in a ton of work, and everyone else puts in a lot of work, and then you just let Randy destroy the car going through the S's here at Circuit of the Americas. I'm very disappointed.
Yeah, he just sat there with a smartphone. Next thing you know, he's going to drive at people with Jeeps. It's ridiculous what he does.
Sad. Very sad.
Pathetic.
Why aren't you going to win this race?
Because Marcus Hamilton and everyone at Movano have put in a lot of work, and they are a lot better than any of us right now.
See, that's very good. It's very sporting. Okay, I'm sorry. I just had to throw it in there. I'm sorry. Good cop, bad cop, Connery. That's how this works.
But you're a firefighter.
Well, I used to be before the whole lower entity of my back decided to start slipping out of location. So, right.
Yeah.
All right, I'm done. I'm cleaning my hands of this. At least the car still looks good, Josh.
But always looks good.
Still a good paint scheme.
It's all right. I'll just say that, but I'll get the final word in. As Joshua Chen, thank you very much for joining us here in Racebot TV commentary booth. That was representative of Team Chimera there, as we'll get him back into the land of the living right now as he is booted out of the commentary booth. But the thing is, the racing is still out there on track. We did have the 34 past the 44. That was TNT Racing finally getting themselves by on that other car they were fighting. That was the Motaf podcast car there that they were battling with. But guess who is close on track again, Tobias? Oh, excuse me, Hugo. No, not even Hugo. Oh my God! Like I've been. Oh, let's just call it a day.
let me guess. It's Red Face Racing closing into Euphoria.
Yes, you are right. As I tried to throw the commentary to Hugo there for some reason.
He's not answering though.
He never answers. He never answers me. It's an unfortunate situation. You know, hopefully,
I don't even know
at some
if
point.
I've heard Hugo today.
I did.
Even in the pre-race.
He said hello to me.
Yeah. I mean, one day we'll get him on a Racebot TV broadcast and he'll say something. Even if it's just meow when we're doing one of these headshots, you know, right? We need a meow here and there, and Hugo is the best place to provide that to us since he has the very live view of what is happening. He can go to the blink cam at any time and give us those sound effects. But Euphoria and Red Face, as we mentioned, are still there on track together. If they come across the line in this configuration as well, that would just be the cherry on top, Cam.
I mean, it's been honestly like the last hour of racing has been absolutely fantastic. We do have Cyandra from Wyvern to chit chat with at some point, but it's one of those. I keep saying it's one of those situations. Apparently, it's one of those situations today. That's a good motto for today. It's been a constant back and forth. It's been battles all up and down, and it's been great to see these races develop. I mean, for Euphoria and Red Face, they've been basically together the last 3 hours.
Yeah, that feels like the amount of time that they've been stuck together for. But we will get Cyandra up into the commentary booth right now, since not a lot is going on out there on track except for that Euphoria and Red Face sort of being close together all the time, sort of situation that we have going on. But Tobias, since you're back from nature calling, take the interview with Cy.
Hi, Cy. So, you're from Wyvern Racing, currently in the car. There is Nick Rowland. Tell me about the first 4 hours, how you experienced them.
Well, I'm sure as you all saw, we had a little bit of excitement at turn one, and that kind of set the tone of the race, kind of a recovery drive.
I thought the race was entirely clean so far.
Well, if you looked at the car, you wouldn't know any better. These cars fix really well, and thank God for that. Ooh, but yeah, we're chasing down that Audi. Going to pass it at some point, I hope. definitely still think a 4th or 5th place is on the cards at the moment. Just need to catch, what was it, race clutch, I think, and that's about it.
And you're still leading the incident chart, I think.
We are. That's kind of what I'm known for. Ooh, I think it's going to be a game of don't get the drive-through for this last last hour and a half, I would say. Kind of what I'm known for in the ILMS circles. I've had more than one disqualification in an official race, to say the least.
We see a car standing. That was the Rice Center Vibe Sports car with VRT iRacing, so the number 20 car that seemed to have collided a little bit. Just sorry to interrupt you, Sayandra. I just also noticed I was following you before already, so but let's just have a look into this.
It's deja vu. It's this time it's an LMP2 on a LMP1 on an LMP2. But it was a similar instance to what we saw early on with a couple of the LMP2s and the GTs as well. So through pretty much the same apex there, and through the late stage of the S's section, VRT iRacing back turns the car.
That was pretty close with that bite car.
I don't think there's any way that that's going to work if you're an LMP1 driver. I mean, maybe he didn't see that he started his maneuver because he was so far over to the left, or to driver's left that he didn't, that A pillar there is quite sizable, and it is. I'm not trying to make excuses. It's just maybe he didn't see that he had started his turn, or what. I don't know.
Since we have Sayandra still in the commentary booth here, and did you catch that incident there, Sai?
I got the gist of it basically, but. I want to say, before anything else, is that brain fade in the LMP1s is very real. They're mentally taxing to drive, to say the least. Usually in the HPD or like in a GT car, I can do triple, quadruple stints if I needed to. Easy. LMP1, I'm burnt out after 2.
I gotta say something. I did the IELMS race at Spa, the 6-hour one. We were only in split 2, so nowhere from good, so don't worry about that one. But I was in the LMP1 with another guy, and I did 4 hours straight, so 120 laps straight, Spa at night, with totally maniac GTE drivers. And it's I kind of get your idea, yeah. But at one point it was just muscle memory in evading that special GTE driver, and with special I don't mean good.
Here it's evading those special yellow curbs.
Yellow curbs are the death of many cars, especially here at the Circuit of the Americas, coming through that S's section. It's collected a couple of names already. It collected a few in people in qualifying as well. But thank you very much for joining us, Sai, from Wyvern Racing, looking to get themselves further up into that sort of top 4 area, maybe inside that LMP1 class. But thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Always an absolute pleasure. But back to the racing out there on circuit. It is a close run thing between ODOX and VRT iRacing right now. Of course, VRT being involved in that incident that we saw just a couple of moments ago with the LMP2 car getting tagged around, I guess is the phrase I'm going to use, coming through the S's section. It's an incident that we've seen so many times before, so it's not entirely surprising that it has happened once again. But I'm just very curious to see how Inertia Sim Racing are doing right now, because they've got the Motor Podcast Neo car just sort of right on their rear end right now, and they are, of course, running lap times a little bit faster than them at the moment, so that's not too much of an issue. But when you have when you have a car behind you like this, sometimes can be a bit of a disconcerting situation, and with how the racing has been so far, you're always fearing that you're going to get contact off of one of these cars, either the battles for position or with some lap traffic that's going to spell a little bit of destruction for your race, I suppose.
Well, we've seen time and time again, and I think if you're Marcus Hamilton, you want to try to push past Kevin Fortman, because that's what's going on right now. He's gone to the inside, easy busy. Because what can happen is, we've seen time and time again, these lapped LMP1 cars end up having incidents And the big theme, if you look at the people who actually have damage, they were the ones who caused these incidents. These are the people who were directly behind where the incident unfolded. And as we're looking right now at the battle between Virtual Motorsport, that's Michael Storm, and the Danilo Piazza, Positive Sim Racing Black Machine.
They've already made their way by.
Yeah, they've already made their way by, but what I'm going to want to point out here, though, is actually never mind, because the Torque Freak Racing GTE car is there, so because the Audi's strength is in this sector right here, because there's so much braking regeneration that there's much more juice. This is where you get your juice for basically the entire first sector and everything like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if Danilo doesn't catch at least a little bit, unless, excuse me, if Michael Storm doesn't catch just a little bit, or Danilo is going to be able to just kind of pull away.
They're just such at a deficit in terms of the deployment, though, where when it comes to any of the straight bits of the circuit, they're going to run out of ERS sooner than that Porsche is. So it's basically being faster in all the wrong places. You just see them crash gradually on the pit straight here. That's pretty much the entire battery of the Audi being used. And maybe exaggerating a little bit, but it's just...
probably used about 20% there.
Yeah, and we all have a chance. Okay, Virtual Motorsports. You want to show what that Audi can do and have a look coming in through the S's section. So maybe they're not, they're not down and out just yet. They're going to still try and get this pass back. But I think once we get to that back straight, I think that's going to be the Porsche pulling away again.
I did 3 or 4 races here in the Audi, and it is, you get into a habit of how to use your energy. Now, it's all dependent on the different drivers. Now, obviously, this is going to be Danilo Piazza's, because he's been able to recover so much energy. He's just going to be able to pull away. What happens is that as the Audi driver, and you see, even he doesn't even have the speed to get past these GTE cars unless they do it under braking, which he
Crimson,
does.
though. Red Face and Sim RC, that's a battle for position that they're trying to pass, and Red Face Racing getting themselves ahead of Sim RC.E, Crimson ahead of Jürgen Frank, which isn't an easy thing to do at all, and that is fantastic there for Red Face Racing, getting themselves up into a very good position.
Maiskowitz on his outlap.
Go on.
Maiskowitz from Red Faces, they're on their outlap right now, so that was actually an important maneuver to get by.
Yeah, very important indeed. They're currently running P number 7 out there on circuit. Sim RC dropped down to P number 8. We have Zenith Esports and Euphoria still on the lane. So it's very interesting to see where Euphoria come out in relation to this one. They're coming off the pit lane right now. Where is the cars of Red Face and Sim RC? Red Face has got him on the pit lane, and same with Sim RC. So that's 2 positions lost in the pit stop cycle for Euphoria DriveX Racing. That is absolutely crucial in terms of their sort of front end of the mid-pack battle that they have, but 77 still yet to pit. So Sim RC, well, they're kind of... It's kind of hard to say because they're on a little bit of an off strategy here. So they might still be in contention. They won't be pitting for a while just yet. So watch this space in terms of Sim RC. But still, it's still Euphoria losing out to Red Face, Tobias.
Yeah, they're losing out. And I'm watching something else behind there. There was a Ferrari, I think, and the Porsche. Let me see. That's Simatech Esport fighting with that Ferrari, I think. I couldn't see. Oh, and SOG Esport car was turned around. The SOG Esport LMP1 was turned around by a Porsche.
P2 in LMP1 has gone for a spin, spun by SimRC.de Crimson. So, how things have gone so wrong for Saw Grandsport Esports right now. That'll allow SimRC Emerald, they've come back. No, that's a huge wreck in turn number 12. Vibe Sports gonna be the innocent sort of party collected in that one. SimRC going so deep on their brakes into 12, trying to defend the outside, but straight into the back of the LMP2 they go to bias. That is huge.
Oh, that hurts. Look at this. Oh my gosh, that is so frustrating for both of them. But it looks like the Sword Esport car waited.
Yeah, I mean, I think what had happened was that I did the camera thing. I think what basically had happened was that you can't blame the LMP2 car. How on earth could you? And I mean, I really don't like this decision to basically just put it all on the line and dumping it into the corner. I don't like that at all. If I was that LMP2 driver, I would have been obviously watching my F3 and my mirror. I would have saw them coming a mile away, because, I mean, hello. And I think that, yeah, I think for that Porsche car, he decided to wait a little bit. I think he just wanted to straighten his car out and make sure that he wasn't going to get hit by the LMP2 car as he straightened out, and that's why that happened, because he is in front of that Simmerc.d Emerald machine.
Oh, and this just is going to be Movano right at the front of that overall standings. They're just laughing right now at what has happened, because Sorg Sports, SimRC, they've both got themselves involved in incidents over the past lap, and they're going to drop even further behind now in this one, and it's going to be probably next time they come across the line, the gap's probably going to be more than a minute to Thrustmaster Movano, so that's the advantage that they have to work with right at the front of the field. So drama in LMP1 inside the final 2 hours in this event, inside the final hour and a half, I should say, in this 6 hours of the Circuit of the Americas. So that is pretty huge. I have to wonder in what position is Race Clutch going to finish right now in their LMP1 effort, because they are still quite far behind, but that's going to be damage to Porsche Basil's Sorg Rennsport. Of course, not much, because it was only a spin, really, but it's going to be a huge amount of damage to the front clip of that SimRC car. So Race Clutch and a couple of other cars behind, depending on how fast that SimRC car is right now, they could gain themselves a position here at Cam.
They certainly could. They're lined up to. Depending on how long it's going to take for them to if they're going to replace that front clip or not, it looks fairly all right. It was more of a spin and then a stop rather than a crash. But you never know. And also this battle between the UI1 Positive Sim Racing Black and the Audi. Obviously, when the front when 2/3 of the podium takes each other out, we can't highlight the race. But no, the Michael Storm has been taking it to Piazza again and again and again. They were side by side for I think 3 or 4 turns in a row, where they were basically doing over-unders on each other every other corner. So it was very exciting racing, but obviously not as important as when everyone up front decides to abruptly stop, courtesy of parking it into a car. But either way, this is just this entire front strip of the LMP1 field. It's still up for grabs, especially if they're going to be racing like this, as here comes Positive Sim Racing Black in the pits, but especially if they're going to be racing like this, where they're risking incidents.
Second to last stop for the LMP1 cars, you have to argue, going on right now, at least for Positive Sim Racing. So they'll get in and get fuel and tires to the second, until the last stop now. So, this race, man. SimRC, Crimson, and Euphoria DriveX Racing, they are still pretty close out there on circuit. I'm just going to flip myself all the way back to them, because Euphoria Racing are right on the back of them. And you have to remember, like we already mentioned, SimRC haven't come down towards the lane just yet, because they're on a slight off strategy. They're more on the strategy of Altus Esports and Triton Racing at the front of the field, rather than Euphoria and Redface. So their battles may even lie a little bit further down the field, or a little further up the field than where they are right now. So that could be a potential issue. Maybe they do not want to fight this hard with Euphoria Racing. That could be the story as well. So we have a driver change right now for the number 3. This is your leading LMP1 prototype, Tommaso Carla, back in the car, taking over from Marcus Hamilton there, Tobias.
Yes, and I'm hoping for them that he can keep the pace that Hamilton was putting on this car, because not only the drivers but also the setup seems to be on point. The car's working pretty great. They are literally running away from anyone right now. 46 seconds to P2, which would be the Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esport. car. Still wondering how that name could get so long.
I mean, they have to fit all their sponsors in. You know, they have to fit their sponsors in. They have to fit their actual team name in. And
What are they doing? Coming back from commercial in a NASCAR race?
I mean,
It's basically what it sounds like, you know. Well, welcome back to RaceBot TV here on YouTube, sponsored by the iRacing Esports Network, presenting the Neo Endurance something, sponsored by this, that, and the other, and then also, hello, hi, it's Hugo, and then we're going back to commercial.
It's literally like this replay is presented by Zynga. You remember that in V8?
oh,
The Zynga replay?
Good battle going on for position 11, just outside the top 10 in LMP1.
exactly. Odox Motorsports is going to be involved in this one with F4H Motorsports, P number 11, P number 12 in your LMP1 class, and there is not much to separate them in terms of lap times, as they'll get themselves behind and past that Altus Esports car who's currently leading that GTE field. He'll split them down the middle, and Odox trying to find a way around. He's going to take a very wide line.
Mitter, black flag, 15 seconds, stop and hold. Lap 147, turn 12.
Things go from bad to worse then for SimRC.de. Emerald in their prototype effort. Penalty for the number 7, 15-second stop and hold penalty. So even taking the punishment of dropping back to P number 3, now they have to take the official punishment from the race stewards. He's going to angle his way in pretty much immediately as he hears the news. So between the yellow cones, he'll go getting down to that 63 kilometers an hour, having to hold in his box for 15 seconds. And I'm just trying to see where Race Clutch is. I think they'll be safe right now from Race Clutch. I think that is the important battle that they have to be considering right now, because they're stuck in their box for 15 seconds, but Race Clutch are still not even on the back straight just yet. So they've got a big enough buffer to that car behind so that they can still, after this penalty's been served, come out in P number 3. But it's a long wait there for Michael Mittner, just sitting behind the wheel, nothing going on with the car, not being able to take tires, not being able to take fuel, just sitting there in patience for 15 seconds before you're allowed back out there on the racetrack. And behind a Race Clutch car he will be, but it's the wrong Race Clutch car. It's the Race Clutch LMP2 car, not the LMP1 that he's going to be looking behind at right now, Cam.
I'm just going to say, what I was going to say is that how often would these guys be serving penalties? If they serve this correctly, that's fine, all well and good. As he almost decides to eat the MSI Esports machine, which also in the running for a paint scheme that I really like. I don't even really know why. As he gives him that flash of the headlights to show how appreciative he is for almost ending his race. It's one of those situations where, I mean, it's so easy to make a mistake doing these pit stops, whether it's accidentally getting fuel or this, that, and the other. And so you can only hope that they did not. But at the end of the day, as far as the fight for the podium, I still think with an hour and 23 minutes to go, I still think we're in the running for something.
Definitely in the running. F4H versus Odox, then they had a little bit of a tussle, and it looks like F4H have managed to defend that first attack in towards turn number 1 by Odox, but there's gonna be a small issue of a GT car getting in the way through the S's section, as there has been so many times over the 149 laps that these guys have run so far back in this LMP1 field. But that is not going to be an issue at all, so they managed to make their way by, and F4H able to defend. Right now, we've got Wyvern Racing down on the lane for their second to last stop, so the things are starting to come together now in terms of the strategies inside that LMP1 field. We're just gonna wait a little bit longer, I suspect, for those LMP2 cars. As there's one LMP2 car that I haven't talked about much, and I don't think any of us have talked about much, and that's the race-leading LMP2 car right now. Eva Vivatic 39. How have they managed to avoid everything, Tobias? Because they have.
Yeah, they just did it totally different than their counterpart team, which was in the LMP1.
I mean, their LMP1 decided to start off the entire crashing thing.
Yeah, they kicked off the race, you could say.
Yeah, they kicked off the race and they kicked.
I'm not wrong.
They kicked the number 4 Milvano car into the catch fence. That's what's happened there since the turn number 1. So, but their LMP2 effort still going very, very strong indeed. And they're also, of course, championship leaders in LMP2. So they're looking to make it 2 for 2 here at the start of the Neo Endurance Series. And they've got, well, it looks to be 1 hour and 20 minutes to go before they can come across the line and take the checkered flag. But they've still got Race Clutch LMP2 on the same lap. So things aren't just done just yet in terms of LMP2 fuel. We have the Race Clutch LMP1 car on the lane, though, to get their second to last stop as well. But as I look at things right now, it's going to be once Race Clutch comes off the lane, I suspect we can go and do our top 8 rundown for each of your classes here today. We're waiting for Race Clutch to come off the lane before we can do that one, so we can get some representative positions up on the board for you now. They're going to go between the green cones and back out there on the racing circuit. So this is what your LMP1 class looks like with 1 hour and 20 minutes to go. It looks like this. Thrustmaster Milvano Racing number 3 leading the way as they have done since the start of the race after getting pole position in what was a brilliant qualifying. Still hold the race lead by 48 seconds over Sorgren Sport Esports, with SimRC, despite getting their instant, despite getting a penalty as well, still in P number 3 with Race Clutch LMP, what is going to be Virtual Motorsports, excuse me, P number 4 with Race Clutch LMP1 in P number 5, Wyvern Racing in 6th, UI1 Positive Sim Racing there in 7th, with Team Chimera 2 laps down in the 8th position. And Cam, you have your LMP2 standings.
Also, quick note, as Ricardo Ferreira has elected, courtesy of the Porsche Basel by Sorgren Sports Esport 18 machine, has pushed and turn 12 on the exit, the Audax Motorsport GTE car into the wall. So we'll have to see how that one goes over with the people up in race control. Actually, no, it wasn't in turn 12. Excuse me. It was on the run to the final corner. So whoopsie doodle. But yeah, for Ricardo Ferreira, I mean, you got a hefty punt. But either way, LMP2, yes. Apparently there's somewhere on the racetrack is the Ava Verbanek number 39 team. I can't confirm that. I haven't seen them, but that might just be because they haven't been involved in the incidents, and they pulled away quite handedly and early on. And they've been enjoying a good lead as Aurelion Telmon and the Race Clutch car is actually coming into pit lane right now. And they're in 2nd, and it's Apex Racing UK with Alex Simpson, who is also coming right into pit lane. So this is going to be a battle to keep an eye on, is Race Clutch versus Apex. Then you've got Torque Freak Racing, the UI1 Positive Sim Racing Orange Machine, the IRDK. Then you got the TNT Racing, and then you've got the Luxem MOATF podcast, who's been running, a quiet but good day after having an early incident in the race.
Very quiet but accomplished race there down in the bottom ends of your top 8, but Tobias Brockman is standing by with your GTE standings.
Yes, indeed. And the leader in the GTE class is at the moment the Team Logitech G Altus Esports with number 83, followed by Triton Racing, which have been fighting all day almost with those guys in front. More at the moment, 4.6 seconds. MSI Esports is the last on the podium. At the moment, it's Thrustmaster Milvano Racing, 69 on P4. Zenith Esport on P5. Redfish Racing follows them with quite a gap as well. SimRC.de and Euphoria Drivex Racing. They finish up the top 8 of the GTEs.
Yes, they do, as we get very close to that final hour of racing here in the 6 hours of the Circuit of the Americas in the Neo Endurance Series. And we've got set up for a pretty decent finish as well once all those strategies to come to a point. But with LMP1s, it is Movano that is just having a dominating performance right now by virtue of them just staying out of those incidents that the Sword Rentable Esports car had with the and also the Simas E-car has had as well. Battle out there on circuit. Odox versus Simatok Esports. So Simatok, oh, that's a slowdown penalty potentially over the curb. They do have to pull towards the outside of the circuit and get that slowdown penalty served. They'll have to fight with the F4H Motorsports car as it is a 3-car train for position here, and side by side downing towards the penultimate corner. F4H managing to get themselves through, and through they will go, and position gains they will get as well. And this F4H Motorsports car and just the team in general is I guess I'll go to you for this one, Cam. Is they're more popular in other sims that aren't iRacing. I guess I'll just put it that way, but they've come into iRacing, they've come into the Neo Endurance series, and they're starting to make a name for themselves. It's not easy, or not that easy, to qualify into the series. You have to go through pre-qualifying before you even get a chance to, get to race with these guys. So they've done a fantastic job to qualify, especially in LMP1, which is a very, very tough and tricky car to drive as well. And they're having a decent race after starting P17. They're up to 11th.
Yeah, and I think one of the important things to remember between this entire shindig is that when people come from different simulators, we can talk about, quote, realism and all this other stuff like that. They all have their own different feel as it is. The data can be very, very good and respected, but at the end of the day, the feel always tends to be completely different, just because of how some of the games have the settings as far as, the steering inputs and how the feel is in the steering wheel and force feedback pedals, etc., etc. So it is good to see people from other sims kind of come on in and at least have some success. Obviously, as long as they can string together a good season. Anyone that can string together a good season here in the Neo Endurance series obviously has to be considered as a very good team. It is not easy to just waltz on in here. I know that obviously it's been a bit of a messy day.
Battle up on screen for you right now. Sorry to cut you off there, Cam, but it's SRN versus Team Mad this time. So the battle's in the middle of the LMP2 field. Rage on once again. Rage on once again. He's mad. Yeah, I know. But here we go. Team Mad get the run through the triple right. David Baker currently behind the wheel versus Ryan Huff this time. So two completely different drivers than what we saw in this battle just about half an hour, 45 minutes ago. So they'll have different driving styles going up against each other. That's a slowdown penalty there, I believe, for SRN Motorsports, and that is Team Mad getting themselves all the way through. And where was this slowdown penalty got? Because I didn't quite catch it. It was the last corner. Yeah. Too much liberties with the track limits up over the curb, and that's an instant slowdown penalty and gives the position away.
All 4 tires are off of the racing surface.
Yeah.
I mean, you can take the curves. I mean, look at how Mad took it. You can see how they took it. Their left tires are even touching that yellow dip bollard, but it doesn't matter when literally your entire car goes over that bollard. So yeah, unfortunate for them, I was going to say. I mean, I personally would have no problem with it. The problem, though, becomes that becomes your normal LMP1 line, and that's not what you want to have happen, and then incidents can happen, and there has to be a limit to that line.
Yeah, as you'll see, the replay is up on screen of them taking a little bit of a shortcut across the curb, and that is going to be something that the iRacing system will automatically penalize. No involvement needed from the race stewarding side of things. As right now, I did just see a couple of cars that were pretty close, I suppose, in that LMP2 field. I think that was just a lack of procedure that was going on between those cars. We do have a good chunk of cars, though, out there on circuit that are pretty close together, even though they're not battling for position. It's the 59, you've got the 24 and the 48. Go on, Cam.
I'm very confused right now because for the car number 18 and the car number 77. Simmerc.de Crimson and the Porsche Basel by Sword Rennsport car. There is an avoidable contact stop and hold for what's listed here as the number 77, which is the GTE car, which makes me quirk my eyebrow.
Yes.
So nothing's been happening in game yet, so they might be still sorting that out. But at the very least, there is, by the looks of it, going to be a stop and hold penalty for one of the two cars. I don't know how. Avoidable contact between. Yeah.
Yes. Well, the penalty has not been served just yet. It was on.
Hold on a second.
Lap 128, turn 11 is going to be quite a while ago.
This is a different incident than what we're thinking of with Sword.
Yeah, 128, turn number 11. I'll get myself a quick look at that one. It was with the number 18 car, which is, of course, that Sword Rennsport esports car. You have to see if this one is particularly egregious, because...
I didn't even realize they got turned around.
Oh yeah, I told.
Yeah, okay. I guess I had...
Yeah, I can't get back further than 130.
No, you're fine. You're fine. No, they did get turned around. I remember you saying something. So yeah, no, I understand that one. So okay, all right. So then, who was the car that they had? Oh, you know what? That's what kicked off the incident between them with the. Okay, I see what happened now.
It's a very late protest result coming in. Let's just say that.
Well, no, it's what caused Michael Mittner to be able to catch. So okay, all right, we got the picture.
Yeah, we know. All right. we got this in. We
got the picture.
Yeah, it's like they've only just been served the penalties, so the stewards did take a while to deliberate over that one. We thought that was a completely separate incident, but no, they just took their time. And the 77 GT Simrc car still hasn't come down onto its lane just yet to serve their penalty, or at least the spreadsheet hasn't been updated in terms of that one just yet. But we do have another protest coming in, though. It is the 77. Oh no. And the 18. So there might be more. There might just be more. Oh my word. So, okay, I think this might be a...
Let's not put the cart in front of the horse, and let's let that settle, because I gotta...
Look. I think it might be some sort of appeal there.
Yeah. Meanwhile, while this is going on, we have had an incident with the Christian piloted number 35 machine and the UI1 positive sim racing black machine of Justin Reichison, and this has put the Heisenfeld machine hard into the wall. Christian Kaiwi is going to be, he would be feeling that one in the morning, but that is a big incident for someone who is running, not having the greatest of days, but, we're looking to have at least a finish.
Again, it's another situation of an LMP1 cutting across an LMP2. I don't know where you expect the LMP2 car to go there, really, because he has to take the track out in a normal fashion. He's not going to have the grip to keep himself on the inside there, so he's always going to be tracking out, and Positive Sim Racing didn't give him the room to be able to do so. Again, you can use that exit curb. I'm not sure why drivers insist on trying to cut off, and then of course they want to get the better entry for the next corner, but that is just such a risky move, and it's resulted in Heisenfeld being put into the wall by Positive Sim Racing. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think that's the first time a Positive Sim Racing car has done that to another driver, Tobias.
It's not it's also not the first time that Heisenfeld was involved in something with an unfortunate outcome. So it's not the best race they ever had.
It's not. I'm very curious, and I'm looking through the spreadsheet right now to see if that Positive Sim Racing black car has at some point gotten themselves a penalty. I know the LMP2 car has. I'm not sure about the LMP1 car. It's quite a long list of penalties, let me just say that. So it'll take a while, but I don't think they have done so. So I guess that one will definitely be protested there by Team Heisenfeld, because they have got a major amount of damage to that car right now. They're not going to be on the pace at all, and they might be seeking punishment for that Positive Sim Racing orange machine. But for us, Movano Racing number 4, they're on the lane, but that's the Movano car that's many laps down. They'll get their driver change sorted and try and recover something from this race. Torrent Motorsports on the lane, as well as MSI Esports as well, but a battle brewing on circuit. Wyvern Racing versus Race Clutch. Wyvern has been closing in over the past couple of laps, and now they've gotten themselves into a situation, Cam, where they are within a second.
Yeah, and it happens so very quick. It's one of those situations where it's just been closing gaps, and I gotta say, from what the traffic's looking like, it is not going to be a handy-dandy time. I also see Racing Center has gotten by Road Bastards for the 32nd position overall. Yeah, it's going to be one of those things where we just need to see how this is all going to unfold. With all of these battles just seem to be closing in together at the same time, which isn't a bad thing.
Not a bad thing at all. It gives us some entertainment before this race is done. The race is going to get held up a little bit by one of the GT cars. That's the Simtalk Esports car that had an issue coming through to number 1, but will they cause more of an issue to Wyvern Racing? The answer is going to be yes, because they've just gotten themselves blocked there in through the S's. There's the Team Chimera car behind this one, albeit they are a lap down on the rest of these guys, so hopefully won't get themselves in the way in terms of this battle for P number 5 and P number 6 in the LMP1 standings. So we'll just have to keep an eye on and see how that one progresses.
Oh, that's fair position.
They're lap apart on my GRT.
What happened, Tommaso Carlo, the leader, who was in front of the Chimera car, but not the other two cars. So I believe this is for position, because the Positive Sim Racing black car had to come into the pits from that contact with the SimRC car. And on mine, it just says, on my JRT, it just says the gap between the two cars is 3 seconds.
Okay, for me it says 1 minute 47.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not on the same lap, although Chimera will still try to go for it anyway. Looking around the outside, not able to get it. Maybe we'll get an update as the next time they come across the line to see exactly what the situation is, as the software does tend to fail us a little bit here. But we'll just look past that one. And Wyvern Racing, right now, they did say that maybe they could have a look at Race Clutch by the time this race is done and get themselves inside of maybe the top 5, maybe the top 4 finish is going to be pretty good in terms of their situation. But they currently have a little bit of unwanted pressure from behind, because as the lap times do update, that Team Chimera car is still 1 lap down on Wyvern Racing, so they're just being a nuisance right now on the back of Wyvern, and Wyvern managed to put at least one of the GT cars in between themselves and that unneeded pressure. But right now, with the way things are going, P number, what is going to be, I'm very interested in how this battle for the GTE race lead that we had developed earlier on is going to turn out, because inside of this final hour, I'm just having a look at things. We're having Altus Esport actually took a good chunk of time out of Triton in the pit stops, and that was around about 4 seconds. So if Altus Esports have short-fielded their car by about 4 seconds just to get that jump, just to get that on-track advantage to Tobias, then they'll have to take a longer stop in this final stop, and then Triton Racing might still be in this battle for the race lead if that is the situation.
I mean, it's just 6 seconds, so it's not the world actually. And
Inertia.
P26 out there on circuit, battling with the Motaf podcast car once again, side by side off of 11. They will go, as Schubert Motorsports are going to be involved in this one. They're in the back of the shop as well, so they could have an opportunity to try and get themselves by. But Motaf, Neil Andrews piloting, currently on the inside, 3 wide with the LMP1. They will go as they all hit the brakes in towards turn number 12. And oh no, Inertia Sim Racing going to get held up by the LMP1 car of all things on the exit of the corner. They'll have to take the battle now with Schubert Motorsports on the middle sector as well. Now is Schubert looking to make their way through, simply not able to find the gap. And that is one of those situations where you have a technically faster class, Tobias, holding up a slower one because they're different lines coming through the corner, and they're also in the slow speed corners pretty similar on pace as well.
I just want to keep on watching that Schubert Motorsport car trying to attack Inertia now using the headlights, a little bit of flashing, a little bit of putting pressure on them. I'm usually racing with the Schubert guys without crashing though, so it's a little bit of yes, go for it, come on.
Totally unbiased, by the way, as they'll send it down the inside of turn number 1. A little bit of contact off the corner as Tobias does stop clapping as his, best mates, I suppose, in that Schubert Motorsports car will take the battle to the S's section. No one gonna back out as Schubert edge away ahead over the curb. They will go, yet somehow they hold the position ahead of Inertia. What have we just seen? Oh my God, Cam.
It's back and forth, and here I spy with my little eye. It's the UI1 Positive Sim Racing Black and the Odox Motorsport Samsung machine. These guys, I believe, are also separated like by a lap, I'm presuming, as here he comes to the inside. That's going to throw Kataliowski out to the outside as the Corsac Fox machine is going to be cycled back, and it's just one of those things where you just are going to be constantly dealing with these battles, constantly dealing with this traffic, and it's so exciting and so decisive of a maneuver. And as Kataliowski will throw it into the corner, too hot. Well, I mean, by the simply purview of being finished, he managed to not crash the car. But that will give the Schubert Motorsport certainly the position.
Motiv and SRN are fighting right now. Just before that, Motiv, they got the position now from SRN for the moment. As I'm seeing right, and Altus is coming now into the pits for the last time for in the GTE class. And now SRN has to watch out that we can see that in the back of the shot. Or we could see that. That Schubert is getting close. And let's see, not a long pit stop, so...
Oh, there we go. SRN, they'll have to defend from Schubert up in towards turn number 1. So the 47 and the 47 car and the number 33 car deciding to duke it out here. Schubert are going to be feeling very confident after the pass that they managed to pull off on Inertia Sim Racing, so they're going to be the ones with the slight psychological advantage, I suppose. I don't want to go on about it like the guys at the Sky F1 team do in terms of the Hamilton and Rosberg battle when that was on, but still, Schubert Motorsports looking very aggressive. They have found some pace in these last few hours to get themselves further up the field then in this LMP2 class. They won't go for the move just yet into turn number 11, but the wider line will help with the exit speed off the corner. And he's going to sit in the slipstream now all the way down the back straight. He's going to look for the move then into turn number 12. Can he please complete it even before turn number 12? I don't think that's going to be the case. And he's just going to sit behind for now. He's not gaining as much as I thought he would down into 12. He's going to have a look. He's going to have a sense.
Don't do that.
But I was about to say, you don't want to be coming from that far back in.
No, we've seen how this works. But in all manner of cars going into turn 12, but also in all manners of cars in this race.
Very much indeed.
Also, I'm sorry, I just had a thought. I checked the weather. The track has dropped by 4 degrees Fahrenheit. That's actually...
Give that in real units.
2 degrees Celsius.
It's dropped in 2 degrees Celsius as SRN Motorsports is coming into the pit lane, as well as the F4H Motorsport LMP1. So the air temperature dropping and the track temperature dropping as well. That's pretty important when you start adding how much rubber these cars have been putting down on the racing surface.
Yeah, those lap times are going to start to get a little bit quicker. So that's good. A very good spot there, Cam. I wasn't really paying all that attention to that sort of thing. I am aware that with the dynamic weather, the temperature does change slightly over the course of an event this length. And I remember in the, I think it was the Neo 24 Hours at Le Mans, where we had the temperature fluctuate by something like 6 degrees Celsius or something like that from the hottest point to the lowest point. So that one, it can be very much an issue. We're looking at the Red Face Racing car right now. They're trying to chase down the Master Bivano Racing NES 69 machine there up at the front. But
Nice.
the thing is, we just had the 69 get themselves past that Zenith Esport car, which is kind of what we expected because Movano have been running
Well, it was
well
a great battle.
all race. It was a great battle, but Movano getting themselves ahead as the final stops for GTEs are happening right about now. Odox Motorsports are in, and I'm just having a look to see who we need to see in. We've had Altus pit from the race lead. We've had Triton also pit as well, and Triton, they are not ahead of Altus Esports. They are currently sitting 2.5 seconds behind for what will be, once MSI comes down on towards the lane, the battle for the race lead in GTE. So that one certainly is not over yet, and we're still waiting for Redface Racing to come down in. So I'm not sure why they were fighting with Movano there, if they're still not good until the end of the race. We're waiting for Euphoria to come down in as well. So that is the situation in your GTE class. I'm having a look at LMP2 right now to see how they're doing on their stops. We have Race Clutch in, we have the race leader in LMP2 in for their final stops. I just think, they might just be able to get themselves to the end here. They might have to save a bit of fuel to do it because it's usually 50-minute stints on these LMP2 cars, so 55 would be a bit of a stretch. Maybe for some of these teams, so that can be a concern. We might see a last couple of laps splash and dash for some of these LMP2 teams, but right now, if you can get to that 50-minute mark before you do your final pit stop, you should be okay. But there are not many teams out there, I think, that can do that. I think Schubert might be able to, with how many laps they have left potentially on their stint. We had Ava Vata come down with 31 laps. We've got Schubert on 28.5 laps right now. If they can do the same 31 lap stint, then that should be okay to hit the 50-minute mark before the end of ours.
That might pretty much work out, and so you don't have to fuel save. You just can keep on full speed. Don't hold yourself back, because when you start to get into a fight, you very much forget about fuel saving instantly.
Yeah, you do. It just has to take a little bit of a back seat sometimes at this very late stage, but a lot of teams will be definitely watching those fuel numbers like a hawk to make sure that they can get to the end, maybe on one more stop, and not have to panic and save fuel all the way to the end, or in a worst case scenario, sort of take a one-lap splash and dash, which I have seen before. Like, some teams have just miscalculated the fuel, or not able to save enough fuel, and miss out on the end of the race by just one lap, and that's sometimes the margins that we do have to talk about. So inside of the final hour, then we'll just take a short break before we bring you the end of the coverage here of the 6 hours of the Neo Endurance Series. We will ride on board with an LMP2 car, and we're going to be riding on board with the car, I think, of why not? Let's go on board with Apex Racing UK. Actually, you would rather go onto the 33 Schubert Motorsports, of course. Okay. They had some great moves. They had some fantastic racing. Why not? Let's go on board with the 43 Schubert Motorsports. This is RaceSpot TV Fan Immersion for the final time in the 6 hours of the Circuit of the Americas. Oh, that's a huge moment for Race Clutch. Oh, I thought their troubles were gone after that race at Sebring, but it seems to have happened again. Let's see it on the replay then. They've had a massive moment with what I think is the Audi of the virtual motorsports car. Oh no, that is a heavy impact, and I'll just have to get another look at that one since I wasn't quite clear. It was just the slightest of taps on the rear end of the Race Clutch car that spins it hard into the barrier. On board with the Audi.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. It's just the smallest contact. It's all
it takes. That's the narrow part of the track that's Armco on both sides. It's all it takes. I mean, you got to remember, as far as mile an hour goes, that's a pretty significant. Let me just get the numbers here, so I'm not talking out of my old behind here. When they made contact, the LMP1 car was going 10 mile an hour faster than the LMP2 car. No matter what, that's a lot of weight going 10 mile an hour faster, hitting you right in that diffuser area and the taillight assembly and all that. So very unfortunate for Aurelian Telman. You could now say that he has an Audi. He doesn't have a boo-boo, he has an Audi.
I mean, some might say that maybe there shouldn't have been contact there on the technical side, but Race Clutch, man, they were on for a fantastic finish. They were on for a podium finish here in the Neo Endurance Series, and now that looks like a very sorry-looking LMP2 car. They're retired from this event. They won't get their podium finish, and that is the first drama that we've had inside of this final hour, and we've got battle for a podium position in GT3 then. MSI versus Zenith Esports, and I'm just going to double check if these cars have come down towards the lane yet. Zenith haven't, so this isn't a representative battle for position. MSI looking pretty comfortable right now to keep that P3. Zenith will have to come down on towards the lane at some point to get their fuel to the end of this race. But in terms of the battles elsewhere, trying to find them is an issue, but we'll try and get them, as currently Ava Vatic leading the way in LMP2 with Apex Racing UK trying to get past the board right now. We've got Dogfit Racing currently spread out, but we've still got the small issue of potential splashes and dashes here in this LMP2 field that could mix this thing completely up, Tobias.
Sorry, I was busy reading what Cam just told.
God, he's trying to distract you.
Yeah, you see, it's working pretty fine at the moment.
See?
Yeah.
That's worse, yeah, white noise is worse.
White noise is fantastic to even like try to get to sleep to. It acts the same way as rain on the window.
I mean, today we did so many jokes. I have to put some coins into the cash. Okay, there we go. As we see the fight between you, Positive Sim Racing, and look at this overtake, perfectly done, then blocked the outside, and that LMP1 almost hit the rear end of that Positive Sim Racing car.
Very much almost, as they will continue down the back straight then, as we'll get this back to more of a serious broadcast inside the final 45 minutes here of the Neo Endurance Series. It looks in Motaf podcast mentioned to get past UI1 Positive Sim Racing there in the LMP1 machine, getting dealt with that traffic in pretty emphatic fashion, but the battle is with the Motaf podcast and Positive Sim Racing Orange cars. I'm getting mixed up between the Positive Sim Racing cars. I do apologize, but they did get themselves all grouped together in one shot, as they will make their way by through towards the triple right-hander, and that battle has spread out pretty quickly here. So Motaf, the Sim24 Motaf podcast Neo, getting themselves ahead, but almost looked like they were angling towards the pit lane there, but they were just trying to make space for that Race Clutch LMP1 car. Hello. That was almost a big moment for the second Race Clutch car there, Cam.
Yeah, most definitely, and I can tell you, Neil was not a happy camper. They made contact, but because both of them were both steering into the corner, it straightened them out. You could see Neil have to check the suspension, and he was not happy about it. And he promptly told him in the professional language of Morse code, which I am very trained in, he was not happy with it.
Not happy. And update on the protest front. We're up to 92.
Oh my gosh.
Right, I had an update on one of those.
Did you? Let's hear it.
Yeah, the Heisenfeld and Positive Sim Racing LMP1 incident, that was considered no further action. It was a racing incident.
Okay, then that is the decision in that one that the race stewards are going to put out there on circuit. And I wonder, this is a bad thing
It's
to hope
hard.
for, but 100 protests?
Do we get the 100 protests? I mean, we don't even have 100 likes on that video here right now.
Oh my god, you've
Oh
turned
no, we
into a
have
YouTuber.
137. I just refreshed the page.
There we
138.
go.
I'll have you know.
Oh,
I
okay. You put it in there right now, yeah.
We've turned into YouTubers here at Baseball TV, which is quite appropriate.
Like and subscribe on the iRacing
Yeah.
Sports Network.
Oh my god.
You can't do that the right way.
No, I can't.
Wait, yeah. Wait. I'm not gonna do it right now.
No, we got bigger things going on.
Oh, bigger than the iRacing Esports Network?
Whoa.
That's what Ken
Yes, it's the
said.
Neo Endurance Series. It's the biggest endurance racing series on iRacing.
In your opinion. But we have the small issue of the World Championship as well that might be challenging it in terms of that one. But battle between the 36 and the 55. This is going to be the Team Mad car trying to defend from IRDK Endurance. And this is another battle that we can keep an eye on in the late stages of this race. There's a little bit of a puff of brake smoke there up into turn number 12. That was from the Talk Freak Racing LMP2 car, currently ranking P number 3 in that LMP2 class. And he can get himself by the GT cars in a drama-free fashion, which is not what we have seen for a lot of cars here today. So that one is a good one. But IRDK have the pace, at least right now, over that Team Mad car. So let's see what they're just able to do in this one. We've had Sorg Gren Sports, the LMP1 car, come down into the lane for their final stop. So they'll be good to the end of the race, right? Mike Nürnberg currently behind the wheel as this battle in the LMP2 is just streamed by on the pit straight. IRDK still making slight inroads, 0.3 of a second advantage last time, so they're getting into the position where they can pounce for P number 24 in the overall standings. But simply, they're not able to get themselves by yet. They still have a lot of time to work with, though. They have 42 minutes, 43 minutes. Actually, my timer has frozen on JRT. That is a very interesting situation.
The race
That
goes
is
on.
this race is going to be infinite now, ladies and gentlemen. They'll be racing forever. They'll be racing until the end of time because JRT says so. I'll get that run refreshed right about now. There we go.
We had a 24-hour race over when the date change was, so we were pretty scared that we had to race 25 hours.
That's concerning because I've just refreshed it and it still says 42 minutes and 59 seconds remaining.
Yep,
Okay, I'll have to rely on you guys to tell me when the end of the race is here as Team Mad trying to defend into turn number 12 then. They'll take the early defensive inside line. IRDK having to go the long way around, which is possible, down at turn 12, but they haven't made it stick just yet as they'll go into turn number 13. This is where you can get the pass back or the pass defended if you're the car ahead, but these advantages, like I've said before, switch so quickly through this sequence of turns. Team Mad getting trouble on the brakes down into towards the tighter left at the end of that sequence, but through towards the right they will go, and IRDK, they will look to pounce at some point. They've had their chances, but they haven't taken them just yet. Through the penultimate they will go, and Egil Sandfeld behind the wheel of the IRDK car looking to gain a position for his team. Much needed points in the championship for IRDK Endurance. He's going to slip in the slipstream down the pit straight. Might even have a look because that LMP1 car is going to be taking the inside line. He could follow him directly through, but contact between all three. They all managed to survive. IRDK, they'll have to drop back behind. I can see the intentions there. They wanted to follow that LMP1 car through on the inside, but they've just completely misjudged it there, Tobias.
I mean, yeah, the LMP1 was way closer than both of them expected, I think. Yeah, Team Matt tried to get on the inside already from the looks of it. But what's your opinion, Cam?
I mean, I would be pretty irked. I would be irked if that happened to me. Hey, all right, Thrustmaster Movano was on pit lane and they're getting service. This looks like normal service, but SimRC.de Emerald has now parked behind them for service.
Yeah, exactly. They came down on pit lane of their own accord. They're not being influenced by that.
No. My brain has figured it out. It's because Thrustmaster Movano is literally a lap ahead of everybody at this point.
Yeah.
I'm like, what has happened where they've managed to catch up? But then it just turned out to be, no, they're just that far.
Yeah, it's dominance in this latter portion for Thrustmaster Movano at the front of that overall standings, but IRDK Endurance still getting aggressive with Team Mad in this situation. We have that SimRC car currently up on screen for you right now that has been in the wars, had a bit of contact, had a penalty that they had to save as well, drops them back to P number 3, whereas they were challenging for P number 2, but the battle is with Team Mad and IRDK, the 36 and the 55 right now, because this one isn't quite done just yet. IRDK had their looks, had their moments, but still it is Mad with the track position up into turn number 1, too far back to be able to challenge, as Team 85 there in that GT car will park itself on the outside of the corner. And Egil Sandfeld, he still, as I've said a couple of times, he still has time to whip with 39 minutes left in this race. It's just a case now for LMP Wonders who needs to take a very late race splash and dash and who does not.
Speaking of pit lane, Justin Richardson of the Positive Sim Racing Black, can we get a replay of them going onto pit lane because we have an issue? Loud issue, yes. So I've been waiting for this to happen. So we're getting the replay up. So he's coming on pit lane, and I've been waiting for somebody to hit that wall with too much speed, and it just turned out that unfortunately it was Justin Richardson of the Positive Sim Racing Black. You can see him coming in. He's starting to take the turn, but obviously the slower you go, less downforce, nothing's in it, and there's a wall there.
I feel guilty for laughing, but that just looks like the silliest instant. Doesn't get it slowed down for the pit lane. We'll see it from up above.
It's easy to do. Don't make anything about it. It's very easy to do this. But it's unfortunate. But luckily, it's just the front clip. They've replaced the front clip, and that's it.
Only front clip damage then for the Positive Sim Racing Black car. That's going to be a couple, that's going to be more time on the pit lane than they perhaps expected, especially with the time loss from hitting that echo barrier on the pit entry, on that pit entry wall. But right now, I'm very curious to see how this Team Mad and IRDK Endurance battle is going, and it's still going, I guess, is going to be the case, as IRDK closer than they have been last time, up in towards turn number 1, but again, they're dealing with GT traffic on the outside of them, so not able to do anything about that. And Team Mad right now, Tobias, are holding pretty strong at the front here, even though it does look like the slight pace advantage goes to IRDK. It's just a case of that age-old Murrayism. It's one thing to catch a car, it's another thing to pass.
Yeah, talking about passing, inertia is fast. UI1 Positive Sim Racing orange car, at least on my screen, as those two guys here, 36 and 55, are not done yet with their little fighting. And the inertia car's very fast compared to Renan Azerdo in the UI1.
Kaddy Lakowski has gotten around indeed, Azerado.
Oh, here comes the opportunity though. Battle up on your screen. That's Team Mad versus IRDK. Team Mad had a moment off of turn number 11. Gives the slipstream to IRDK. Around the outside, they'll have to go. The inside's going to be defended by David Baker for Team Mad. So deep around the outside goes IRDK. They learned from their mistakes about not doing it last time, and they managed to gain the position by the time turn number 13 arrives. But can Team Mad reply? Coming through the slower speed section, they can send one down the inside of these lefts if they so decide. Instead, they decide to go for the long way around, and that is going to be the position secured from IRDK. We've been waiting for it for a good couple of laps, but finally it happened, Cam.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he was pretty irked when that incident happened, but can't be mad about it now. I mean, he's got the position. He's going to keep it.
Yeah, that's going to be a firm grip on that position for IRDK as they'll lead that group or lead that pairing across the line. And look at how much of a gap they've pulled out already. And that is just summarizes the pace difference between those two cars at this moment in time. We're inside the final 35, well, coming up to the final 35 minutes right now with Race Clutch LMP1. They've decided to hit the lane for their final stop in LMP1. They'll drop back behind Virtual Motorsports there. So Virtual Motorsports managing to get a little bit of the jump there, but the thing is they have 13 laps on the stint. I don't know if they're good to the end on fuel here, Tobias, in that Audi.
I'm not sure as well. I'm just looking at it, how many pit stops and so on and so forth. Might even get close with the Wyvern Racing Neo car from Syandra, who's coming from the back. They just had 45 or 49 seconds, so even that could be another battle coming up.
Could be. Race Clutch still on the lane waiting to get out, and Wyvern Racing, well, they've already made their stop on the last lap, and they're coming through the final corner. Race Clutch drop off the jacks, have to find the pit exit. Here comes Wyvern Racing though. They're not quite going to be close enough up in towards turn number 1, but now they see that Race Clutch car ahead of them as the Race Clutch go pretty deep into the corner. But this is the battle now for P number 5, at least on track right now, between the Race Clutch car and Wyvern Racing. We did get Syandra from Wyvern Racing, who's currently behind the wheel, in the commentary booth to say where he wanted the team to be at the end of the race. And one of the things he said is that he does want to challenge that Race Clutch car, and he's going to be the man to do it as well. Up through the last bit of the S's section, negotiating the Ferrari there of SRM Motorsports Orange, and Syandra now, he has the target ahead of him. Let's hope that, unlike so many people in this race, that he doesn't actually hit him. Tobias.
I really just hope that one goes clean, especially into the next turn where we've seen so much carbon being bent. Yeah, and here we go. Battle is on.
The overspeed, wow!
Oh, incredible stuff with Wyvern Racing, and using that ERS overtake button to their advantage, but they weren't able to complete the move. Race Clutch able to defend back then into the slow speed section, and they'll manage to secure their defense ahead of the Wyvern Racing car right now. They do have LMP2 traffic to deal with. That won't be a huge issue, or at least I hope it won't be a huge issue coming through the triple right. Here comes the Wyvern Racing car with a better line through the corner, at least initially, because the Race Clutch were compromised there, but they slot in the head, and they've almost overdriven the corner there of Race Clutch, but they managed to get Inertia Sim Racing in between them and their immediate danger. Coming on to lap number 178 now in this race. We got about 20 laps to go for these guys, and it's going to be a battle to get inside the top 5 for Wyvern Cam.
Yeah, and he's got a pretty good push going on here. They've got to get around anti-Simon the Torque Freak Racing car, which they do very easily. That's going to allow these guys to basically have the S's without anyone around them. So this is going to be all based about momentum. It's shifting that momentum back and forth. And both of these cars doing a fantastic job, I have to say, throughout the day. I mean, they've had their challenges, they've had their issues. But it's almost interesting to say, Race Clutch started in 6th position, they're in 5th, and Wyvern started in 5th position and started 6th. So it's going to be kind of funny, irrelevant to how they finish, whether they finish in 5th or 6th, simply because what they're going to be able to say is after 6 hours, they didn't really go anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. These guys so close on pace, so close in qualifying, so close in the race as well. And this time into turn 12, Wyvern Racing will still go very deep, much deeper than what Racers were able to manage on the brakes into there, gaining quite a chunk of time. There is Syandra, but he still has to play it patient. He still has to wait. Some point inside this final half an hour, he can get himself past, potentially. But the thing is, you have the unknown of Virtual Motorsports right now. I think they do have to make their stop, and they will perhaps drop back into this fight as well. So we might see a 3-car fight for P number 4 on the racing circuit in the not too distant future. We'll see that once Virtual Motorsports decide to come in down for their pit stop. With a bit of time lost in the final sector by Wyvern Racing, they'll use the overtake button on the pit straight though. Challenge up and towards turn number 1. Defensive line taken by Race Clutch on the inside of the corner. So wide is Wyvern. They've overcooked the corner, and off the corner they won't have the advantage either. That was a hopeful look from Andra, but it wasn't on there into turn 1, Tobias.
Yeah, braking way too late, coming into way too hot. You could try to do the switcheroo move, you know, like trying to come from the outside and then switching to the inside again. But then first you would be on the outside for turn 2. And second, that can go very wrong, especially in these cars where you don't see a lot to left and right.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of visibility in this one, in these cars, so that is an obstacle, at least for the drivers on single screens, even on triple screens as well. The visibility just is not great out of that Porsche at all, and you know, could be the quote-unquote cause of some of the incidents that we've seen, that you can't exactly see any of the cars, but that's where you rely on the iRacing spot. You rely on your spotters that are in your, you know, you're communicating in real life as well, over TeamSpeak, over Discord, over whatever software that you want to use. So not really an excuse in terms of things, but you've also got True Chief as well there, Tobias. But right now, Wyvern Racing, they've dropped off the back of Race Clutch here, so giving them a little bit of breathing room.
And another thing is I've taken my glasses off to clean them, and I can say that my visibility has now significantly decreased. Well, I never used to wear glasses. This stinks. What is... It is up to the driver, and I don't know if maybe this is just from how my upbringing in iRacing has been. You develop, like I've said, this bubble around you, and it seems that some people have a much narrower band and even blind spots of that bubble, and maybe it's just because for a lot of these really fast guys, and they get right into it, they get very fast, and they start winning races. When they go and they challenge for wins, it's just for, you know, duels, you know, 1 or 2 cars. I've been a mid-packer basically the entire time I've been iRacing. I have been in these thick, heavy packs for hours and hours and hours. So maybe I've just developed this sense. I don't know, but for me, it's almost it's very straightforward to not just know what the opponent's cars are going to do, because I would be thinking what I was going to do if I was in their position, but to know what their cars are going to do just from experience and from, I mean, basic common sense of how cars are going to drift one way to the other. And so it's something that I've been kind of learning, that some people don't really seem to have that sense, because they've just kind of been very quick. And when you're very quick, a lot of times you don't find yourself in these pack battles until you get to the very tippity top of the scales, which is like what we have here in Neo.
Exactly. Race Clutch, speaking of, are in that pretty thick traffic, in that oh, there we go. Actually, that's iRacing today. Motorsports trying to get by the GT car, completely throws the block on Wyvern Racing. I believe this is unintentional, but it's the result of them trying to get past the GT car, so that's yet more time being lost there by Wyvern Racing. Mavano 4 will head their way onto the lane for their final stop of the day. And one thing that we got to keep in mind here is that the battle for the race lead in GTE still can maybe get close in these final 25 minutes, because they're only about 3 seconds apart from each other on the track right now. So if Altus Esports step a foot out of line, then that's going to be the Triton Racing hot on their heels, and maybe we can get a grandstand finish between these two guys in the final stages, and that would be an interesting prospect there, Tobias.
You can call me Toby as well. I'm fine with
Toby
that.
as well. Is it too like formal for me to be calling you Tobias every time?
I mean, you can call me. Yeah, Toby is fine. So, but let's get back to the important things. Yeah, Triton. I mean, look at the last laps. They lost in lap 158 a little bit out, but 159, 160. They got better. They got faster. Even though that the Altus car was picking up the pace again. I think if the concentration keeps fine, if there is not too much, for them it's not traffic, for them it's being lapped. But if that doesn't help them up too much, that can be a very, very close finish.
It could be. They have 25 minutes to settle their differences in these GTs, about 13 and a half laps we're looking at to get ourselves to the end of the race. The Apex Racing UK car looking to make their way through and does so on the back straight, best way to do it. But in LMP1, it looks like the Team Chimera car and the Positive Sim Racing Black car, it could be getting pretty close, as there's yet a chuckle from Karen Walsh.
Tommaso Carla, he just did something. Guess what?
Crashed into the pit lane.
No, but that would be hilarious. But no, on lap 181, after 5 hours and 30 some odd minutes of racing, he just ran a 1:44.9, which is the fastest lap of that car's race today.
Wow.
Oh. I mean, helped somewhat by the cooling track temperatures, but still an impressive performance so far in this race from Tommaso Carla and the Movano Racing number 3 machine. Everyone will be getting very quickly out of their way. That is the benefit of being the race leader sometimes, because a lot of the times, Tobias, there's or Toby or whatever you want to be called at this point, and it's sometimes the situation where lapped cars will give the top 3 cars a much easier time than pretty much everyone else in that same class. It's a very interesting dynamic, but it's sometimes something that we see sometimes.
Yeah, but it depends on your last name, because if your last name is a little bit of Dutch with a PEN at the end, then you have maybe back markers that try to unlap themselves. As we have the battle between UI and Positive Sim Racing, I think, and Chimera, which was just pronounced by Hugo that we should have a look on it.
Yeah, we were just seeing it, and Chimera, they came from quite a way back there, coming down the back straight, coming down the inside. As Virtual Motorsports, they've come down on towards the lane now, I believe. No, they haven't. They've just lost the position to SimRC.de Emerald there, as I'm not sure if that was a little glitch in my GRT. It was a little glitch in my GRT, because they had a bit of connection issues. But Wyvern Racing now, and Race Clutch. Oh my word, where have they gone? Am I being like duped by my own software right now?
Yes. No, wait, what's your question? Well, Luis Rodriguez has also just ran the fastest lap of his race. He did a 1:45.7. That's the fastest that car's been all day. So it is kind of that wacky time, I guess. The track hasn't cooled off that much. I mean, it started at 77 degrees Fahrenheit in the air, 100 degrees on the track. It's now 69 degrees in the air, which is a perfect temperature, which is like 30 here, and snowing.
Hang on, Cam. We might have a situation with Altus here soon enough, because look at the GT traffic that they had ahead of them, of their own class, of course, and Triton Racing closing in at a rate of knots behind, inside 2 seconds now. 1.9 seconds is going to be the gap as they head across the line, and yes, exactly, because Williams Gym Esports and Odox Motorsports, this is a battle for position. They won't want to give up on easily, though the inside line will be given to Altus. Do they get themselves slowed down for the corner? Yes, they do. Not doing well. It's not that important of hitting the apex there on the inside for that turn number 1. Some people do like to miss that one, and they don't suffer all that much in terms of the lap times. But Triton Racing now, 1.6 seconds is the gap between themselves and the GTE race lead, so slowly starting to close in. They'll have the LMP2 prototype trying to work its way by, coming through the SS section. They'll lose a little bit of time, have to lift out the throttle to let them go. Gap up to 2 seconds now, so I mean, 20 minutes is enough for this one to close up, Toby.
Yeah, definitely. Nothing is decided, so it's still so interesting if they can get back to it. I mean, look at the lap times. I mean, just tells a lot.
It does. It tells a lot of stories, and right now it says that Triton Racing are gaining a couple of tenths of a second a lap. I don't think they're going to be gaining on this lap in particular, because they have been pretty tough. They've had tough luck with the traffic so far in this one, so they'll have to just get that one out of the way, push that to the side of their mind, and just go and chase this race in the final 20 minutes that we have.
21st, the battle for 21st is going on. Neil Andrews, I'm sorry. Luxem, the Moaf machine, and the Inertia Corsac LMP2 are side by side. The Odox LMP1, it wants to get by.
He very much does so. Neil Andrews then side by side with Katalowski through towards the slow section. They are slicing and dicing with each other coming through here, and it's going to be Inertia Sim Racing coming out on top right now, and that GT is going to get involved. Oh, that's so close to the Odax Motorsports LMP1 car on the outside trying to make its way through. Same with the CMRC.DE Emerald car trying to make its way through, but the thing is, the Inertia Sim Racing car got a little impeded there by the LMP1, brings that Luxem Motor podcast car right back onto the back. And, well, Inertia Sim Racing, they'll have the speed off the corner, but, and Luxem not able to keep up with the straight line speed of their fellow class member, but through turn number 1, there is a situation, Torrent versus the Odox Motorsports car, and I think that's a lap down situation that got a little bit scrappy, but off on the go, and away they will go, so that is Inertia. No, they've gone for a spin through the first sector. Do manage to tap the Armco, not the Armco barrier, the Tech Pro barrier on the inside. And it's another driver falling foul. Not even off the curbs. He lost it. He sort of gone to the red and white ones. He didn't hit any of the yellow ones. It's just the snap oversteer, wasn't able to hold it. And Katlakowski not able to save that spin. And now he's coming under threat from IRDK Endurance on the live pictures. IRDK looking for the inside in turn number 11. A slight lockup from both cars on that front left. A little bit of bump off a corner as well. And that's Inertia Sim Racing losing another position, this time to IRDK. And that is how things can escalate from just a simple spin, Tobias.
And not being sure what name to call me.
Mr. Brockman and
Mr. Brockman, I had to call you that.
Just call me Brooks, that's fine. No, but literally, I mean, you have like 6 hours of racing, and like in the last 20 minutes, you throw 2 places away.
Yeah.
Well, he was, well, first of all, I mean, Finnish drivers, from at least what I've from my experience, they tend to be able to handle very loose machines, and I think perhaps they might have set it up to be pretty loose in the heat, because they looked pretty quick before they had the incidents very early on in the race. And with the track cooling off, maybe the car is just the balance has shifted to where it's pretty slick. I mean, light fuel load, we've only got 18 minutes to go in this race. And so, light fuel load, lightning fuel load, worn tires, it happens, and we've seen that car
Wyvern and Race Clutch. Wyvern and Race Clutch side by side, 15 and 25 through turn number 1. This is the battle for P number 5. Overall, Race Clutch defending the move from Wyvern Racing up into turn number 1, but there's another team that might factor into this one in the not too distant future, because that Virtual Motorsports Audi needs to make a final pit stop. They haven't done so just yet, and when they do, they might just be dropped back into this battle. So a potential 3-car fight for P number 4 on the cards when that happens. No pit lane this time for Virtual Motorsports, so they're going pretty deep in this final stint, and it's going to be a very short stop as well to get themselves the remaining 15 minutes or 17 minutes or whatever minutes of fuel to get themselves to the end. Wyvern ERS down the back straight closes up the gap just a little bit. They've been so good on the brakes into 12 as well, and that is just showing there, maybe a little bit overdone into 12, but it's still a lot of time gained by Syandra. He's been so good on the brakes over the course of this race, Cam.
Yeah, absolutely, and it just goes to show you that to not really be given up. You know, with Race Clutch, they've had their issues. Wyvern, they've had their issues, and you know, it worked out to where they're going to have a battle for what will be fifth, potentially fourth position. I would almost, putting on the crew chief hat, I would almost say, or engineer, I guess we would say, because you know, England, Europe. It would almost say, hey, look, don't try to pass too hard, because what's going to happen, we need to see where virtual motorsport comes out. If we spend all this time fighting, we're going to slow each other down, and depending on where that virtual motorsport comes out, we might have been further up ahead where we could have leaked 2 positions instead of 1.
Yeah, as unfortunately Cam does get a little bit cut off there, but still Wyvern Racing able to, well, you cut yourself off early, let's just say that. But Wyvern Racing not having the ideal situation with the GT cars. That's the Triton Racing car that they just managed to get themselves by, trying to chase down that Altus Esports car, and they're 2 seconds behind right now, so still enough time for that one to change in the lead for the GTE class, as Race Cuts have managed to get themselves a fantastic buffer here because of Wyvern's troubles with the GT machine. So that one will just have to wait just for a little while, and the main sort of event in this battle is going to be when do Virtual Motorsports decide to head their way in, and they'll be wanting these 2 cars to be fighting more because it gives them a better chance to get themselves out ahead to it.
Yeah, they actually gained a little bit more of a gap to a Race Clutch. Before was like 57, 58 seconds. Now it's back down to 55.9, 56. So I wonder when they come into the pits. I mean, last time in the lane they needed 1 minute and 1 from line to line. So that might be a pretty close freeway fight for position 4 later on.
Maybe it's just is a case of how much fuel that Audi needs to get it to the end. They are typically very good on the fuel, the Audi, so they don't need to take all that much to get them the final sort of stretch to the end here. The final 8 laps that we're looking at. And 8 or 9 laps is sort of on the borderline right now for these LMP1 cars, so that could be an issue if people are expecting this race to go 1 lap shorter than it actually is. It can catch a couple of people out, and it has done so many times here on the iRacing service, and has done so on the real life side of things as well, when they've had to make late splashes and dashes due to a fuel miscalculation. But Triton Racing, what can they do? GTE race lead. They're getting in the worst end of the traffic right now than Altus Esports. I'm looking at the gap, and the gap stands at 2.6 seconds. So that gap at one point was inside 1.5 seconds, but they've lost quite a bit of time here at Triton. They've dropped back to 3 seconds behind your GTE race leader, and that is a big issue for them. They just have to be hoping right now, Toby, that Altus Esports have a nightmare with the traffic inside these final 15 minutes if they want to have a chance.
I mean, look at this traffic anyway. It's I mean, it reminds me going to work with a car. Yeah, Altus Esports, I hope for them actually that they have enough of everything, like enough tire tread on the tires, like not threaded tires though, as the LMP2 car down there almost clipped the, I think, was it the 28 machine? I don't know.
Could be. I didn't quite see it. My attention was directed elsewhere, but UI1 Positive Sim Racing get themselves through on the GT car. Same with IRTK Endurance. Same with the one of the other cars there. That's the other UI Positive Sim Racing car. At the time, it's the green machine. Right now, looking at the state of things in this race, Altus Esports 3.5 seconds ahead in your race lead, and then they just go and set the fastest lap time that they've set so far in this entire race. Andrew Carlo, 201.722, fastest lap in the GT class, fastest lap they've set today in the race, and to do that inside the final 15 minutes, Cam, that's all you really need to ask for.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one of these situations where, oh god, take a shot. Where, like with the lowering track temperature, it has gotten a little bit colder. Track's down to 95 degrees, so 5 degrees difference. It doesn't sound like much, but you think about the tires, every single corner, it does change. 35 degrees in Celsius, otherwise known as loser speak. It's
you mean every other speak than the US,
but anyways,
Virtual Motorsport's in.
Virtual Motorsport has finally come on in. I've been waiting for them to kind of the last couple of laps. They're actually out. So they've come out.
Wow.
And
that's quick. That was very quick. They are very, very comfortably ahead. Oh my word!
Did they take enough fuel?
8.9 seconds of a stop.
8.9 seconds, good enough for 10 minutes of fuel, I suspect. They didn't take tires either, which is the deciding factor, so they are a very good amount of time ahead of the race clutch car right now. But can they defend with all the tires on 6.5 laps? They're 25 seconds ahead, of course they can. I'm just not going to even build that one up. I'm not even going to say. But yeah, they've come out pretty comfortably ahead here. So that is going to leave Race Clutch and Wyvern to their own devices and to sort out their differences between themselves. No involvement from that Audi. And for that Audi to get a P number 4, ooh, that's going to be a pretty good one, and showing that Audi can race against all of these Porsches out there on the racing circuit right now. They won't be helped by the fact that this finale for the entire season is at Le Mans, where they're about 10 seconds laps or however much they are. But it's still a good result. It's still a very good result, Cam.
Yeah, okay, all right. I had to go through. I was having a concern here because I noticed that the Virtual Motorsport car was ahead of the SimRC.de Emerald car by like 2 turns, and I did just some checking, and yes, they are completely a lap apart. So I had small poo-poos because I would have laughed if the Audi.
Don't mention.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I don't. No. So I mean, for an Audi to finish on the podium, I would have. I was like, wow, holy cow. But no. So I mean, still. I mean, position number 4. That's they're doing the best that they can with what they have, and for Virtual Motorsport, I mean, not really a well-known team, straightforward. You know what I mean? It's certainly not, a Commanda or the PRT or anything like that, and so they really are taking it here, and they're taking what they got, and I'm happy that they went with the Audi.
Race Clutch still pulling away slightly in this battle for P number 5 in your LMP1 class, right inside the final 10 minutes of this race. Now, this is the do or die moment. If you want to gain positions late on, you just have to go for them. You have to run basically qualifying laps right now. But as Race Clutch start to edge out that gap is going to start looking like it's going to go over 1 second here back to Wyvern Racing. So have Wyvern Racing taken too much out of their tires in the early part of the stint, so they're not able to challenge in the late part, whereas Race Clutch have managed to keep themselves conserved rather well. And they've gotten a little bit lucky with the traffic, have Race Clutch as well. That has just fallen Wyvern Racing's way approximately 0% of the time. So that lady luck does sometimes factor into racing like this, especially on the endurance racing side. We have the 44 and the 55, I believe. That is going to be one that is closing up. IRDK versus the Lux Sim 24 Motorsport Podcast Neo machine. We have about 5 laps to go here in this race. Tommaso Carla making his way through turn number 1, through towards the S's section. He needs no dramas now, and he will be able to take the second race win here for the number 3 Thrustmaster Meccano car. P40 though.
Motorsports has adored the Torque Freak racing machine. The anti and we have seen this a couple of times before. I'm sorry for just, but this was way too far back. I was warming up to see, if these guys could fight each other, but no, I think this is the second or third time we've seen that Torrent Motorsports car kind of really leave the car out and expect almost to bonk, as it were, the opponent car. Very unfortunate, but I will say, also, immediately the position was given back.
Wyvern are back, looking to challenge. Race clutch held up by the Ferrari. They'll look for the outside around the right. That becomes the inside for the left. Wyvern off through, thanks to the help of the SRN Motorsports car. Louis Rodriguez is not going to be happy about how that one was negotiated with the GT traffic, and they'll have to chase this race from behind inside the final 7 minutes of this race. Do they have ERS to use down this back straight? They do, but so do Wyvern Racing. They'll be able to hold the advantage then up in towards turn number 12. And now that is how quickly things can change when there's lap traffic involved. Race clutch finally the ones to get unlucky as opposed to Wyvern in this particular battle. There, Toby.
Wow, that was intense, as I see other stuff on my screen as well, which is pretty cheesy. But let's no, I mean on track though, on track. No, but this move was very well placed by Wyvern Racing. I mean, yeah, the GT traffic is just there. You can't teleport it somewhere else or to some other track that you don't like. They use that Ferrari pretty well to block race clutch here.
Yeah, they really have, and they've pulled out a gap as well of Wyvern Racing. So this one looks to look a little bit well done rather than medium rare, but oh my god, that's just a terrible one. Oh my god.
That's it, you've lost the pun license.
I have completely lost it here on Racesport TV and on the iRacing Esports Network. Just have to get those plugs in there. P number 5 though for the HPDs is an issue on the cards though. It's going to be Motaf Podcast Neo versus the IRDK Endurance car, and the IRDK car has been in a very good couple of battles so far in the 6-hour event, and it looks like they'll have one inside the final 5 minutes as well. Go on, Toby.
48 car just to spam. I don't know if that was with the help of another car or on its own, but let's see here in the replay. Oh, that was maybe a little
by
after.
Positive Sim Racing Orange, tapped around in the slow speed sector. That's not the start. That's not the end of the race. Excuse me. That either of those teams will be wanting in this situation. I'm keeping a close-ish eye on that battle for P1 and GTE because it looks like it's Altus Esports fairly solid 4-second gap ahead of Triton Racing right now, and it doesn't look to be changing as I see that drop to 3.2, but I think that's just not going to be an overarching theme for Triton Racing. The number 40 has come down on towards the pit lane very late on.
Oh! Crash from number 14 in position 10. It was the Odox Motorsport Samsung LMP1, and that one looked heavy.
It does look heavy. With the Simitalk Esports number 8, he had a wiggle. He had a wiggle. He thought he was going to go left, then he goes right. Car didn't like it. He tried to juke him. Yeah, he tried to throw the dummy, and the dummy completely failed. No one's going to fall for that one as he hit the Armco barrier. So late race dramas for a good couple of teams here. Odox Motorsports will drop themselves further back through the field. IRDK versus Lux Sim 24 though. That was very close down into turn number 12. This is the battle late on in your race for P number 5 out there on the LMP1 class, and it's +6 positions for the day for that Lux Sim Podcast 24 Neo. So they've had a very, very good day of things indeed. Meanwhile, the IRDK car they've started 6th in that class and will end up finishing 6th unless they can get this pass done inside the final 2 laps that they have to work with. So not a lot of time to work with for Egil Sandfield here. He has to get that IRDK car past that Lux Sim 24 car, like he did on some of the other cars, like he has done throughout this race. But looking at where Tommaso Cala is, where that number 3 plus Massimiliano car is, he is directly behind this battle, so he could have something to say about how this battle is settled in the late stages. So 2 laps for him, follows both of those LMP2 cars through the SS section. He's going to be well aware that this ahead of him is a battle for position. You can see why he's like not going so aggressive. He's got a minute back all the way to Saw Grensport, so he doesn't need to be aggressive here with the traffic. He can just let them fight if he so wants, but he will decide to make his way by on that IRDK car on the inside. IRDK going a little bit deep on the brakes, though. They'll be okay, and that Mivano car will be okay on driver's left-hand side, able to get themselves away and looking like they are going to take the race win, the overall race win, the prototype 1 race win at the end of this race, but it's still not settled for P number 5 in your HBD class. In your LMP2 class, as Luxim24 still holding steady at the front there in that battle. Looking at how Altus are doing, though, Altus, I don't think they're quite going to be challenged here by Triton Racing, as we're having a look at the 81 and 98 as well. Torque Freak Racing GTE versus Torrent Motorsports GTE. That one could be a close one by the time this race is done as well, but Mivano 4 will stop themselves in between them, give them a little bit of trouble by the time this race is done. And now, Cam, this is where those battles are going to be decided. We are going to go into the final lap right about now. White flag out there on circuit, Cam. One more lap to get these battles sorted.
Yeah, absolutely. And just for anyone who has been trying to keep track, as far as penalties go, there's really nothing under review. There were a couple of drive-throughs. There's actually going to be a drive-through for the Wyvern Racing. That's actually pretty huge. That's just coming across for exceeding track limits. So they'll come in and serve that. So there you go. There's that one.
Look at the fight.
Just as I was saying, nothing was happening. There was the avoidable contact, but it was a warning for the race clutch car. So yes, anyways, picture.
We'll get back to the live racing action. Mivano heading their way through turn number 11 right now, as where is the IRDK car in terms of their challenge with that Luxim 24 Motorsport podcast car. Not close enough. Down in towards turn number 11, you have to argue, and time is definitely running out. This will be the last time they'll have this run down in towards turn number 12, and they're a country mile all the way back. And right now, it's simply not going to be the case of heading down the inside there at turn number 12. Tommaso Carla through this slow speed section of the lap. He has one triple right to go, a left, and yet another left. And Tommaso Carla will avoid all of the carnage here that we've had in the Circuit of the Americas. The 6 hours of the Neo Endurance Series here at COTA will go to Thrustmaster Mivano Racing number 3. They will win overall. They will win in the LMP1 class as well. Absolutely fantastic performance. IRDK have nothing for Luxim right at the end as they get very close through the final corner. Luxim will hold on for P number 5 out there in the LMP2 class. Where is Ava Vivatic? They've just come across the line to take the race win, but there's the battle out there on circuit between Torrent, and that is going to be the car further back. That's Torque Freak as well. Ava Vivatic across the line as well, and Torque Freak and Torrent, they are still battling. Where is Altus Esports? They're heading their way through the triple right now, so they'll be across the line in the not too distant future. But all eyes to Torque Freak, all eyes on Torrent. They'll go for the move at turn 12. The brakes will lock and they're not able to do it just yet. They have a couple more chances, especially in this sector, but there's Altus Esports winning in GTE with Triton Racing finishing second. But the battle further back in GTEs is not finished, but it's looking comfortable for Torque Freak Racing right now, trying to defend against the attack of Torrent Motorsports. They have a good couple of tenths of a second coming up to the final 2 corners here. They should just be able to hold on to position through the final corner. They'll go. That's a massive attempted send from Kevin Siggy, but he's too far back, and Torque Freak will manage to hold position there in GTEs. Absolutely fantastic. And Siggy, that could have gone so wrong for Torrent Motorsports, diving it in like that at the final corner, but I think they'll just be okay with that one, as we have now drawn to a close, a carnage-filled, an incident-filled, an action-filled race here at the Circuit of the Americas, and everyone has made their way across the line in okay fashion. Ava Vivatic will do the burnouts for LMP2 and their race win. Ivano have already left the racing circuit. Altus Esports going slow out there as well. We will go to your official race results for the 6 hours of the Circuit of the Americas. In LMP1, it was a close run thing. In qualifying, it was close at the first hour of the race, but in the end, issues for Sorg Rensport Esports, issues for SimRC mean they finish second and third, and the race winner will be Tommaso Cala, Marcus Hamilton, once again in that Thrustmaster Ivano Racing 3 car, their second win of the season, with Virtual Motorsports finishing P4 in the Audi. You could see that Audi logo standing proud in amongst the Porsches, with Race Clutch finishing 5th, with Wyvern Racing with that late race drive-through penalty, giving the position away to Race Clutch with P5. They'll finish P6. Team Camaro with a good run up to P7. UI1 Positive Sim Racing, the 28 machine, P8. Simatalk Esports 9th, with Torrent Motorsports rounding out the top 10 in LMP1. F4H Motorsports, good drive to P11. VRT E-Racing, P12. Odox Motorsports with issues, P13. Same with UI1 Positive Sim Racing, 27. They finished 14th. MSI Esports, 15th. With Bavano Racing 4 car, again issues earlier on, good enough for P16. With Ava Vivatic causing that huge turn 1 pile up at the start of the race. They'll finish 17th, 178 laps down. Then in LMP2, Ava Vivatic leading pretty much all the way since the drop of the green flag. They will win by 1 minute and 21 seconds over Apex Racing UK, getting themselves the second step on the podium. They'll be pretty pleased with that one. Talk Freak Racing, the final step. We've got TNT Racing and Lutsim 24 holding off IRDK Endurance for P5. IRDK have to settle for 6th. Inertia Sim Racing as well, another team having issues in this one, managed to recover to P7. Positive Sim Racing 45. P8, Team Mad and Schubert Motorsports, they've been having an eventful race. They'll finish 9th and 10th respectively. Then further back in your LMP2 class, SRN Motorsports will the sim racing team, Team Huisingveld, who have been another car that has seen a lot of the action here today. The Roadmasters car, iRacing Stay Motorsports, Racing Center Vive Sports, and that's Race Clutch LMP2 car for the second race in a row, retiring both the times right now. Pretty much weren't their fault, but GTEs will look a little bit like this. Logitech G Altus Esports winning by 3.8 seconds over Triton Racing, with MSI Esports finishing on the final step of the podium. The only Ford inside the top 10, though, will go to Thrustmaster Ivano Racing, finishing P4, Zenith Esports P5, and Redface Racing, the only Ferrari inside the top 10 there, with Euphoria Racing, Talk Freak Racing, Torrent Motorsports, and SimRC bringing things down to P10 in your finishing results. And then you look at the cars at the back of the field that got themselves across the line. You had everyone finish in your GTE field, albeit a good couple of laps down. Simatalk Esports, Core Sim Racing, Sorg Rensport Esports with Team Bushfrank, Team 85, Williams Jim Jr., Odox Motorsports, Army Racing Team, SRN Motorsports, and Team 84 bringing things down to the last car in that GTE field, P20 in that particular class. So we just gotta catch our breaths here at RaceSpot TV on the iRacing Esports Network, but don't go away, because after these commercials, it's going to be the post-race show here for the Neo Endurance Series. Don't go away.
And he hits him again now! Rayon Fowler into the outside wall.
He's gonna pass nearly 3 cars down that front straightaway, and he's gonna get them all done with. What amazing
race lead to the inside goes Logan Cloudman is gonna touch in. Pit press sideways. What a save!
Look to the outside as Trunke goes off. De Jong into second place.
Going for the switchback. Oh, pinpoint driving. It's howling down to the inside.
I tried this contact though. Slide left to the racetrack. Chris Renner drives it back down underneath and he takes that second spot right back. Joker goes to Garrett Lowe.
Garrett Lowe should take victory with all that contact.
He's going to try and make the move around the outside the parabolica. That's not going to work, but he's going to try and get the cut back here. Get the run out the parabolica. That's beautifully done there. Michael Schubert, there's a little bit of door banging as well.
A crazy race here in the Neo Endurance Series gets the checkered flag, and oh my word, there are a good couple of drivers to try and talk to here. Thank you very much, Cam. Thank you very much, Tobias. The sound effects are much appreciated, but we've got to get on and do our jobs here with interviewing a couple of the drivers that have decided to make our way into our commentary booth. We will speak with the car. I suppose we can just start off with that number 18 Dominic Barber, getting him into the commentary booth here. That is going to be the representative of, I believe, that is the Sorg Rennsport driver. He's standing by with Tobias Brockman.
Yes, he is. Dominic, how are you doing? It wasn't the worst, and it wasn't the best race I think you guys could have showed here.
Yeah, first of all, hello guys. It was definitely a very tough one. Yeah, we're quite good on pace, I'd say, but we had some incidents with other cars spinning us around and stuff, where we lost lots of time and damage and repairs and stuff. So I think the gap should be closer. The 1 minute between P1 and P2 definitely isn't as it's supposed to be. Yeah, but I think the pace definitely was there to have that result and to close the gap as well.
Yeah, I mean, after 2 races now, you guys know the pace that Mivano Racing is putting on the track. P2, it's awesome anyway. You're on the podium, you get to spray some champagne. But for the next race, Brazil, what are your plans without telling too much?
Well, definitely it's to attack the race win. We finished 3rd in Sebring, 2nd now, so the logical next step would be a P1, of course. But we know how difficult it is to beat those Mivano guys, especially the 3-car. And yeah, I mean, the pace isn't that different, so we might need some more practice in how to get through traffic, because that's where they gain the most time, I'd say. And then, yeah, prepare on that a lot, and then let's see what we can do there.
Okay, so I wish you the best of luck and more pleasure of training for the next race, which will be held in about a month. So, Dominik, danke dir fürs Hiersein and have a good evening.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, there we go then. That was Dominic Farber there from that Sorg Rennsport esports machine, finishing P number 2 in that LMP1 field. And now, if Cam is ready to take it, we're going to have that's the signal that he's ready. We're going to get Kamil Franjak in here from the number 91 team, because this is a representative now of that Triton Racing car that finished P number 2 in GTE. A very close run thing at the end there, but the thing is, Cam, you're standing by with Kamil.
Yeah, here, and you're the one that drove the car across the finish line. There just wasn't enough time or enough speed in the tank to keep up with the Logitech G Altus guys here today, but just take me through your day. It was back and forth, a lot of tug and war, a lot of I don't want to say issues straight up, but there's a lot of toughness in trying to deal with all the traffic. So just take me through your day here at Circuit of the Americas.
Okay, hi there, and what can I say about the day? We were preparing a lot, and our pace was really good, which you could see in a qualifying lap time. So that was very good, but we knew that this kind of races, you gotta be lucky all the time, because there's a lot of traffic every lap, and how you manage the traffic, sometimes you do it better, sometimes you do it worse, but you gotta be lucky most of the times. So we've been leading for my first two stints. So after 2 hours, we've been still in P1. We've been lucky, nobody hit us and so on. But yeah, guys from Logitech had a really great pace, and they just could keep up with us. And after a second driver change in our car, because of the driver change, we were slower. A few seconds. Our pit stop was longer for about 3-4 seconds, and that was enough to let Logitech drive off the pits on a P1, and they've been lucky with the traffic and pulled away. But overall, their pace was amazing, and it would be really hard anyways to keep up with them even without the traffic.
Yeah, and traffic was just really a lot of it. You had obviously the LMP1 cars, the LMP2 cars, and then your own lap traffic and GTE. And we're here at Circuit of the Americas. It's 3.43 miles. And looking forward, we're going to be going to Interlagos next. And I mean, for Interlagos, obviously, I think the Porsche is going to be very good there, which you're both driving, both you and the Altus esports team. How do you feel that Interlagos is going to go as far as the traffic goes? Because it was busy here. I can only imagine what it's going to be like at Interlagos.
Well, I think Interlagos might be a really, really tough track if we talk about the traffic, because corners combination is pretty much similar. So we got high-speed corners followed by low-speed braking zones, and there will be a lot faster class drivers trying to sneak inside and find a place to not to lose any time or lose it as slow as you can. So that's gonna be tough, and yeah, the most important thing I think it's to keep the car clean without any damage, and yeah, try to position your car in a traffic in that way to not lose so much time. And I think that's gonna be tough, but we'll see.
All right, Kamil, I'll give you the floor. Anyone you'd like to thank? Anyone you'd like to give a hello to? The floor is yours. Any sponsors and whatnot? And congratulations on your podium finish here at Circuit of the America.
Oh, thank you. So I'd like to thank all the Triton Racing drivers and Marcin Skrzypczak, who was preparing with us a lot, Piotr Jagodziński, who couldn't actually take part in the race today, and thank you, David, for very good pace. You've been driving very well, so we could make it top on the second place on a podium. And I would also like to thank Trustmaster for their support with steering wheel and pedals. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
All right, Camille, thank you so very much for hopping in the RaceBot TV booth with us here, of course. Camille Fangiak, driver of the 91 Triton Racing Porsche GTE machine, which Connery has finished in second place. I gotta say, it's been good running here. I can imagine when we get to the knife fight in a telephone booth that's going to be in Interlagos as far as GTE goes.
Yeah, it definitely will be, but we'll have to just thank you very much for joining us, Camille, and fantastic result for Triton Racing, but it was an even better result for Altus Esports, and we do have a driver from their team up into the commentary booth right now. It is Simone Marciano, and oh my word, it's a race win for Altus Esports. Simone, you're doing much better than your very troubled finish last time out at Sebring is the best way to put it, but you've got yourself the race win. How does it feel?
Hello guys, yes, my teammates did it finally. Win in a very huge event like this, it is a very good satisfaction. Very nice. I am so happy with my teammates, and this could never be happen with their devotion, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of commitment behind the scenes that has to happen to make a Neo race winning team. And what do you think went well for you today? Because you were in the battle with Triton Racing all race long. You were within a couple of seconds of each other pretty much all day. So what gave you the edge? What gave you the advantage out on the race today?
Yes, initially we thought, so okay, we are third position, so try to avoid incident of the first traffic lap marking that is very literally hell traffic. So we tried to keep pressing on our strategy and just to survive the first three stints where Jarnik did awesome job in my opinion. Then we saw something like same pace or even Triton was very fast. So we tried to do undercut more or less in the third or fourth stint of the start of fourth stint, if I could remember. And fortunately, we we overtaken them in the pit lane. It was more or less like Suzuka 2000 in Formula One. That was like screaming us, wow, yeah.
Yeah, that's sometimes the things that you do come up in the back of the mind when you're racing. Previous things that have happened, both in sim racing and on the real life side of things as well. But this race win really does set you up for the rest of the season. Now, are you going to be are you going to be this competitive in future rounds? For example, at Interlagos, where it's such a tricky track in terms of the amount of cars in a very small space, I think is the way I'm going to say that. Do you think you'll be able to manage that situation well, or is it going to be a tough time for you next time out?
Well, I think we will for sure will keep working as we worked for this race and as we worked for the Sebring one. So just even fall, just don't give up and just work hard for every race by race. And then if things go well, more or less, then start to think at what could happen in the championship. But for the moment, we definitely are like just focus race by race and work hard. And for this race, I didn't race, for example, worked very hard doing 1,000 laps, if I could remember checking the VRS stats. So once I saw my teammates were faster than me, just I tried to focus on the strategy side, and fortunately it worked with the pit lane overtake. But for sure it was a very fast and tough race for sure, because Triton showed very fast pace, and even in the traffic management they were very fast and good. No undecision moves. In fact, we ended like after 6 hours with a 3 seconds gap that is minimal, I have to say, especially in this track where there are a lot of blind apex and things like that.
Yeah, exactly. Part of the entire race was basically trying to avoid incidents with the traffic, and both yourself and Triton managed to get through it all relatively okay. And before we get on to the next person, Simone, is there any sponsors you want to give a shout out to? Anyone you want to thank?
Yes, I'd like to thank everything was involved in this race, even team managers, the guys who did this fantastic race, Andrew and Jan. They showed both of them a very good pace, very good calm in the tough situation, and I'd like to really thank you them. Even my team manager Simon that follow us with a very huge commitment, and the whole people that watch, like our family that watch us, and because the satisfaction, guys, is really good because we worked as a real race event. I mean, this is yes sim racing, but sometimes it gives you satisfaction as a real race because the commitment is very hard. So sometimes sim racing could give you stressful things like incident, and sometimes satisfaction like a victory. And fortunately today it was a good day for us. So I again say thank you to our sponsors, Astro Gaming and Logitech, that believe in us and support us, and everything was involved. Guys, I am speechless. I don't know. I never win a race like this, so I don't know. It is a fantastic feeling.
Yeah, but it is a fantastic feeling when you win a race like this. I have never been quick enough to ever win something like this, so it must be an absolutely fantastic feeling. But that was Simone Marciano from Altus Esports there, P1 in GTE. We have a couple of other people to talk about here very quickly, and we've got the Apex Racing UK car. As yeah, we'll get Alex Simpson inside the commentary booth. And Alex Simpson from the Apex Racing UK standing by with Cam Walsh. Let's take it away.
Alex Simpson, the number 60 machine. Did you know that on the left side of your car, the SDK gaming car, it's backwards, so the car looks like it's pointing in the wrong direction?
You know what? I didn't know.
Well, that's why you didn't win today. That's Ava Vervanik had all her things streamlined, so it did no. But you started quite a ways back, if I'm remembering correctly, like from 4th position, which doesn't seem like a ways back, obviously, but with just how the race develops, it tends to be a pretty serious chunk of time. Take me through kind of your LMP2 day. I have to say it was probably one of the most challenging cars out there because you had the LMP1 cars much faster, you had the GTE cars whom were pretty competitive in the corners, and the entry to corners and whatnot, and it just take me through it.
Yeah, it started off by getting woke up saying you need to go out and qualify. Yeah. That's why
the best things to wake up to.
Exactly, that's why I was 5 minutes late. So yeah, I was pretty happy with Q considering what it was. I felt like still had a chance to get pole. I messed up on sort of my quick lap, but yeah, we digress anyway. It was it just need to be a little bit more prepared on that one. I got my hours all completely mixed up. I don't know why. I thought I had an extra hour, but yeah. So bit of lack of preparation on that one. I was expecting to come out, jump into the practice session, do some few laps, get ready for Q, have the driver's briefing, and I missed it all. So yeah, that was interesting. Ferenz was stressing and panicking, thinking I wasn't going to be here and everything. So yeah, the day started off interesting, that's for sure. But from there, the race kind of unfolded. It was interesting again. I think we lacked a little bit of prep time, if I'm honest. A few other commitments going on right now, and we really were just kind of winging it as far as the strategy goes. So we were just going to have a look, see what kind of other people did, and kind of see if we could do this the same thing. Yeah, the car seemed to come to us from about the middle of the stint. We seemed very good. We were able to get by the Torque Freak guys and then start to hunt down the race clutch guys. They obviously pitted early, took tires, so we were all like, oh, maybe people are taking tires. So we took tires, and I think that was a mistake, and we sort of corrected that pretty quickly. And it seemed quite evident that we weren't doing enough fuel saving, so we were going to have that little splash at the end. So we were sort of calculating that, where obviously the Ava guys just nailed their fuel figures today, and strategy was perfect for them. So, you know, congrats to them. But yeah, so I think the lessons we learned today was, treat it properly and make sure you're prepared and you've got all your numbers in front of you, and don't get caught out again.
So the tabloids tomorrow are going to say, Apex Racing UK, the woefully unprepared British team, has let the entirety of England down.
That's the one.
All right. Well, I mean, that's just what the tabloids are going to say. To me, you guys did a great job.
The World Cup yesterday, and now it's today. UK and I, what we're playing at?
Always finishing second to
wow.
some Finns.
I didn't even know. I don't know the results.
I don't know. Do Ava have any Finns behind the wheel? I have to check this one.
Let me check real quick. The answer is no. They're both DH. So, all right. Well, I'll give you the floor in just a moment to, of course, run through all the sponsors and everything. I noticed that now we have the car logos up on the overlay, Hugo. Can you circle you see the car sponsor? See how it's backwards? Take the yellow pad, you just circle it. Because now that I've seen it, everyone else has to see it now too. And then, of course, Alex, you're welcome to thank everyone, including the people that we're circling right now.
Okay, I'll have to get that sorted out, won't I? But yeah, no, thank you very much, Cam. Yeah, thanks to all the sponsors. I mean, thanks to Ferenz, really. He did all the prep work for this one completely. Of what we did, but he was far more prepared than I was. And thanks for you guys for streaming as always. Hey Gaming, Leo Bodner, JCL, Simpius PC Systems, and all the admins that put the series on.
All right, Hugo let me down, so that's very unfortunate. But thankfully, you were there to bring us up with your great, your great voice and presence, and of course, always your insight. And we wish you the best of luck in Interlagos. I'm sure we could talk about that for an extended period of time, but we'll have to wait another day. So, Alex Simpson, driver the number 60 from Apex Racing UK. Thanks for coming in. Good one.
Thank you.
And that will go back to Connery.
Yes, we will. And before we wrap things up here for the new Endurance Series, we have an interview with the man that runs it all behind the scenes. It's going to be the one, the only, Neil Heckins, lead administrator for the new Endurance Series, basically the guy that makes the show almost everything works behind the scenes there. And oh boy, you had a very, very, very busy day. Let's just go straight from the start. That first incident up into turn number 1, Ava Vivatic going across the curb, causing a big pileup, and that was just the beginning of your work today.
The first 1 or 2 hours were very hectic again, and we had quite a backlog, and we never thought we would catch up with that. But luckily, like in the remaining 4 hours, they were over very clean and very enjoyable to watch. It's overall it has been a great event. I've seen so many on-track battles in all the classes at any time during the race. After we got through the backlog, we finally got some time to watch some racing. Because while you're investigating all these incidents, then you kind of forget there's a race out there.
We didn't get to 100 protests. I guess fortunately, from your view, we got up to 96 protests going in, at least from what we can see on the little live protest sheet. So that is a.
I'd like to protest Connery, Hugo, and Tobias.
Why?
You're still missing one more.
Dang it! Protest myself. Can we do?
That's
too many race car. Too many race car noises.
No, indeed, but we have the list is very long compared to other seasons, but that's also because we have the automatic system now in place, which counts the off tracks for us, and we thought it would be a good thing, just for transparency's sake, to put them on there as well, so everybody knows what's going on. But that makes the list even longer. I think you just look at the car-on-car incidents, it was not too bad.
Yeah, still quite a few, though, and quite a few stop and hold penalties being given out, and some teams even dipping into the 20-second stop and hold penalties for their second infringement of the same type. So that is kind of concerning. Is there anything you can do from your side of things to maybe clean up some of the starts of the race that we've been having, both here today and at Sebring as well? Is there any sort of rule changes that you can do? Any sort of punishments, harsher punishments you can give out, maybe?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about even harsher punishments, because then you are constantly driving in a state of fear of doing something wrong, and that is the opposite of what you want. And if you're driving like that, you're more likely to get into such incidents. I think personally, it's more education. We were in a similar situation in the second season, and we had one team that was basically worst in the beginning of the season, and everybody was saying they should be kicked out. But I talked with them, showed them some tips, gave them some tips, and at the end of the season they were one of the most enjoyable teams on the track to race with. So yeah, I think education and making everyone understand what's going on and don't be very selfish, that will go a long way. But we'll see what we can do for next race next month.
Yeah, we will just have to wait and see in this one. And like we say to our drivers and teams when they come into interviews, Neil, is there anyone that gets it done behind the scenes of just the Neo Endurance family in general with the race organization?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to thank everyone who helped out today in race control. I mean, it was very hectic today. Especially we had Paul, Michael, Alvin, Jason, Nick, and we also had another one, Dave, a new one. But unfortunately, his computer couldn't handle so many cars, so he had to drop out a bit early. But I would like to thank everyone, and of course you guys for amazing broadcasts again. And I really like the new graphic with the cars.
Mm-hmm.
Love the names.
Yeah, exactly. We'll get that one sorted to make it even better for next race when we have it for the live gaps between the two cars. That would be absolutely fantastic. But that is all we have time for here today. That was Neil Heckens, lead administrator for the Neo Endurance Series. I've been Connery Maddock. Joining me in the commentary booth for this marathon of a race, it's Cam Walsh, and it's also Tobias Brockman, as I almost get his name wrong. I'm very sorry. But that is all we have time for here for the 6 hours of the Circuit of the Americas for the Neo Endurance Series. And join us next time, because we're going to go to the home of Hugo Louis, and it's going to be Interlagos. It's going to be Sao Paulo, Brazil. And join us for that, because that one's going to be absolutely brilliant. Goodbye.